Welcome back, everybody, to another great day of LCK Summer 2017. It is me, Valdez, with Crumbs at the Nexon Arena here at SPO TV, and we're going to be jumping into quite an exciting matchup to start the night. It is going to be the Afreeca Freecs up against Samsung. Definitely should be pretty close.
That's right. Samsung is a team that is 2-0 so far. They're looking pretty good, even though Crown was vocal in an interview that they don't really expect a whole lot. You can't take the interviews too seriously. However, they do have history on their side, as they have yet to lose a match in this arena this entire year. So they're feeling quite confident going into the Afreeca Freecs, a team that was able to perfect game KT Rolster last week, something that you really don't see happen too often.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. I mean, I wonder which kind of Afreeca is going to show up today. They definitely had some consistency problems, I would say, in spring. They really, some days they would show up and they would kill teams. They would take out SKT 2-0. It would look so good, so fluid on the team. And then other days they would show up and just completely drop the ball. Whereas you were talking about Crown's interview, I think we can kind of throw that out the window right now, as they're looking extremely strong, even though everybody on the team is looking very tired today, funnily enough. But definitely the favorites in my mind coming into this match.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They're able to dismantle SKT in a 2-0 fashion. They did drop a game to the ROX Tigers, however, a team that you wouldn't really expect to be able to put up much of a fight against Samsung. However, the Blitzcrank factor did play into that, and so they banned it 2 games in a row, and they were able to handle it quite easily. They're not
Ambition, he's getting old. He's just taking a small little nap before the games start. Can't really blame him. But guys, well, it looks like I thought we were going to get into the pick ban, but yeah, we got debated hardcore there. But we'll get started soon enough. And here we are on camera. It's me, Valdez, with Crumbs today for SPO TV, as is the way of things. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling
odd. You just gave me a drink that I don't know what it tasted like. I asked what the contents were. It was in Korean, so far I think it says that it gives you energy.
It says something like energy.
Energy for you. Drive your energy.
Yeah,
so
drive
bus
your
driver.
energy.
That's right. We're going to carry.
There you go.
Carry the cast. We're going to do it.
I had myself an energy drink. I had a White Monster. It was pretty good. I'm sure people know what's in a White Monster, but we gave you a Bacchus. Some of you guys out there might know what that is, but either way, guys, we're all hyped up here jumping into the match. Whoa, okay. Here we go. Going into pick ban.
Into the match there, just very carefully, and Zyra will be the ban. And Core JJ has actually received quite a bit of target bans on this pick. It has been banned a little bit more than you would have expected, considering the kind of nerfs to Zyra, as well as the Doran Shield making the on-hit damage, helping to deal with the plants. But the Syndra is one of the most heavily contested picks so far, and she has still yet to be defeated in the LCK, so it makes a lot of sense, as you don't really want to give that champion over to a mid laner as proficient as Crown.
Yeah, and taking away the Rumble from Marin from the side of Samsung here, and of course Zach still pretty much permaban. The one game we saw it was a total mistake. It was a mistake of the highest level, even more so maybe than LeBlanc of old in 2017 spraying. It's just insane what Zach can do. And wow, Kuro's getting close to 1,000 kills at 986. I doubt he's going to be able to get to 1,000 tonight. Well, he needs to get 14 kills.
If they keep putting him on Galio, we're really not going to see him get many more kills. And yep, it looks like it most likely will be Kuro on that Galio. It was a pick that was given to him before. And even though Galio is an incredibly powerful champion, I think it really fits him, because not only can he help the side lanes quite well, he has incredible laning presence. You basically pick this champion and you're guaranteed a successful lane that will at least go even or win. And so if the Freecs can play the game out early, play it well, then they will be able to use that advantage, transition into the jungle, and look for those global plays, because Galio's ultimate is so powerful when just surprising enemies. Somebody gets caught, it's like Shen ultimate on crack. He's right there, he's instantly there, way more damage, and the CC is much more important in a team fight than what a Shen can provide.
Like the last ban by Samsung onto the Elise, Spirit was looking quite good against KT when they played them on Saturday, so taking that away, obviously a very highly contested jungle pick. And the Galio pick into Ash Thresh, so definitely a ton of pick down in the bot lane for Samsung already.
and I really like the Thresh pick. It's the most contested support so far, and it helps with mitigating any pressure that Freecs might be throwing towards the bottom side of the map. Kramer has been having some pretty good games so far, especially on the Ashe. So they deny the Ashe pick right away, make sure that they get the Thresh, but the counter from the Tahm Kench will be really interesting to see how the Freecs play it, because normally you go for the arrow, okay, you hit your target, and then you can pick them up. When you have Tahm Kench, you have to always aim for him, otherwise the Devour will deny any attempt, and so it's going to be on Tucson for having really good positioning, because he plays a little bit overzealous. He's just going to be the one feeding.
Yeah, and we have seen him play a little bit overzealous at times, mostly on Karma and other picks such as that, so I think he knows how to play his own Mr. Kench here. We do see Graves picked up for Ambition. We haven't seen Graves see too much success in LCK Summer so far. It's actually sitting at 3-7 right now, 30% win rate. So we'll see if maybe Ambition can up the numbers for Graves.
Well, let's hope so, because Ambition, when he came back, you didn't expect him to start on this season. He's been playing quite well. His marriage has been helping him solidify as, once again, a really solid player all around, one of the oldest players of all time. And the 2 bans from the Freecs, not only the Taliyah ban, helpful in dealing with the potential of a lot of dive on the Samsung side with Taliyah and the Ashe, but the Orianna, making sure that there is not a crazy presence in the team fight later in the game, somebody that can stall out well, that can have an easier time laning against Galio. So really making sure that Kuro is set up for success here in this Galio pick, and you know that they're going to be picking a carry topside here for Marin. He's a carry player, and picking a tank would just be so unwise, as the damage would be just very minimal.
You know what's still available is the Jarvan. Renekton also another pick. You were talking about a carry, but when they ban out Ken and Fiora, it's basically just 2 picks that are available at this point. I guess Renekton and Jarvan. We've seen Jarvan see a ton of play here so far. And there you go. Crown's going to be going on to his victory. Received 3 target bans against him with the Syndra, Taliyah, and Orianna, but he's going back to his big old comfort pick.
What a treat. I mean, this guy is the guy that makes Victor win matchups that normally you would think Victor loses. He is pretty much, I think you can say, the best Victor in the world. Single-handedly plays him more than anybody else. Plays him to such a high level that it's really refreshing to see, and nobody else can really mimic that. I don't think anybody else has put in the time necessary to play this champion, and it offers a lot of wave clear for this pick. So Samsung just having a really solid composition, and I think that's what I really like about this team. So far, their drafts have been really solid. They have great synergy in their picks so far here. You can very clearly see that they're trying to just stall out the top side, focus on around protecting your carries, but you have 3 of them this time around, so it's a lot easier than running a 2-threat composition when you're dealing with the likes of a Lee Sin or a Galio that can easily pinpoint one guy and eliminate them.
Yeah, it's a very cool composition. You have a lot of pick, as we were talking about, but you also have a lot of scaling into the late game with those 3 carries. Whereas on Afreeca's side, not really so sure. We'd have to take another look. We'll see Renekton, Lee Sin, Galio, Caitlyn, and Tahm Kench.
Well, the thing for the Freecs on this lineup is going to be that they really need to be taking advantage of the pressure they have in the solo lanes early in the game. Renekton and Galio will have the advantage, and with the Lee Sin, they have to accelerate the pace very quickly. Otherwise, they will be outscaled and pretty much dealing with a 1-threat lineup when you have a Caitlyn as your primary source of damage in the late game.
Yeah, so there you go, guys. Go out and tell your friends this match is on. Afreeca versus Samsung. Game number 1 is about to start up here at Spode TV. So here we go, guys. Let's jump onto the Rift. Well, there you go. Lots of Samsung fans. They're doing incredibly well so far in LCK Summer, and it only makes sense. Definitely a matchup with superstars on both sides, and the entire studio is packed right now up to the brim.
But the real superstar for me is the Doran shield. This entire split, the D shield, has been so apparent. And take a look at the AD carries. 2 Doran shield on them. Before this matchup, 94% of ADs were taking Doran shield in the bottom lane. The ratio has to have gone up even more so with these 2, and it just shows how easy it is to lane with these picks. You can just get away with laning a little bit more haphazardly, if you will, just taking harass that you normally would be punished for, and that's one of the biggest complaints about the item, that it really just lets you lane easy mode.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, not even just the AD position, but also in the top lane, the Doran Shield was the most picked item. I think it was about 64%, as we were seeing during our analyst desk before the games here on the Korean side, but definitely a very big item nowadays, as Crown tries to get a little bit frisky there with the Raptors.
Some cheeky harass there. Couldn't get a steal, instead chose to just harass Spirit a little bit, and will be laning against Kuro with his Q, the Siphon Power, so getting that shield, and it will be very useful when dealing with Gallia's harass, which is just so spammy and quite difficult to completely mitigate all the damage.
Already at level 1, you can see Marin putting on the pressure. This is what you want out of your Renekton. Kive actually getting a little bit too close, trying to get a creep. He's still sitting at 0 CS right now, so definitely struggling.
And the harass we saw in the bottom lane in that level 1 might translate to some pressure from Ambition. He started in the top side and made his way to the blue buff right away, and with the dual lane from the Freecs playing this far up without any vision, they have to worry of possibly a gank happening in the relative couple of minutes, as Ambition makes his way bottom side and is still perhaps using the blast cone to get over the wall.
Yeah, he's sitting there, Tushin.
Oh, here
that
it is.
Timing. Okay, well, he does have that red buff. He's going to dash forward. Lots of damage coming in. There's the flash. No follow-up hook from Core JJ. Didn't even go for it.
And that all started from that level 1. They get a tiny little advantage. They feel comfortable playing to it and seeing what they can get out of it. And in the end, they pay with a flash from the Tahm Kench. So now they're going to have to play a lot more defensively if they don't want to get a revisit. Luckily, they did get Core JJ's flash, which means that the threat of a flash lantern play gank is down the drain. So at least they can be easing their minds as to Graves revisiting that lane.
Yeah, and after that failed gank, he's just going to go back into his jungle and be farming up for a very long time. Looking at the route, actually, from Spirit, he hasn't gone for a single gank, but he's cleared out everything but the Gromp. So definitely just trying to match the farm of Graves, not really trying to put on pressure so far. And you can see he's farming quite well. Goes back, buys a couple of long swords.
And if he keeps that up, he's going to be able to hit level 6 and start making plays. And I think that's what Spirit will be trying to go for. There's not a whole lot of crazy kill pressure onto these lanes pre-6. Crown does have cleanse, so getting out of the Galio taunt will be very easy. And so without Dragon's Rage, it'll be really difficult to not only gank mid, but ganking bottom. And you know they don't have plans of going topside because of Marin's itemization. The Cole, we didn't touch on it in the level 1, but even though he can win lane very easily because of the matchup on Renekton, he's just saying, I want to hit that mid-game spike faster than you, and I want to be able to just transition into a much more goal-oriented phase in the game, as opposed to let's just win early and see what we can do. Because if Spirit is not going to play topside, then it just doesn't. It's not worth it to go with either a blade or a shield.
And look at this, already with an early ward from the top lane from Marin. With the pressure he's putting on, allows Spirit to see where Ambition is. We could have a setup here onto him.
Lets him take aggro.
Yeah, lets him take aggro. A bit of damage coming out. There's the Q onto him. Will force the flash. No kill. Will come out. But they will be able to take some of those Raptors, and they do get that flash away.
It's a very wise move there from Spirit, and if he paces to the top side, he might be able to try to deny Q-Vase back as long as possible. Marin will try to do so. He does have vision of Ambition, so he can push it, and he is going to deny that base, and that denies another way from Q-Vase. So doubling the CS of this Gragas so far, so Marin just having a field day in the top lane without any help from Ambition.
Yeah, and look at this, Tushin coming in alone is gonna exhaust. They know that Ambition does not have the flash. Will he get the solo kill? He will! And Mr. Thomas Kench will start off the day with a nice, delicious kill. Huge cheers coming out for Tushin. What a play.
Just a complete read on Ambition at that point. Spirit with a great route. Not only is he able to force a flash, but the control ward behind mid lane allows him to see where is Ambition going to go next. They know what his route was just to begin with, and the pressure on the bottom lane that they're able to hold without Graves being there to respond for a gank means that he can easily go there, invades, and finds himself first blood with nobody else to have an assist.
Yeah, what an awesome roam there from our support player. from the Afreeca Freecs. Doesn't really receive too much attention when you think about the Freecs. You know, you think about Kuro Marin, obviously Spirit, a very experienced jungler as well, but showing up big so far.
Exactly. When you see this team, you see a lineup that would ideally focus in the top half of the map and then use the dual lane as a pure utility. You see the bottom lane that typically Kramer favors at Ashe, but because it was denied, just goes with the Caitlyn, a lane-dominant champion that can hit a crazy late game, but easy to lane with, easy to not die with in this dual lane matchup. And they dodged that first scan quite easily, and even though it is a Graves, the harm was close to none.
Yeah. It's funny we didn't see the Varus. It didn't get banned, did it?
No, it did not.
Because...
he did not see the word.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. But Varus, up until today, was our most picked champion, actually, at 13 times already. Ashe was sitting at 11, and then Caitlyn is at 7. So
well, at least for the Freecs, the Varus would not make much sense on this lineup because of just how little damage they will have in the late game. If they were to have a Varus with Renekton, Galio, Kent, and Lee, it really would be tough for them to actually melt through anybody. But when you have the Caitlyn, you can at least have the insurance of saying, if it goes late, we can at least all be a frontline peel for this Caitlyn. And it's a new flavor that you wouldn't expect from the Freecs to put so much emphasis on Kramer being the fail-safe here.
Very cool. Very cool to see. And we're already getting a look at what is happening up in top lane. Marin's really been given an opportunity to carry his team in a big way. Starting off with that call, already up about 20 CS, making Cuvé's life really, really hard.
And all he has to do is maintain pressure into the top side. Graves can't really visit this lane because the value of going here is not something that will really win the game. Renekton, sure, if he falls behind, it's something that would have normally happened anyways. His relevancy would fall off, and Gragas is not the champion to carry, and so the play has to revolve around the bottom side of the map. And the Freecs understand it, and you see it by the double control ward, right side of mid lane, right side on the back of the blue buff for Samsung, and because they were unable to clear that ward, this means that Galio has an easy time roaming to the bottom side of the map anytime that he wants, not only capable of defending any dive that Samsung wants to do, but making any plays that they want in that bottom half of the map, just as we saw with Tucson getting that first blood onto Ambition.
Yeah, the Galio mid becoming extremely popular nowadays. I myself, I'm not a huge fan of it. I feel like it's kind of boring. You know, he just sits here in the mid lane, he pushes the wave into the Victor, and every time we look at mid, it's like, oh, why are we looking at mid exactly? Because there's nothing to watch. Just to be straight up. And you know, it's cool because he does have that roaming pressure like you were talking about for defense and offense. It is a very strong pick, so I understand why they pick it, but not my favorite pick, Crumbs.
He's just a purely pressure champion. You guarantee yourself pushing middle or at least being even, and when you have that, you can make so many plays around the map. You free your other lanes to play a little bit more aggressively, and it really helps your team out. And it's a great pick for Kuro here because Kuro is not known as a mid laner that has a lot of kill pressure onto everybody else, but they will scout out this dragon, and Spirit will have to reassess if he wants to continue this, as Crown does get spotted moving towards it. There is a teleport from Marin, though.
Yeah, he's coming on in.
They're going to turn on this.
Oh boy, Crown could be in a lot of trouble here. He's going to use that cleanse to get out. He still does have his flash. The taunt gets onto Ambition, actually. The Sonic Wave does miss, and Crown will not die. And in the meantime, the dragon did not get killed. So they try to commit here, but the teleport kind of wasted. I mean, they put a little bit of pressure onto Crown in the mid lane, but he can just heal up and be just fine. No kills found here for Afreeca.
Really calm and collected there from Samsung, not burning any flashes, only the cleanse out of Ruler, and Graves uses his ultimate to just get over the wall, even though the taunt hit. So the fact that they didn't even use their teleport to cancel it right after shows that they really had this under control. You saw earlier when Crown was playing Talia, he just went for these tower dives that you'd think everybody else would have burned flash, but he just says, no, I'm just going to save it. I understand the limits of my champion. And it's really impressive to see that they remain so calm in a situation that could have easily turned into 2 kills on a dragon while they were fighting bottom lane. So you can imagine that the comms were quite clustered at the time.
So you can see that Spirit is hanging around mid lane, but okay, he's going to get that taunt off, and Crown will go down as they do land the Sonic Wave. That's going to be 2 kills now for Afreeca, but meantime, Kuro died. Not exactly sure how that happened. Maybe he got caught up in the stun and took tower aggro.
That's got to be it. You know Crown always lays down the gravity field anytime that he's about to be in danger. So really good play by trying to answer something, but you know they're going to revisit this lane because his cleanse is down.
Yeah, and pretty standard play, but as we were expecting, the gravity field, it's just too much. And even trying to jump away, it's not enough.
That's unfortunate they actually used that ultimate. Now it's going to be on a cooldown, but they do pick up that kill, and they can revisit this lane as Spirit still has flash. So we can look for maybe a creative angle behind mid lane from Afreeca Freecs, as there's still no cleanse onto Crown.
Marn was poking in here. You could see some pings were going down as they spotted him, but eventually decide not to go for it as Cuve's pretty low on mana.
Spirit's thinking about it, but there's double wards on the sides of mid lane, really protecting Crown here. All he has to do is just stall out the game, make sure that he keeps lasering the waves, and if they stall out, the damage on this lineup will mean that the tank champions like Tom Kench, Galio, and even Renekton to an extent will have a really difficult time judging how long they can stay alive in the fight.
This is just so obnoxious from Marin. He's forcing Ambition to come on up here. I'm not even sure if they can make this happen. Okay, the ult is popped here for Renekton. He's actually turning onto Ambition. There's a kill. Will he get the double? Cuve has no mana right now.
He's here. This is, oh, he's dead. This is why you don't go to the top side.
Here we go. I mean, this is a dead Gragas if I ever saw one. That's going to be 2 kills going over to Afreeca. Great play, great composure there by Marin to pick up those 2 kills.
Really intelligent there from Marin, knowing how far he can push his limits. Gragas did not have enough mana to really turn this fight around, and you know Renekton's such a strong early game bully that a squishy jungler like Graves that is behind will have a really tough time. So the Freecs is getting such a big lead now as first brick will go down to them while they're fighting bot lane.
This is a bit of a fight here. They are going to commit to the arrow, but Tushen just going to eat up that gray health. Is pretty low, but they all will survive. No summoners used here by Samsung, and they do get the bottom lane pretty low of Afreeca, so I guess a small win there.
Take another look there. He pops the ultimate right as the stun hits, but there is no mana in Cuve, and even if he had mana, Graves is just not tanky enough to survive this Renekton right now, who doesn't even have a whole lot of damage. He went with the Cole, with the Phage right now, and so going to the top side was just, it's so difficult to be in this position from Samsung because it looks so tempting, but you just know it's not the right call.
Yeah. Perhaps on a different jungler, you know, if you have Elise on your team, maybe you can try to CC down the Renekton. Even then it would have been risky. But on this Graves, definitely not going to happen.
The thing is, you have to always be playing to the win conditions. And again, the Gragas does not serve as your win condition. He's your peel, he's your front line. No matter how far ahead he gets, well, let's not go with complete absolutes, but you don't want to help out the guy that's not going to be the carry. Your mid and your bottom lane are the champions to go for, and more attention to the bottom side would have been more effective use of Ambition's time than trying to assist a lane that was already struggling. Because when you pair a losing lane with a losing jungler, you're almost certainly going to lose that fight.
Taking a look down here at bottom lane once again, they are trying to get something going here onto Kramer, as they do know the exhaust is down, but nothing happening as Tushen will eat him up very early on in that fight. This looks like the Mountain Drake will go over to Afreeca as nobody from Samsung is coming near.
And they can't contest it. I really like Marin's move right here. Even though it looks like he had no part in this, he makes his move from the top side to the bottom. Just in case a fight is to break out in the Dragon, if anybody feels like contesting, he can react there without having to burn his teleport, being in a really good position. And that's like overall team synergy that you want to see. Even though you're not part of the objective, your moves have to be related to what the team is trying to do at the same time.
Marin with the level up here on Cuve. There's no turret to protect this Gragas right now, and here comes Kuro. They were thinking about potentially engaging here. Pings are going down. They do want this.
Galio is thinking about it, and Lee Sin is moving towards it.
He was actually poking his head out of that brush. Galio's bigger than Kuro thinks.
Now you can expect the Freecs to be looking for a Herald play. I think Lee Sin might be thinking about starting it right now. It is warded. But with the pressure they have in the top side of the map, all they would need is Marin to come down to assist for this objective to be secured. And if they can crack the mid lane turret with this objective, then it would be huge. Oh, Ambition's so dead. What is he doing?
They knew he was there. They saw with the ward before this, and they're trying to get onto Ambition, but he will back away, having used that flash. But Cuvée is going to be a flash here from Marin. They do want to get onto this kill, and Cuvée will flash the wall. The Q from Spirit will miss, and Cuvée will get away with his life once again.
I'm surprised nobody chose to commit for a flash onto Ambition, but they chose to commit a flash onto Cuvée? Right? Why flash on the tank when you can flash on the jungler that's a lot easier to kill? But in the end, they do get the pressure relief, and so you can see Spirit soloing out probably the easiest objective to take right about now, which is the Herald. She doesn't really fight back.
She tries, but doesn't really have much effectiveness.
Let's just change the wording on that one for a while. Jesus.
Hey, I wasn't even thinking about that. Okay, so there we go. This is going to be given to Marin, so another Herald given to the top laner. And this is a point of much discussion nowadays. Should it be going on a top laner, a jungle, or just a laner or a jungle, basically, are your choices. And makes it obvious that Marin might want to push this up into the top lane.
I don't think there's a set person that you give it to. It really depends on who has pressure at the time. So trying to go on Crown would be difficult, as you most likely would just be getting the charge plus a little bit of autos on it, as his wave clear and stun is really good at dealing with Herald, whereas Gragas, even though he can clear decently well, the fact that Marin has so much pressure into the top side means that if somebody visits, you can crack that tier 2. And cracking a tier 2 this early on, pretty much as a single-handed crocodile, would be really impressive.
Well, you can see how far up he is in the lane and how reluctant Ambition is to go anywhere near it. I think Cuvée can just continue clearing the waves and just
coming down to try to defend this turret, but Galio's here as well, so they will have to back up on this one. And Freecs is doing so much work with the pressure they have. It's really, really cool to see how they're playing with the minion waves. Not really focusing much on the kills, just making sure that they have pressure in their lanes, that they move accordingly, and that everybody's in a position to respond to each other. Not just Lee Sin being there, but Galio in a position to use his heroic entrance just in case any danger is to come their way.
And I mean, the kills will come from the pressure, as we saw. Marin puts on an immense amount of pressure, forces the jungle up, and then they can just take the 2v2 up there.
Now he's basing, and he's going to go to the top side again because the dual lane is going bottom lane, but he has a completed Hydra, so he's basically ungankable at this point. If Graves tries to gank him with Gragas alone, he'll most likely be able to turn it. So it's really impossible to go into the top side of the map for Samsung right now, so they have to just focus on defending mid lane with as much grit as possible. And so the vision, all of it revolves around mid for them. And Freecs are in a really comfortable position here. They really have control of this match, and if they can keep this up and crack some tier 2s relatively soon, they'll be in a really good position to start moving towards Baron now that the 20-minute mark is getting near.
Good teamwork even by Afreeca, having Marin lease the blue for Kuro, as Spirit needed that back to buy up some items. Looks like he is going potentially into that black cleaver.
And he does that because there's nobody else on the map applying pressure, so he's not needed. If he were to be staying into the top side instead of helping that blue buff, he'd be in a position where he's easily ganked and there's nothing to trade for in return. But now that the laners are all getting back, you see that Caitlyn and Tahm Kench are pushing, Lee Sin's in the river, and Galio's making it back to the lane. He's happier to just be pushing up here, and still nowhere to proc that Herald, as the wave clear from Cuvée has been pretty stellar so far in making sure that no Herald just headbutts any turret to death. And
well, we see Marin coming down towards mid, and he is going to be spotted on some wards, so they should have an idea that perhaps he wants to put this down into mid.
Yeah, mid lane turret is cracked and pings are going down, so they definitely will be used here.
Look at the movement from Samsung. Everybody gathering up into the mid lane. They know this is coming, and here we go.
The summon is here.
Harold returns.
Oh, they even burn collateral damage on that one.
Trying to land a hook even. Whew. There's the damage. Can they actually crack the turret? They are going to get Crown here. A huge play. Even with the cleanse used here, they do pick up the kill.
and they get baited to try to defend that too hard. Herald just does so much damage to the tower, and that's why one of the reasons why this objective is so powerful. If you have a mid laner that is just able to do a little bit of chip damage onto your mid lane turret, you can get it so quickly. Just a quick rotation to the mid lane, and already the map has been cracked. And not only will it return in an immense amount of pressure, but it frees up the jungler to now just solo that dragon. And now they're eyeing top side of the map to secure vision around Baron. And there's not a whole lot that Samsung can do besides defensive vision and look for picks with arrow. But it almost always has to be onto the Tahm Kench, which is really the last guy that you want to be looking for.
Yeah, really got to admire Afreeca's play so far. Extremely clean. So much pressure on the map. They do pick up the Cloud Drake as the next one, and we do have Ocean Drake coming up next. So,
and it's a team that has shown that they can play clean. They did perfect game Afreeca last week, or KT, and so the Herald charges in, but remember that it does reduce the armor. It counts as a minion. Crown gets a little bit cocky there and steps on the trap, actually. Herald hid the trap.
That was actually all Herald in that play. Had nothing to do with Afreeca.
Afreeca Herald there.
Herald finally getting her time to shine on the Rift. Definitely one of our more effective Heralds. It gets an entire turret plus a kill.
Well, cracking it against Victor, one of the highest wave clear champions, is always a good use of it. It's like breaking mid lane against champions like Ziggs, Anivia, Xerath, Victor. Even though you want more of it, the fact that you can just break it that normally would take you up to 30 minutes is a really good sign for this team.
So we can see some pressure coming in mid once again, doing a mini 1-3-1. They got Galio up into the top lane. Seems like Samsung will respond with Crown just to clear those waves out. Galio can always move towards mid with the heroic entrance if a fight does break out. And they have Renekton down in the bot lane, just pushing that in.
But this 1-3-1 really just benefits Afreeca. It's not a lane assignment that Samsung should be looking forward to. When it's a 3-on-3 in the mid lane, Ashe and Thresh have no kill pressure when you're dealing with Tahm Kench. And Renekton keeping Gragas at bay means that the hardest engage that Samsung has is not there. And so they have to just be content with sticking to these lanes. And these are lanes that did lose them CS advantages. So Afreeca's perfectly happy with this, that the advantage top lane is already at 50 CS.
That was a kill. If they had gotten Kramer there, that definitely could have gotten the ball rolling back in their favor for Samsung. But Kramer very smartly will burn the flash immediately in order to stay alive and keep this pressure on.
And it's a really smart move by Ruler there to see the second that Tuzin separates himself from the Caitlyn to look for the arrow. That's the only time that you can really go for the engage, and it shows the power of the Tahm Kench. Normally you'd see Ashe arrows being shot out left, right, and center by this minute mark, but because of the Tahm Kench just being so close, playing buddy-buddy with Kramer, he just doesn't have the opportunities, and it becomes really apparent now that the vision is denied that he's just not comfortable with going with these arrows because they would just otherwise be wasted and saved by a Devourer that is just so easy to use.
I love this patient play out of Afreeca where they know they have total control on the map, but they just take it wave at a time. They're not diving the turret. They're not trying to go for a risky Baron. They're like, okay, well, if it takes 5 minutes to take down this mid tier 2, we're going to get it because that'll definitely open up more opportunities for the other tier 2 turrets or more Baron pressure. And now everybody's grouping up into mid.
The turret's almost dead, and it's really impressive patience, as you say. Remember, this is 24 minutes in. This is one of the quickest games. Obviously, we saw SKT demolish BBQ 2 days ago, but that doesn't really count as one of the quickest games. That was an exceptional case. And this time around, this game time for the lead that they have of 6K against Samsung, the team was 2-0, is really impressive from the Freecs. And a team that has shown glimpses of near perfection at this point. Only one kill going the way of Samsung. So really good stuff to see for a team that when we saw them start out, we were just thinking, wow, what happened?
Yeah, Afreeca got some ups and downs, but today they seem to be on the up and up. Definitely came prepared for Samsung, that's for sure.
Well, they are prepared, but I don't want to give them too much because I thought that they would be able to take down KT 2-0, but they did perfect game and then lose 2 in a row back-to-back, so.
Yeah, we could see the same thing here where it's like they crush Samsung game 1 and then all of a sudden they get cocky and Samsung takes 2 in a row. So, gotta wait and see. Can't call it too early.
In the meantime, just patiently waiting for objectives here. They've already taken most of the turrets that matter, the 2 in the mid lane, and they're not strong enough to really push a Baron right now. Even though they have a good gold lead, they still need a little bit more items in their pocket before they start going, whoa.
Okay, Kramer trying to go kind of 1v1. Tushin does group up, and Ruler was winning the trade, in fact. But
it's that ninja tab eyes. When you have a Blade of the Ruined King and Hurricane, you're guaranteed more DPS without crits than the Infinity Edge with Rapid Fire. So if no crits hit and you don't have tabbies, you can't really expect to 1v1 an AD carry that does.
Notice that Kramer sticks around, whereas Ruler does go back. Kramer is just going to lifesteal up. Looks like she's backing right now with Tushin. But Ambition kind of going for a funny move where he was in the Baron pit and attacked it once and then required saving from Core JJ. He's like, no, I'm sorry, it was a mistake.
Sorry, Senpai. 30 seconds on the Dragon, but it is an Ocean Drake, so not a whole lot of value onto this one. It'd be interesting to see if Freecs choose to use this Dragon as a bait and if Samsung take it. Because all they really need to do is get a couple of picks here, and they can transition into a Baron, and with a 1-3-1 that they've been doing so far, they would easily crack the base from Samsung, which is really what they need against a heavy wave clear. So instead, they are just positioning around the Baron side, but not too much commitment on the vision, as you see Tuzin still in the mid lane.
Yeah, it seems like they want to get this 1-3-1 going again, except Galio in the bot lane this time. And I think they just need to get those lanes pushing before they try for anything else. They're going to bring their 3 members from mid to come over here and take this free Ocean Drake. And see no vision, no pressure at all. Actually, there was one small ward over there from Samsung, so they knew it was happening, but not going to go over there and try to contest.
No pressure, but all bad luck. It's another Ocean Dragon that's coming up, so they're really just not having the greatest of dragons. They do have that mountain one, which will help if they get their time around that Baron buff, but a rotation to the bottom side seems to be in play here. And what's Samsung going to react to? Are they going to try to rush down a Baron? They can collapse really quickly, so it would be unwise. There is Tam Kench ultimate. Things are getting messy.
They're going to go for this Baron, but here we go. The teleport even from Kive, they're committing to this 100%. Can everybody from Afreeca get here in time? Trying to go for the steal up at there, and it will go over to Spirit. Really nice steal. Look at the left side as well. Marin trying to 1v1 Ruler here. He will pick up that kill. That's going to be the first kill there onto Ruler. Kuro flashing the wall now is going to knock up Kive. They might be another one, forcing the flash out of Kive to try to get away. Nice escape here by Core JJ for a while. Marin is still on the chase. There's the ace in the hole. Here comes Kuro. That's going to be a second kill going over to Afreeca, as well as the Baron.
Just a really desperate play from the Samsung. They forget the ability to collapse from pretty much anywhere from the Freecs. You have Tam Kench ultimate that brings 2 people in. You've got Galio renecting what that was already in the top side, but they just felt so constricted in this way that Afreeca is playing. The pressure meant that they just felt like it was the only option they have, but it was just the wrong call. So overall, great play from the Freecs, putting Samsung in that position to make the wrong call, and they punish them immediately.
Definitely very desperate. Had they gotten the Baron, I think definitely things could have turned around.
I think they likely would have been wiped there as well.
Yeah. Well, pretty desperate play either way, and now Samsung is down about 10,000 gold. Afreeca with a gigantic lead here, as they do take out 1 inhibitor.
But this lead, even we'll take another look at it right there. They try to rush it, but there's a Baron in the pit, and Lee Sin gets on the back of it, finally gets a steal on it. Just really good stuff.
Knocked around into the resonating strike and then the follow-up smite.
And look at that, they win this fight. Caitlyn isn't even here. They've won this fight just from the Baron damage and the tanks. That just shows just how far ahead the Freecs are on this match.
Yeah, I love the isolation there from Marin too. This incredibly fed Renekton with over 300 CS, 2-0-2, or he was 1-0-2 before the fight broke out. And he's just able to isolate Ruler away from his team and totally hunt him down on that very fed Renekton. So nicely done there as well.
You don't mess with crocodiles, and so in the end, Cuvée did burn his teleport for that, but Marin saved his as he was already in the top side, but they're still capable of just playing this split push game with Renekton in the mid lane. No wave bottom, though. They will try to commit for some damage here. Oh, Kuro.
Oh, he's going to get stunned up, but there is the Devour from Tushin. Will save his life. The arrow comes out and hits this Tom Kent, and a hook onto Spirit. Lots of damage coming out here, but no real follow-up from the side of Samsung. I think at this point, they're just too far behind.
They really are, and the wave clear is not going to be enough with dealing with these super minions. The turret's already going down really quickly because of the rapid fire, and Ambition can't even join this fight.
Yeah. Galio right now kind of taking the role of Maokai in Spring, where you just push past the turret by yourself, using that Gargoyle Stone Plate and just tanking up everything. They're going to be able to get another inhibitor. Corey JJ spends his life for it as well, and now they're going for inhibitor number 3.
And that's going to be an almost pretty much near perfect game from Freecs again. That's 8-1, only 1 kill going over their way. Their objective game has been great, and gotta say, out of all the teams so far, Freecs have been really impressive. Being able to almost show 2 perfect games back-to-back is something that you almost never see happen.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, Afreeca was on blue side against KT when they got that perfect game. They seem to be a lot more comfortable on this side. I wish, though, we go from this game, which is entirely dominant over a huge team like Samsung, and then we get a similar game in game number 2, or even a similar game in game number 3 when they get blue side again. But we just haven't really seen that just yet. Again, it is very early in summer. They are looking good at times, but if they can get consistent with this dominant play, Afreeca could be, you know, top 3 team here in summer.
And I think this play is a result of them being really in tune with the meta and what works best for them. I really like the Kuro pick on the Galio, making sure that this guy, he's not your main carry. He's been one of the solid mid laners for a while, but you never really think of him as, oh, this guy's going to solo kill or really carry the game. So when you put him on this pick, that is guaranteed to have pressure, that is guaranteed to have to always be respected by a cleanse from the mid laner, it means that it opens up the map to do whatever they want, and it lets Marin and Spirit do their thing. And
trying to get the kick there onto Ruler, but he does get hooked. Will be eaten up by Tushin. Here comes a taunt. It looks like it will just get Ambition, as meanwhile the super minions are pushing on in. This Galio is going to be hooked on up. In goes Marin, deep 1v5 is going to take out the Ash, going for that Graves. Looks like he will meet his maker.
He's got GA though.
Yeah, he does get that down there and comes back to life.
They just don't die.
Nobody dies at this point. They're just way too far ahead. That's going to be the second Nexus turret going down. Kind of just playing with their food at this point. Marin with a super dominant game on the Renekton. There's game number 1 going over to Afreeca.
That was such a sick game from the Freecs. I'm really happy for this team. The fact that they're able to show up consistently with this style, and they're able to basically dismantle the Freecs ever from the first blood onto Ambition. They just did not let go. Pressure in the lanes, moving together, the moves that Spirit was making in order to pick up, and he knows. He's got that smug little
He's
look.
got
He
the
knows
little
what
smug
happened.
smirk on. Marin knows exactly what was going on. And again, when you're talking about Samsung, you know, this is kind of a weak game that we saw from them. But again, it came down to that top pressure and the failed gank up in top. They still do have Haru in their pocket. If they do want to replace Ambition and bring him out here, I feel like that game wasn't entirely Ambition's fault, but just saying they have that available to them. We might see a replacement, a substitute coming in for game 2.
It is available, but I just think that Graves right now is not in the greatest position. The junglers really seem to be favoring more of a utility role right now. The Graves had been nerfed before. His power came from just having such an overwhelming amount of damage. Right now, he's no longer capable of dealing the same blows to a team, and so he does fall below on that tier list where you have Lee Sin and Elise being a little bit better. They're capable of always being relevant in the game, whereas a champion that's purely DPS like Graves or Kha'Zix, if they don't get the ball rolling, they're never going to do it.
Yeah, so I'd like to see them switch up their picks perhaps. And we're going to take a look at some of the replays. This was a big highlight for me. Tom Kent's coming on in here with a solo kill onto Ambition.
And this was after they burned the flash on Ambition. So good communication, knowing that he can just stroll in here, and he can do so because mid lane's pushing in. You see that Crown just barely peeked in, and just a poor time to be a jungler. It feels bad. It's just like basically the Syndra of top lane. That's what Renekton is. If you're a jungler and you're trying to gank this guy, unless you're pretty fed, you're most likely going to get turned and killed in exchange.
A nice follow-up here from Spirit, allowing Marin to go 1v2 for most of that, but coming up to clean up the kill. Here was the Desperation Baron from Samsung. You can see Ruler gets totally isolated on the left side. Nice steal from Spirit as well to pick that up.
I can respect the call, but I think that it's just not possible against the lineup that the Freecs have, that they're able to rotate just so quickly that maybe their chances would have been better off by looking for a pick or trying to wave clear. It's just a really tough position to be in, and you know, I can't really fault them too much for it. Had it worked, maybe it would have been a way to stall out the game, but overall it was just much cleaner play from the Freecs that Samsung was prepared for.
Yeah, and you were talking about Afreeca's understanding of their composition in the meta right now. It seemed like they almost baited Samsung into that move, and they responded pretty much perfectly, even without Caitlyn able to pick that up. And a nearly perfect game, just one kill going over to Samsung. And I'll say it again, can Afreeca do it again? Can they take a 2-0 or even just a 2-1? Can they replicate this performance just once for one day? That's the real question for me.
Well, we'll see soon enough, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, because there's 2 more matches.
Yes,
will happen.
It will happen inevitably, Crumbs. But as you guys can see, they're Renekton up in top, just left alone with that call, absolutely dominating Cuvée up in the top lane, and then the failed gank kind of added insult to injury. So that was the story of game number 1. We are going to go into a quick break before we go into game number 2 of Afreeca versus Samsung. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys, to the 2017 LCK Summer here at the Nexon Arena with Spo TV. We did just have the first game of Afreeca versus Samsung go especially favored in Afreeca's favor, so not sure what to expect from game 2.
It was a spanking, to say the least. It was so one-sided, but we have seen Freecs being able to do it, and are we allowed to let Freecs into our hearts? Perhaps so. Marin certainly has captured it for many years, and here's a nice little 1v2 there. Renekton just obliterating the jungler. Don't really stand the chance there when you're dealing with the crocodile. And
be careful before you set foot in the swamp, man.
It's the classic.
That's what I always say.
The classic line. We'll never let it die. Rocking with it. Wait, rock out with his croc out. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, Marin on that Renekton was really nice. I mean, they seemingly banned out a bunch of his top lane carry champions. We saw the Kennen banned out. We saw the Fiora banned out. He's like, that's okay. I'll just go on to the Croc. It doesn't matter for me.
And it was just perfect on the game plan that they wanted to have. Full on early game, transition into a good mid game that made sense, because when you control that top side of the map, it doesn't matter what wave clear you're running into the mid lane. Herald will obliterate that mid lane turret, and that was the critical point for me in this matchup. When they secured the Herald, they moved towards the mid lane, and when Crown got caught, that was just such a one-sided affair that it's really difficult to come back from in that situation, and really showing the good use of Herald and how maybe you have to draft a little bit more consciously around your solo laners in order to ensure that the Herald doesn't go one way and you pretty much lose mid-turret almost guaranteed every time that it's there.
Yeah, it seems like Afreeca had immense control during that game. There was a small lull in between, you know, they got the mid-tier 2 and then they kind of just weren't sure exactly what to do.
I'm not going to give them that. I think they played really well. It's hard when you're dealing with the wave clear. I think that they moved around well, transitioning their objectives when they push for that mid lane turret. I think we can criticize them because of how quick they accelerated the pace, that you're just like, well, I guess we took everything already. It's like one of those games, remember way back in the meta where there were the lane swaps and then you take an inhibitor at 3 minutes and you'd be like, well, or like 5 minutes, you'd be like, well, what do we do now? We already have everything we wanted. And so a stall ends up happening, but the game time lets us know that the game is simply artificially accelerated with how well they were playing the map.
Yeah, definitely an almost perfect game. Just one kill going over to Samsung, and that was about it. Crown himself going to do some meditation. You can see also that Ambition is still in the lineup. As I said before, I don't think it was necessarily his fault, but I was just saying if they wanted to go more aggressive onto the blue side, throw Haru in there instead, they did have that option. Decide against it, but it looks like we are going to be jumping into pick ban right away for game number 2.
And I just want to see either a Galio deny or a Galio ban. Just don't let Kuro have this champion. It really seems to be the pick that Freecs work with the best. And so by allowing that pick, it really just speaks to them going with the game plan that has worked for them really well so far. But the Lee Sin will be the denial pick from Spirit. And you might see Afreeca go for an Elise ban, just knocking down those early power junglers. And we might get stranded with Graves, Olaf, or Kha'Zix, which aren't quite as exciting, at least for me, in the sense of a jungler, as what they provide is almost exclusively damage.
Yeah. It's funny how many times we see Zyra banned against Core JJ. Actually, Samsung has 29% of the bans against them is the support place. And I think that is almost all the time because he always gets the Zyra ban. And even on red side, that is going to be banned out. Samsung, funnily enough, is going to take away the Elise.
And it might just mean that they're thinking about taking Galio for themselves at this point, to make sure that they don't trade a Galio for a powerful jungler and they don't get one in return. And with the Zac being taken away, I think you can almost all expect this pick coming now. Kennen is still available, but oh, really? The Karma does get to be the pick, and this is a flex. Crown had a lot of success with this one in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I actually think this might just be a Karma mid, because if Freecs go ahead and take the Galio for themselves, Karma does have enough wave clear early on to mitigate the pressure that Galio has. She can get away from him relatively easily, and so the pick, I like it. I've yet to see it in action, but it does offer an interesting game plan to try to counter the Galio and not have to necessarily ban it.
I don't know, though. We were talking about how strong this Galio pick is in mid, and you can see immediately Afreeca's like, okay, you're just going to give us the Galio.
It's strong mid for Kuro. I think we can see worldwide some players, like we saw Faker on Galio. You know, you want to have him carry. Or over in North America, Bjergsen on Galio, come on. Like you need to
come on, guys.
The picks have to match the player. If you don't mix and if you mix and match and you start getting a little fancy, then it almost never works out. But the Ashe and Galio, so trying to repeat what they went for in the last game, they're not going to have the Lee Sin this time around, so you might expect maybe an Olaf pick coming out of Spirit this time around, as it would synergize very well with the heavy crowd control that so far they've locked down.
Yeah, especially with the Gragas pick to follow up. And we do see Ruler jumping on to this Varus right now. They tried to use the Ashe in the last game. It does get taken away from them by the Afreeca, who snatched that up as soon as they possibly could. And what will be the final pick here before we do go into the second phase of banning? Afreeca going down to the wire, and oh, they're thinking about this Graves. And Graves will be picked up.
Graves or Olaf interchangeable at this point, just because they have enough crowd control that's easy to land early on. So it makes more sense at the time that Samsung run it around. But the next phase of the draft has to be really cautious for both of these teams. Samsung don't have two flex picks, with Karma capable of going into the mid and support, whereas you have Gragas that can go jungle and top. And so they have to get careful not to psych themselves out and go into kind of a overthinking their draft and end up with a composition that's poor, and Afreeca have to respect the possibility of the double flex and pick accordingly. So they'll have to go with just very safe, standard lanes all around in order to not get surprised by any potential counter picks.
Yeah, well, looking at the the top lane so far, we do see the Renekton ban from Samsung. You know, the Gragas could be in the jungle for Ambition, but if they really want to, Afreeca, they can pick that top lane last. So we are going to see the Fiora banned out here as well. The Cannon's still available.
Yeah, the Cannon, we did see the answer of Cannon be tried by Huni with the Lucian top. It would actually make sense with this composition, especially if they end up putting Karma in the mid lane and Gragas in the jungle. But the Cannon that Marin ran last time in Game 2, specifically on red side after Perfect Gaming KT, was quite underwhelming. I wasn't too keen
on
the full AP build on Kennen. There's a reason why Kennen is not seen as your crazy AP carry right now. Remember that the damage on the ultimate got kind of loaded towards the back end of it, and so realistically for a Kennen to get the full channel onto any target is quite unlikely, and it will just be the Gragas in the jungle and support Karma, one of Core JJ's best support, and just the Victor with a revisit and Cuve's most played top laner so far with the Kled, and seemingly the kind of guy spearheading the charge in this innovative pick. Well, relatively innovative pick.
So I got to take a look here at the final pick. It will be the Tom Kench potentially for Afreeca, being hovered down to the wire. They switched to Nami at the last second.
Yeah, had they gone with the Tom Kench, they would have almost certainly lost bottom lane, with Tom Kench Ashe dealing with the heavy push from Karma and Varus. So by keeping the Nami, they can at least try to stay even in this bottom lane, or even have a pressure of pushing as well as even kill pressure and setting up nicely. So I much prefer this pick this time around, but they are in a lot of danger.
Look at the Galio stats there. Average for Galio, KDA is 7.1. LCK mids, outside of that, is 3.9. So yeah. Galio, definitely a gigantic pick right now for the mid lane.
To be fair, it's so easy to keep a KDA when you just don't die.
Just don't die. I mean, you were talking about before how Galio actually doesn't really have pressure.
This is going to be like a history lesson, because way back, way back, when the ROX Tigers were kind of in their stint of just being one of the best teams in the world, Kuro was actually one of the few players to innovate tanks into the mid lane. I think he was running Sion in the mid lane. Maybe we even saw some games of Nautilus mid. So it's a team that has definitely a player that has tried to go with this style, and it never really fit the meta up until now, where it really seems that Riot Balance team has just said, Kuro, it's your time to shine, my man.
We've got the champ for you. His name is Galio.
Exactly. We'll give you a chance. And so the fact that he keeps playing this pick means that it really fits with the style that he's been trying to reach for a couple of years back. And curious to see what they'll try this time around, as their early game prowess is not quite that strong. And what is that Kennen skin?
I think I've seen that before.
It looks like a cartoon.
It says Pokemon Bolt, like 100 bolts or something like that.
Sonic
Either way, guys, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 right away. This time Afreeca on red, Samsung on blue. Let's jump into it. Huge cheers from the crowd for Samsung. They want them to come back here. And Kive once again onto that Kled. He has been pretty successful on that so far. Kive wasn't really known for playing those carry tops, but coming into Summer seems like he's brought a couple of these carry tops back into his champion pool.
And what's interesting about him playing Kled is that he even cited that he doesn't consider himself one of the best Kleds by any means. In fact, some fans have coined him as kind of the best Kledding in LCK, but well, not a whole lot of people are playing it.
He's like the only Kled in LCK.
But he cites a solo queue player as the guy that he's been taking notes from. And that's just a reminder that, you know, you might be a solo queue player, but your mechanics, your ability to play the game is still capable of being translated into pro play. And it's always cool to see when pros are learning from solo queue players that are one-trick ponies. Those are really the ones that can really just show you the intricacies of champions that, as a pro, you just never have the time to dive into and master.
Yeah, you got to be picking other stuff that are more well-suited to the meta, you know, play enough Gragas top, so you might know how to play that, but you won't know too much how to play onto this Kled.
You know what's talking about. You know what's who Kled counters the hardest?
Who's that?
Volibear.
Volibear.
Bear trap on the rope.
Reel that bear back in. When are we going to have a Volibear back
Annie.
In LCK? Annie, you just steal Tibbers.
Steal the bear. No bears allowed. But just a mirror in this match, and oh, this is not going to benefit Samsung a whole lot, as Marin's going to get a freebie in this laning phase because he knows that the jungler is on his side, but he also knows that Ambition will be so far away from his lane, so you can expect the top side of the map from the Freecs to just really be getting advantages, while the bottom lane from Samsung has to be playing much more aggressive as you see them now, because they have Gragas on their side, and they are taking full advantage of this with some pretty heavy trading.
Tucson taking a bit of damage. No summoners come out just yet. Nice follow-up there from Ruler. They definitely will have that pressure since they both hit level 2. And they're just pushing this one in.
But they have so much regen. You've got D-Shield, you've got Nami. One of the perks about Nami is that you can afford to take these really serious trades early on and then just regen not only with your biscuits, but then your heals that you'll eventually be maxing out. So overall, I think Afreeca is happy with this, as the chances of them getting dove this early are pretty minimal.
Do you see both the junglers trading the sides of the jungle? They're doing the vertical jungling, but it seems like Spirit on the Graves was actually able to go faster and farm out all that stuff. He also left one small wolf, whereas Ambition actually took all the wolves.
It's the perks of playing Graves, just such a heavy wave clear, and this is when you can expect an advantage coming out into the top side, as we just got a glimpse of the wave, and it is pushing back towards Marin, so he has the option of freezing this wave if he wants to, and he will get an advantage. But there he is, zoning out Cuve as best as he can, most likely just farming with his bear traps on the rope. What a name. What a name.
Bear trap on the ropes. Ooh, nice trading here from Kuro. Crown taking a nice chunk of damage. Kuro was able to teleport back into the lane.
But it's just the least exciting, because you know there's no tricks up Galio's sleeves. He's the most honest mid laner. He's never going to kill you unless you really let him. You know his play pattern.
All of his moves are very obvious too.
Exactly, right? He literally channels charges to you. The taunt is a channel. Yeah. The ultimate is a channel. It's really telegraphed.
He's very showy. Him and Rakan would get along quite well. As Kive gonna hop off. It's just a bit of trading. It seems Marin still has some nice control here in the top lane. Has that ward down now. Looks like he wants to push it on in, as Kive is going to back and probably teleport into the lane. Oh, trying to delay that does not.
That would have been huge, actually, had he gotten that. So the minion just really playing to Cuve's advantage there.
See, we're back here watching the mid lane, but nothing's going to happen. Like, they're just both going to farm up, and there will not be any kills. Kind of interesting to see Kuro is ahead about 7 CS already in the mid lane. I think the teleport definitely helped him out there.
But Spirit playing topside here to the solo lanes will likely benefit the Freecs, as they have pressure in the lanes, at least topside. But Marin hasn't based just yet. Oh, so this could be an ill-advised engage. Nice steal on it, but Kled is behind him, and so Marin will have to cancel his recall to ensure that his jungler can get out safely.
Yeah, Marin's still sitting on that call, farming up quite nicely. QV isn't getting too far behind. But Marin, obviously, with the call, will be in a nice position. Not too much action that we've had in this game. We do see that Afreeca is ahead about 200 gold. Very minimal at this point.
The advantages are minimal, but it's clear what they're trying to do to really split the map. And what Ambition has to go for it. Oh, nice little cheeky damage, but he just charges and gets away. Just so tanky. Such an annoying champion, man. I laned against it for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
Did not enjoy it.
It's not a very enjoyable lane. I think it's boring to watch, boring to play against. Annoying to play against, too, because he has no kill pressure. You have no kill pressure. Unless someone messes up big time.
Hey, man, don't hate on the pick. He has feelings, too.
Does he really? The Galio.
I'd hope so.
Friendly Gargoyle. See, we're taking a look at this trade, but...
Yeah, you know he's not going to kill him.
Yeah.
It's not like a Syndra where out of nowhere it's like, I'll press R and delete. Control R, delete.
Yeah, nice to see Cinder being banned twice in a row. Still undefeated here.
Spirit is level 6, but there is no kill pressure onto Galio either, because you just know he can just walk away.
Picking up the Dark Seal even. A very nice item to actually get. The bubble does land onto Ruler as the crowd goes wild. But yeah, I mean, he picks up that Dark Seal. We looked at the KDA of Galio. It's so good because he doesn't die, because he's so tanky. So if you can slowly build up stacks and not lose them, I think it's a nice little item to add into your rotation.
It's the perfect fit because he never really has to build AP. You don't build AP on this champion, so you ensure that with the KDA that you're guaranteed to have by staying alive, you're building up a little bit of extra damage while maintaining your tankiness. So you don't have to invest in a lot of AP, and you still get the benefit of just crazy base damages while your build does not get impacted too much.
Yeah, it's really cool. Kuro seems to have figured out this Galio quite nicely so far. By the way, the blue is going to be taken away from Victor here in the mid lane. Might make things a little bit harder to push back against the Galio.
Just great control there. You see that Ashe and Nami are moving towards their own blue buff to ensure that they don't lose their blue buff. And Ambition just keeps trying to take this side of the map that the Freecs are trying to control, but without scouting that control ward, it's just not going to amount to anything. And I really like this style that we're seeing from the Freecs, one of the teams that really seems to be trying to identify the meta that they want to play, which is play to the solo lanes. And you would have said this before about this team anyways, because of the players that they have, Kuro, Marin, Spirit, you'd expect play to revolve around them as opposed to Kramer and Tucson. But now that the meta really favors these picks, as well as Herald being such an instrumental pick in killing mid lane, then it really just seems to be going their way. And even though the CS advantages aren't there, they're getting chip damage on turrets, they're denying blue buffs, and slowly but surely, it will amount to something.
Eventually. Hopefully. I hope so,
Soon
Crumbs.
TM.
Can only stand the passivity for long enough. Ruler's sitting on a ward right now. Doesn't seem that he knows it, but Corday was making his way up into mid lane, trying to clear out some of that vision. So Ruler just alone by himself, playing very passively, just farming with the piercing arrow.
Not a whole lot happening. There are no TP wards that can be crazily used by any of these teams to surprise anybody, even though Cube and Kuro do have theirs available. And so the blue buff will be given to Kuro this time around, as Spirit did deny the first iteration of it. And with this blue buff,
oh, ooh,
nice,
almost
okay.
stolen away. Good control there by Kuro.
That was blind. They did see it get started, but they never really saw the HP in the brush. So that would have been a really big steal, as the pressure on mid lane can mean objectives being taken, especially this dragon. Even though it is a cloud dragon, it's really the only thing that can be available right now. You don't have crazy kill pressure onto Kled. Onto the mid lane, obviously, it's a lot harder with Graves and Gallia, as the cleanse is very much the tool that will get you out of any sticky situation, whereas Lee Sin has the opportunity of going for an insect kick on you. He has enough damage to solo you out from further away than the Graves does, and so the objective game, unfortunately, is relegated to one of the worst dragons at this time.
Yeah, definitely part of the reason we don't see too much action here. Even Ambition just walks on by it. He's like, no, why would I ever go near that Drake?
Slips out like butter, but he does get scouted out by the initial ward behind it. Clears that one out.
Kuro very confidently in between the jungle and mid, and Spirit is going to join up here. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. There is the burst damage. Easy first blood for Afreeca. There's the heroic entrance. He will get the knockup. Lots of damage coming onto Spirit, but he will get a double kill. As they do trade kills onto Spirit, he does go down. Kuro getting a bit low as Kled makes his way down. Tushin trying to roam into mid along with CoreJJ. Looks like Cuvee wants to dive. Will he get the kill? There's the tidal wave, and he does dodge it as he hops off Scarl and makes his way out with the flash.
Cuve's violent tendencies pay off there, just being able to collapse with his ultimate. Just really great turnaround. What initially looked like a just Ambition move getting completely caught out is salvaged by the rest of the team. So much damage coming out from Crown, and a fantastic roam there from the Kled. We'll take another look right there. Just deleted right away. Q, knock up.
Right up against the wall.
Maybe the ultimate wasn't even needed, who knows, but so much damage there from Crown that is able to nearly solo out the Graves. But the Kled damage, the physical damage at this point in the game when you're dealing with a Galio who's still a magic resistance tank, just can't stand up to the physical percentage HP from this Kled.
And the teleport from Marin was so close to getting off cooldown. That must have been about 10, 15 seconds left. I was taking a look after the fight. I'm like, why didn't Maro TP down? But Marin, rather, he did not have an up. So unfortunate that he could not come in and help out his team.
Well, he does have the teleport now, so Freecs are in a better position to start making moves on this map. However, there are no crazy wards for this. Cuvee, he does have Merc Tread, so Kennen might be tougher, and the teleport advantage does benefit the fact that he is going AP.
There's the stun.
He's trying to get him to go on to him, but he's not falling for it.
Spirit even delaying that recall, but
he knows he's in danger. He knows that Graves is nowhere to be found, or at least in the top side of the map, because Ambition's roaming blue side. And so he has no reason to play up. Because they didn't find Graves there, you can always just infer that the vision tells you that Graves has to be in the opposite side of the map, as he has been trying to split the map pretty much all game long.
My question is, will Crown get a blue buff in this game? It's sitting there, it's waiting, but no moves towards it just yet.
Well, even without blue buff, he's still at a pretty decent pace in his CS. 126 so far. Doesn't really matter that he has a 10 CS advantage over mid lane. That's not much of a crazy thing to go home about. So in the meantime, we still see vision for the river and bottom side for Samsung and Freecs. While they're moving to the bottom side, they have to be aware that Kled is kind of going me and can roam as he's moving himself towards the river, perhaps securing the Scuttle Crab.
Oh, some plays down here. Can he land the cast? There it is. Should be an easy follow-up. Galio's going to get there too late as Samsung do pick up another kill in the bot lane.
And they're comfortable doing this. Even though they don't have the teleport advantage, Crown is already there. So the fact that they can react sooner means that they can mitigate the idea that teleport would result in a collapse. And there are no wards behind them anyway. So the double control wards really paying off for Samsung, allowing them to bypass the teleport move that normally would be countered. And they're able to pick up a free kill onto the Nami, who had previously burned her flash, and as such is just a sitting sashimi.
Poor little fish. Not even cooked up.
Well, that's the best way to have fish.
Not my opinion, Crumbs. Either way, this is the kill here. The follow-up. Nice job from Ruler to start off that engage, and Tushin was just dead meat.
I know, raw food, man. Raw is the way to go.
Well, we had some discussion about all the different raw foods that are available over here in Asia. They had raw horse meat, I think was one of them, raw chicken as well.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one. I'm okay without diseases.
Yeah. I just got to get used to eating that stuff. I've been getting back into sushi, but the sashimi for me is still a little bit hard.
Speaking of hard, it seems like hitting the bear trap on the rope on Marin. Not the easiest thing to do when you're dealing with such a small character model that also happens to be a ninja who harnesses the power of lightning.
No. Slips right through Marin. Doesn't even see it. Kive for most of this lane has just been trying to farm with that bear trap on a rope.
But it's impressive that he's kept up in such a close pace, even though he participated in that fight in the mid lane, and still only 15 CS down for a lane that you would have expected to go a little bit further in Marin's way. And that's just the power of farming from far, the Doran shield, and Marin's build being a little bit greedier than most with the cold start. So he probably still even in gold just because of the 1 kill and 1 assist, kind of evening out on the value of that coal and a little bit of CS.
It's kind of interesting how that feels up into the top lane. If you get a little bit too close, Kled can always engage onto you, especially after a bit of time, as Marin tries to re-engage with that Proto Belt. By the way, he is going back into what looks like AP Cannon. So we weren't too impressed the first time we saw this, but it seems like this is the new build for Marin up in top.
That's to flash the bubble. Galio does have his ultimate ready to collapse if anything were to happen to Spirit here. And still no wards for Marin to TP to, so the cannon, the AP cannon, not capable of assisting the team just yet, so Afreeca will really need to take advantage of some lane's pressure, preferably the mid lane by now, as you can see, and try to get some deep warding so that they can really make use of this cannon build.
Taunt comes down, no follow-up bubble, just a bit of trading here, as we are just going to sail on in, very relaxed into the mid-game.
Oh yeah, that's a 2-0 win going here right now, just super calm, and you're practically pumping your own sail at this rate.
Pretty much. Finally, we do have some action here towards the Drake.
They did get the ward behind the dragon, which is at least better than no ward, and not really the craziest teleport place to go to, but a poor attempt at starting that dragon, and so the Freecs feel a little bit anxious in this match compared to the power that they had last time around. I think it's just a matter of what you can do with your jungler. A champion like Graves doesn't offer a whole lot on his own.
Also, the other part of it is they don't want to take too big of a risk just to get a Cloud Drake. If it was an Infernal, a Mountain, maybe they would pressure more towards it, at least try to, you know, set up some kind of engage that would be favorable for them. But finally, it looks like perhaps Samsung will be getting this Cloud Drake, as Afreeca seems to have given that up. No, they stop it. Okay, never mind.
Cloud Drake is needs no mana. She belongs to nobody, because nobody seems to have any ability to really secure this objective. The Vision Wars really make it difficult to start it around, and even though the objective doesn't mean much, it's kind of the only thing they can fight for right now. No kill pressure in mid, no kill pressure in top, as the junglers would most likely not be able to secure these kills onto the relatively easy to get away from ganks of Kennen and Kled.
Seeing some trading up in top lane. Marin doing a nice job fighting back.
Finally someone thought that they get scouted. Oh man, just a lull. Yeah, we're in a trance here.
Yeah. Sit back, relax, guys. Maybe go make some popcorn. As things will definitely, I think when things heat up, it will heat up very fast. And we should have a lot of action very fast, because we're already here at 19 minutes. No one has even gone for the Rift Herald. I mean, once Baron gets on the map, we should have a big fight. Okay, here we go. There's going to be the flash. Core JJ will dodge a lot, and Ambition is waiting there in the brush. But here comes Galio, the heroic entrance to teleport Indo from Cube. Will Spirit go down? He will. Kuro trying to dodge, or rather go very deep onto the Ruler, who is extremely low, almost snipes him down. Not quite going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, Crown just chilling in mid.
The backwards collateral damage gets Spirit further deeper into the enemy line, so he has to flash out and ends up dying. The 1 kill going their way, but mid lane goes to Samsung's way after all this, so they're able to claim first brick, and this is exactly what Samsung wants. The fact that mid laner was cracked on a one-on-one basis, and it all goes to Crown. The wave clear that previously was hurt by Herald being up, she's no longer alive. You no longer have to worry about her.
Definitely advantageous here for Samsung. I mean, they're getting this Victor extremely fed. Even going to steal the red buff cheekily here. You can see Marin is coming in, but a little bit too late. And gets all of that first blood turret gold, all of the farm.
And red buff on mages now is actually, on pretty much anybody, is actually really good because it regens you. So when you're out of combat, it goes for the regen. But we'll take another look at the replay. Spirit opens up with the arrow, and the tidal wave both miss. But oh, Spirit here gets knocked into the team, but back, like, that's the wrong way.
He's trying to just burst down Ruler, obviously, but just not quite enough damage comes out.
I mean, alternatively, you can flash over and hit the other way, but...
Meanwhile, in live, you can see, oh, the collateral damage. This time it's on point. Nicely done by Spirit, but there's the counter engage, a double kill for Crown as they line them up. This could be a triple even. No, they're going to give that kill over to Ambition. The assist does go to Crown, as finally this Victor has shown up in this game.
Oh, he got that red buff, he got the Void Staff, and he's just so spiked right now. It's nearly impossible to take a fight against him right now if you're not destroying him immediately. His ability to unload damage immediately is just so strong, and that's one of the perks about Victor. Just one of the strongest burst champions, one of the few champions that, oddly enough, can engage with just damage, and you don't really see that too often.
Yeah, didn't really get to see the beginning of that fight, so I'd like to get another replay on that. Oh, they're going on Takuro. Crown's coming down, and you were talking about that huge burst damage. They just need to lock him down. Cuvee takes him out alone. Not even an assist going over to Crown, so Cuvee could have done that by himself.
It's those violent tendencies on Kled. His ability to deal % damage and shred tanks is just so strong, and when you're dealing with a Galio that isn't fully built to deal with physical damage carries, then he just struggles so much, so he practically gets soloed out under the turret. But now Marin is the target, and he doesn't have vision just yet, and Crown does have flash, so he might just, he hits
it. Bear Trap on a rope is going to lock him down, and there's the burst damage. No chance at all as he gets burst down underneath that turret. That's 2 kills for Samsung down there, and things are beginning to spiral out of control.
The solo lanes from Samsung doing so much work here. They're going to be able to turn this into that first brick bottom lane, but still, the Cloud Dragon has yet to be touched. Just still waiting for somebody to pay attention.
She's been touched, but she hasn't been taken by either team. That's for sure. Poor Cloud Drake.
No. Oh, man. The wording. Phrasing on that.
It's okay.
Touched, not taken.
Yep.
Wow, that's a great dating profile and bio right there. Touched, not taken.
Poor Cloud Drake. I mean, she just wants to be replaced by someone else. So this is how this fight begins, as Marin, he tries to engage onto Ruler, and eventually it does come out with a nice collateral damage snipe from Spirit, just barely catching him on the edge. But once Crown comes in, this fight was immediately over. Look at that.
And they committed everything to try to go for the Varus and then the Gragas. So by the time that Victor gets there, when you don't have anybody that can just jump onto this hard carry, it becomes really difficult to deal with. And that's why last game, Victor had to play so much more respectful when you have to not only worry about Galio, but you have to be careful about Lee Sin. But when you have a Graves whose gank path or damage and play pattern is just so obvious and not really capable of taking you down before you can, then he has so much more freedom to play as aggressive as he wants to. And with the advantage that he has, it's really damn aggressive.
Well, we have another turret taken out here, the last Tier 1 turret for Samsung. And we've seen Samsung, when they're on blue side, the incredible control they have of the red side jungle of their opponents when they try to bait the Baron is just amazing. And I can't wait to see what they do here, especially with the Victor pushing down mid super fast. And Afreeca, it seems like they're in a really rough spot, already 6,000 gold behind.
Yeah, Samsung is one of the most impressive Baron teams so far, and they're finally just going to say, let's take this gamble and see what comes next. Because they don't really want this Cloud Dragon, but with the advantage that they want, if they can get lucky and get a good Dragon, nope.
This is like, I feel like every time we cast, we never get these exciting dragons. It's always Cloud.
Don't read into it, man. Don't tell me more.
It's so unfortunate. I think we've seen one Mountain Drake.
Yeah, we had a Mountain Drake last game. We've had some Infernals, but so far no dragons that have been game deciding.
So, Crown sitting on this ward. Okay, there he goes. Was waiting for the cooldown on a sweeper.
And yeah, that triple sweeper from Samsung means that it's a really intelligent itemization, because normally you'd see mid laners go with the blue trinkets. Gallia is going with the yellow this time around, but blue really helps a lot. But when you're against two flankers like Galio and Kennen, making sure that there are no wards around you is going to be infinitely more valuable than seeing them. Because if you group up and they come at you straight ahead, they know they can win the fight. But whereas Afreeca's win condition here has to be surprise Samsung. Go from behind, try to get onto the backline and eliminate Crown and Ruler as quickly as possible. But if they can't find wards and they keep getting killed by the triple sweeper and endless control wards, and they'll always have to fight in a way that will always benefit Samsung and such that they are always going to feel comfortable taking fights because they're going to be on their own terms.
Look at the positioning from everybody on this Samsung team. Only Kled is down in bot. Might even get a solo kill on Tamar, and this is just incredible amounts of damage coming out from this Kled. The stun comes out, but there it is. The charge underneath the turret will get that very easy solo kill. Marin just overestimating on this AP Kennen. And once again, not very impressive, Crumbs.
Yeah, we saw it coming before an arrow gets used onto the Baron. That's just a sign that the control that Samsung has on this match is insane, as arrow has to be used as a scouting tool. So Afreeca have to group up and give up CS left, right, and center to try to reestablish vision in the Baron side so that they don't bleed out on the objective that will surely be their demise. This is actually close to a perfect game too. Three kills only for Samsung. So both these teams seemingly having offense fully charged in their charts, but the defense factor just not there.
Yeah. Look at how clean this is from Samsung. Anytime a ward gets placed down, they take it out. They sweep it out with their triple sweeper. Anytime one of their control wards gets sweeped, they place another one. Corjay, I think he had like 3 or 4 control wards going into, from the last time he backed, and still, there's barely any vision from Afreeca on that red side jungle. They decide to go for the Baron. The second the Hawk shot comes out, they say, no, we're not taking a chance. We're just not going to go for it, if you guys know.
And it just puts so much pressure onto Afreeca here, as they have to constantly be checking that side of the map and giving up kills or giving up CS, giving up jungle camps that just only grow Samsung's lead further. That is already at 7,000 in under 30 minutes. A lead that you only really expect out of the lower teams, and it seems like both these teams are capable of making each other look like lower teams, even though they're clearly not.
Liking the blue side so far.
Yeah, blue side really seems to have a whole lot of power, but I think that so far the sample size is a little bit too small. We still have to wait a little bit until these compositions make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I think I saw a post on Reddit about ULCS was like 68% in favor of blue side, but again, it was after week 1. So as you're saying, we need more time to see exactly what's going on here.
I think universally blue side has been favored pretty much forever.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to try to engage. They see Spirit on a ward. There's the flash charge on in, and this guy is absolutely dead. Kuro tries to come in and be very heroic, but not really going to work out. So they get the pick onto the jungler. Wouldn't be surprised if they immediately go for that Baron.
Gotta say, a bit sloppy there from Spirit, as Ambition went for the auto attack in between the combo. He did have the opportunity to flash over, and as the jungler dies, this means that it's an easy Baron to secure. They have the option of completing or churning, but there are no Chains of Corruption available.
Yeah, they are going to get back onto that backline. The 4-man taunt, a big tidal wave. Cuvée eating a lot of damage. Do they have enough follow-up, though? Big redemption. The arrow is going to hit, actually, CoreJJ in the backline. They're trying to go. Oh. Here comes that AP Kennen with the huge slicing Maelstrom. Isn't enough damage, though. Doesn't really look like it. They're making it pretty close. Ruler will finally take out that kill, and down goes Kramer at the end of it all. They make it really interesting, a very close fight, but Samsung will come out ahead.
And Kuro went in and tried to zone the entire team, but the key factor here was Samsung, or was the gravity field, and Kled being the front line, just absorbing so much damage, buying so much time for Samsung to just chunk out Kuro and really mitigate that tankiness that Galio has. And because of those moves, it made the fight so much easier. And we'll take another look right here. Take another look at Kled and the gravity field. There's nobody there to come in. You just can't push forward when you're dealing with the front line that Samsung has played so far. They're really good positioning from their carries, being in the back line, but the Kennen here.
This
flashes out of the gravity, or the Chaos Storm, and the exhaust just allows them to survive. Otherwise, they would have just gone down really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned the exhaust, because a lot of times these support players, they don't really get that favor, but we actually have another engage in live. It looks like Spirit this time will flash.
But that exhaust is actually the reason why AP cannon right now is not so strong. If the exhaust came out right away, which is nearly impossible because of how quickly Marin played it, the damage that normally would have been in the initial burst of cannon would have taken out everybody. But because it's in the later half of the ultimate, it means that you can have time to hit the exhaust and really slow down the crazy ramp up of the damage. And so a really good move from CoreJJ to scout that out, that you wouldn't have expected Marin to flash that aggressively when the Chaos Storm took him to under half.
Well, when you're sitting on the Andres, Void Staff, Proto Belts, you do have a lot of damage, but as we said, it's backloaded this time. There is counterplay available, and that's exactly what we saw. You can kind of see the idea out of the composition, especially with the Galio. If you can taunt up like 3 members even, that's a huge amount of burst damage and time that you allow for this AP cannon to get into that backline and get that Slicing Maelstrom in, but so far we haven't seen it perfectly executed.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pipe dream. There's too many moving parts that they have to keep track of.
Yeah.
Not only does their execution have to be great, and Kramer and Spirit have to be able to follow up because of abilities like Gragas Cask or the exhaust to really slow down cannon, but then you have to be aware of, is Karma's movement speed going to get them out of range? Is Gragas' body block or gravity field going to be too much to get past? And is Kledge is going to be able to soak up so much of the damage that should be following up that the initial CC just doesn't go through? And now Marin has to have that flash once again before they can look for another fight that could be the perfect fight that the Freecs are looking for.
You were talking about that pipe dream. I mean, it's not even just only Cannon Galio. It's also the Tidal Wave from the Nami. It's the Engage from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's the big AoE burst damage out of Graves. If they could line everything up, it sounds like a sick comp on paper, but we haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks.
It's not as easy to execute as the most famous Wombo combo that was the Curse of the Bullet Time, I think was the name. The Sad Bullet Time.
Oh, with a Mumu MF?
Yeah, yes, the Mumu Misfortune. That one's a piece of cake.
Oh, yeah. Well, Spirit's getting engaged upon again. This time he will survive. He doesn't have his flash. Again, Samsung, whenever they have control, whenever they're ahead on blue side, it's basically just the fight for vision, the fight for picks.
And the only ward that the Freecs can really claim some pride to is that one on the outside of the Baron pit. That's the only ward that hasn't been cleared yet. That if Samsung were to go around and enter the Baron pit through the river, they would be able to scout it out. But if they choose to go through the Blast Cone, then it's really not going to work. So the Blast Cone does get popped there by Crown, and Freecs still moving forward, as now that the carries are Mia, they have to be careful of Baron being started, as it already is.
Afreeca, they're coming on in here. They do sniff this out. Oh boy, huge amount of burst damage onto Spirit, who's just backing away. There's the TP though, they want to engage. Does get canceled though, so Samsung going to re-engage onto this Baron. Can Spirit get into position in time? There's the engage onto Kuro. They are going to move off this. The Tidal Wave totally misses. Galio all alone. Still not taking too much damage. Finally, this might be enough. He's still alive. Okay, finally he goes down. And they do get that pick. They had to use a bunch of stuff to take him out, though.
Yeah, but all that's... Oh, nice engage.
Ooh, huge counter engage there. Kramer is going to be burst down here. The Redemption comes in. He's actually fighting toe-to-toe. Almost takes out CoreJJ. But does get taken out, and well, Samsung, they have a couple of very low members. Cuvée could jump onto that Skarl though very soon, and it looks like they are going to re-engage onto the Baron.
Just not quite enough. Marin does have flash if he really wants to get fancy here, but that would just be a risk. Spirit looking for a steal, but he doesn't have flash, so it's going to be a really tall order for him.
Doesn't have collateral damage either.
Has to be coordinated with Marin going in if they really fancy this.
Oh, they're jumping over the wall. Ruler's going 1v2 right now to zone them out. Here comes Marin, though, going 1v4. There's the exhaust. He is going to be CC'd down, and a double kill goes over to Ruler over the top of this. That's going to be an ace for Samsung and the Baron.
Great move by Ruler there, knowing that nobody else has the tools to deal with the Graves from going in. Gragas being the smite, and the only really reliable CC would have to have gone over the wall. So he says, I'm going to do it myself. Flashes over, takes on the 1v2, and he has heals still to both. So just knowing the limits of his champion, and secures the Baron for his team.
Really nice play there from all of Samsung. They finally get the Baron. This is the play from Roller. We're going to see him go 1v2. As you were saying, didn't even have to use that heal. Marin tries to go 1v4. Not able to steal the Baron. Just gets exhausted down and looks totally useless.
And this 1-3-1 is going to be real tough for the Freecs to deal with, as you see. Gragas and Victor topside QSS. No big deal.
Easy peasy.
Rotating now to control 2 lanes. Trying to take down this tier 2. But the thing is, when you have this wombo comp from Freecs,
Uh-oh, Crown really going too aggressive. Forced to use his flash to safety over the wall.
But a good chunking. There's no heals left on Samsung to keep Victor alive for this push. So if they choose to stay, he's going to have to play really far back. Otherwise, he's going to be in danger. But he has red buff on his side now, so it's actually going to not matter at all, as the red buff regen is going to be easily capable of getting him back to full HP.
The big team Karma Shield. Kuro does have flash. He's always threatening the taunt flash. Marin, he's going to get out of position. There's a huge heroic entrance. Doesn't seem to matter, as Victor, Crown here going legendary in this match. They're looking to continue pushing mid. Okay, they decide against it. They might want to go bot, as there is a pretty big wave down there, and they should be able to easily take out this inhibitor.
Just secure bottom inhibitor, and then it becomes just doing the steps that have always been done. Recall after this and go straight to the top side of the map. So Samsung
following the playbook.
Exactly, right? You read it a million times, and instead they still have 30 seconds onto Marin. But this could be the engage that Afreeca would want, as teleport is available onto Marin, and there is a ward in the red buff. You see the pings going down, so we know what Afreeca is going to try to do in the next 20 seconds. So if they if they can stall out this wave long enough, their idea might result in a teamfight win, as Crown no longer has flash. 10 seconds onto Marin.
They still have the flash here from Kuro when he eventually decides to flash taunts. Is Marin going to come out? Okay. Nami just disappears, as Tushin getting a little bit out of position, and their dreams of any kind of engage seem to go down the drain.
Just no patience there from Afreeca Freecs. They could have waited just a couple of seconds longer, and they could have had a chance. In the end, the fact that Tushin goes down keeps them at a man disadvantage, and so Samsung take 1 Baron, and the game is over from just that one play.
Yep, there we go. This is going to be all tied up 1-1. Afreeca is trying to re-engage here. Galio, he looks really...
It's the really commanding victory for Samsung this time around. 6 kills given, but no turrets, no dragons, so full objective control for them, and Crown just having such a great game. Ever since that dive into the bottom lane, he was able to secure the extra gold for that first brick, went to the top side, and when those kills go to Crown, the best Victor out there, it's pretty hard to deal with, considering that you have nobody that can really pinpoint him and then take him out when he has just so much shields and body lines to protect him.
He finished the game at 9-1-7, and this is what happens when his Victor gets out of control. It's not a champion that you can really ban out. He has so many other champions that he can pick. He's got Orianna, Talia, Syndra. You got to ban out some of those higher tier picks. You're never going to get to a point where you're banning out enough mids to eventually get to Victor. And so they just got to play around it. That game, they weren't quite able to.
Exactly. The Talia and Orianna have been banned in the first 2 games, and now they have to really reassess. He's really thinking, maybe the build's not good. Maybe AP Kennen wasn't the way to go.
Yes, please. Kennen will go down to 2-5 on the stats. Also, Graves down to 3-9 after today, taking 2 losses so far.
It's the junglers, man. You have to bring some sort of utility. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Against the weaker teams, you can get away with it, but you really need to be expecting some sort of value that's not just damage coming out from the jungle. Meta has evolved that you really need to be bringing something, and Samsung recognized it and put ambition onto a Gragas, whereas you could have thought the Graves would be revisited, or maybe even the Olaf, and this is one of the best kills in the bottom lane. As Nami had burned her flash, easy peasy. They also get the heroic entrance as a result, so lots of value from that play, and that's when Afreeca had the teleport advantage, so good move from Samsung.
This was cool here. Cortete, he dodges all the CC, and the TP comes in, and Spirit, he's trying to go way too deep with the opposite direction on the collateral damage, trying to burst down Ruler, does get taken out. And this is when Crown took the mid lane turret, and then came over here and got a double kill, and that's when everything got out of control.
Cannon ulti went down onto Ruler, the Proto Belt, the ultimate for the collateral damage, just everything thrown at him. And then when the real fight happens, you just don't have anything. It's like playing one of those games and you burn everything on the minions and you realize you have no ammunition when the boss fight comes around, and you just got to go back, reload the game, and think about how you played it the next time around.
Yeah, unfortunately that means they have to win it in game 3, as they can't just reload game 2. This is pick after pick. This was the very exciting fight for Afreeca. You can see the tidal wave is used, and Kuro tries to go 1v5. Great zoning out by the Victor. And then the re-engage by Afreeca, but the immediate exhaust.
Just such a clutch play right there. Otherwise, Ruler certainly would have gone down, and that could have been the fight that the Freecs were looking for. But poor JJ has really been stepping up, and the use of Karma, he's one of the first guys that last year is really bringing out Karma as one of the most heavily prioritized picks and really making it work, showing that not just Zyra, not just the Karma, like he's got tricks up his sleeve that are pretty difficult to deal with, because when you're playing well, the picks aren't everything.
We can all agree that Cortese is a beast. I mean, he's been really fantastic on both Zyra and Karma.
I think we can agree that if you're on Dignitas at some point, you were a beast.
A beast in one way or another.
Beasting it up, man.
That's the way it goes. So, the results here, Afreeca had a cleaner game, as Samsung was only afforded 1 kill in the previous game. But Samsung, they get close as well. So, both these teams performing extremely well on the blue side. You can see that Marin had a lot of damage done, but didn't really seem as effective. You know, looking at just this number doesn't really add up to what you see in the game.
Exactly. Pressure is something that will never be on your stats at the end of the game, but we know just how important it is. And one of the things that importance has perhaps been overvalued is the Graves. Just really not doing enough for me anytime around. He's not clearing as effectively early on. He's still debating.
No smirk this time from Marin. He's like, oh, you mean I can play the cannon in game 3? Oh, that sucks.
Well, they are going to be blue this time around, so the Freecs have another good chance for redemption.
We are back, guys, at the Nexon Arena for more of Afreeca versus Samsung. It's all tied up 1-1. Both these teams having near-perfect games on the blue side, Crumbs.
They have, and they haven't had near-perfect builds, as I'm still looking towards Marian's decision to go for that AP cannon build. Nobody else in the world is doing it, and Kled will be the MVP for QV. Just a really standout performance from him, being able to mitigate the early laning phase from Kennen. Solo kills left, right, and center. Just really the catalyst for this team, to be honest. Like, even though we give a lot of praise to Crown, QV put in a lot of work to make Crown shine.
Yeah, he definitely did. I think these replays aren't very
Oh,
indicative of exactly what QV did. Very strange,
yeah.
but either way, he did have a big performance. And
it's showing how he enabled the team.
it's like, this is what happened because of QV.
Yes.
We're not going to show you what QV did, but either way.
We can only infer.
Yeah. So he did have a really nice game on Kled. I was even talking to you about it during the break, how just able to split push in the bottom lane and then get into the red side jungle of Afreeca so quickly with that charge is just pretty unbelievable. Has so much map pressure in pretty much all the lanes.
That charge in the mid lane really making up for the mistake from Ambition. He gets caught out, deleted, and you think, oh, well, surely the fight will go Afreeca, as we now that they've taken out a member without any fighting chance in return. But he charges in from the top lane, pushes the wave, rotates to mid, and is able to kill not only the Graves, but the Galio in a tower dive, out of all things, because he tower dove him again, 1v1 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, was able to do it. And guys, it looks like we're ready to go into pick ban for game number 3. So let's jump into that right away.
But what we have learned from these drafts is that the junglers ought to bring some sort of utility. The Galio pick made sense from Afreeca, but the Lee Sins, the Elises, the Gragases, the Zacs, these are the champions that you want to see. If those aren't available, then the tier list definitely needs to be dropped towards the more damage-oriented carries. But for the meantime, focusing on providing some sort of value that isn't just damage and making sure that your solo lanes are set up for success seems to be the way to go in this new LCK Summer season.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't really see too many different bans here in game number 3. Just Syndra Zyra against Crown Core JJ. Well, will they follow it up here with their third ban? They're thinking a bit more.
Could be the Karma if they really didn't like it, and yep, that's what it's going to be. Let's make sure that Core JJ, let's make sure that Core JJ doesn't have an easy time. But now tempting Afreeca, are they going to first pick Lee Sin? It definitely have to. You do not want to give up this champion right now, and most likely we have to see maybe a Gragas being taken away from Samsung here. You don't want to have a denial pick being taken. They could have risked it and say, Marin, we don't think you're going to lock it in. So most likely just going to be Ashe and maybe Galio. Oh, no, it is going to be the Gragas. Called it again, man.
There you go. I was thinking about other stuff like Galio or the Thresh.
Or food.
Food. Yeah, I was actually thinking about food. I'm getting a little bit hungry. Me and you ate at the same time. We'll have that food in the break. Don't worry. Don't worry, fans out there. We'll be okay. So what is going to be the follow-up here from Afreeca? They do have that Galio open. That's a very easy pick for them. Kuro is going to get 3 chances.
It's either the Galio here for sure, and it might be a support pick taken away. You could see the Thresh as it is an overlapping pick, or they could just play it safe, lock in their own AD carry, either the Caitlyn or the Varus for themselves, to make sure that the picks are matching what Samsung have selected in terms of roles.
So I'm just going to let that sit and see if what you said was correct.
Yes, I mean, oh.
Okay.
No, it was incorrect, but it really just shows what Afreeca's game plan is. They really just say, we want to mimic what happened game 1. Winning top lane, winning jungle and winning mid lane. Use that pressure, transition into objectives, get that Herald, secure mid lane so that whatever wave clear is selected doesn't matter. And already you have to imagine that Ambition will be taking this Gragas and that QV will be locking something else in, and it's going to be the cannon into the Renekton, and let's hope for the love of all that is holy that this is not another AP cannon, that somebody just decides to go with the build that is actually good.
Thankfully, it's Cuvée on it. I have a lot of faith in Cuvée. He's really shown up and shored up his top lane play. He's widened his champion pool. I cannot wait to see his cannon.
Wait a minute, this could be interesting here. Samsung is targeting AD carries without Ashe, which is Kramer's most played pick, and Caitlyn being taken away. If they decide to ban Avaris here, what's Kramer going to lock in? We haven't really seen too many AD carries besides that. We have seen some attempts at Jhin, which is not in the meta by any means, but it could force him in a position that he wouldn't be very comfortable with, especially with his team composition.
They're really thinking about this last ban. You could be right. No, it's going to be the Thresh. Maybe they're scared about Kalista Thresh. I'm not really sure if Kramer Tushin can play it into the bot lane.
It wouldn't really fit the idea from the Freecs so far to go with that, as they would just have full-on early game, and it would be difficult to pinpoint where they want to be fighting. And we can expect the Orianna being locked away from a ban from the Afreeca Freecs, just saying, you know what, go ahead and have your Victor again, but no Orianna, just full-on focus in the bottom lane. Interesting.
So they do open up that pick here for Crown, if they do want to pick it up right away.
It'll have to be saved for the last pick. It would be pretty ballsy to take away the mid lane pick right away. So they really just want the counter pick for the bottom lane for Core JJ. I guess they already know what's happening to the mid lane, and we'll get another rematch of Victor into Galio. So if you're ever wondering how this matchup goes, if you're a Galio or a Victor player, then take a look at this series, watch the replay, and you'll see that it's just basically farming 24/7. And you're right, yeah.
What did I say, man?
It's sticking to you. It's sticking to you.
I've spent a lot of time with Crumbs recently. You know, we're trying to get friendly here to make this duo work, and well, seems like I got some of that profit power too. But the only thing is that the Thresh is banned, so they decide to go with the Braum instead.
Well, this does offer a huge amount of kill pressure for any overstep. So I'm looking at Ambition here, making sure that he doesn't get caught out. And a really strong level 1, as Braum's level 1 is insane when you consider that Kalista can chase you down with her little hops from every auto attack proc that's done. So it can get really feisty early on with this crazy early game. So Afreeca looking to go for a repeat of that perfect game, whereas Samsung says, if we hit late game, we'll definitely crush you in a team fight.
Yeah. And you can see you were talking about that counter pick in the bot lane. Lulu's picked up, definitely going to offer a lot of survivability. Will be able to poke down Braum a little bit as well and just handle the Kalista. You know, you can polymorph it if it gets too out of control. You can get in there, exhaust, and really just shut it down if need be.
But there's just so much zone for Kalista to do anything when the team fight happens. There's volley, Glitterlands, literally Victor and everything he has to offer, Gragas, then Kennen. And so Afreeca really has a timer on this matchup. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves unable to really bring anything to the table when it comes down to a 5-on-5. So lots of attention into the top side. If they're able to put Kennen down early on in this matchup, and Marin can take over the game and use that advantage to get that Herald and snowball very quickly.
Well, doesn't really need to be said, but I'll say it anyway. This is going to be a very exciting game, especially with the composition here from Afreeca. They have so much engage. You can see Kalista throwing in the Braum, the Galio, even the Renekton. And from the other side, lots of ways to disengage. So Samsung, it's kind of their composition, you know, play for that late game, sit back, defend, 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 farm for that late game. They are going to be on the red side this time. So we won't see that incredible, you know, red buff warding. But either way, guys, we are all ready to start up game number 3. Go out there, tell your friends that this is going to be a pretty sick game. Let's jump into it right now. There you have it.
The ever-inspiring chance of teams. If I had chance like that when I get up in the morning, man, my productivity would go through the roof.
You have a bunch of fangirls waiting outside your window screaming. I don't know.
Is that the dream?
I don't think that's the dream.
If they cheered for me to just like go to the gym and get my job done, then yeah, I would.
And then they leave and they don't harass you as you leave your apartment.
I would really love that.
That doesn't sound all too
bad. I'm on
the
3rd floor though, so I can't really
Hey, they're pretty loud. I'm sure you can hear them if you keep your window open.
Oh, I don't open my window, man. It's bug season out there. My blood's too sweet, and the mosquitoes find it too succulent.
Oh yeah, man. You're not the only one. I bought myself a dehumidifier, but also this big fan, so that I don't have to open anything in my room. No windows are open during the summer.
Oh, I do not want to go in that room and see how musky it is.
No, it's nice. You open the windows every once in a while.
You have
course.
Stockholm syndrome to your own house.
It's very bugless. That's what I like about my room. Nice big leash here for Spirit, as you oftentimes do see for the Lee Sin on the Raptors.
Ambition will be starting on the blue side this time around, getting a leash from Core JJ. An atypical start, as you normally would have expected him to start on the Raptor camp, as Gragas AoE is pretty easy to clear out little minions early on, but starting blue does increase his clear, gets a little bit of that extra AP, that mana that is so good for him to spam, keeping his HP up. This means that the junglers will finish in the top side of the map, where the attention has been previously in the first 2 games, and so now that the map hasn't been split, we can expect a little bit more action and things getting chaotic into the top side when you're dealing with 2 laners that can set themselves up for kills very easily in Kinnan and Renekton.
Yeah. It seems like the idea for Ambition, at least, but we do see Spirit coming down here to the doubles, going to clean that up. We'll see if he goes ahead and...
I think he'll recall after this, most likely. It's just the standard route for him to go for. Otherwise, it's a pretty big waste of time to just route back from doubles up to the blue side of the map, and go with probably a longsword and maybe a control ward after this. I think he has enough gold to do so. Yep, there it is.
There you go. This is definitely going to make the timing a little bit different compared to as if he went Raptors red, blue, and tried to go top. So might throw him off here. Ambition is going to be in position to actually take the Scuttle Crab and scout this out.
Exactly. The trade-off is he does get that Scuttle Crab for Cuvée. So the only way that he can really get ganked by now with the ramp ward in the red side is going to be through the Blast Cone from Spirit. So it's a bit of an ambitious gank right now, considering with the big wave that Cuvée has built up. So things are looking good for Samsung in pressuring this top side of the map and enabling this Kennen to bully Marin early on, and don't let the Crocodile get out of control like he did in Game 1.
Finally, Spirit's going to come over to this blue buff, and we do see Cuvée. I see Marin on this Kennen so many times, but Cuvée is going to come on down here, get the ward, spots out Spirit, will ping that, takes away the Blast Cone, and a nice bit of information against Spirit here in the jungle. He's cleared out everything. It's just the full clear there from Spirit on this Lee Sin.
And he's bought himself some time. The vision has allowed him to get past this, but Spirit says, no, I'm going to abuse the vision and maybe look to go around. He's looking for mid lane, though. Can they get a cleanse at least?
Looks like they will at least get the cleanse. They do land the Q, but it would have been a little bit risky.
Yeah, no need for him to take this unnecessary damage early on, as that would open up Ambition to really go into the jungle and harass him and maybe even lose that camp. But lots of pressure into the bottom side from Samsung's bottom lane here. Ashe and Lulu being quite capable of bullying out the shorter range Braum and can. Oh, you just hate to see that. You just hate to see that.
That's just disgusting.
It's worth so much. It's worth 3. It's actually worth losing 2 minions as long as you can secure that cannon.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times that has to be said, that cannon minions are the most important minions by a factor of 3. That's a lot, man.
Yeah. Pretty unfortunate. Martin, he's, you could see he's definitely struggling here. Just, that's the really tilting thing for me when you're in a really hard lane and you finally get an opportunity as the lane is pushing to get one of these cannon minions, and then you miss it because you know it's your own fault. And then you have your recall delayed. Definitely a very unfun matchup in lane for Marin right now.
And even worse is that the lane is frozen. He's going to try to unfreeze this, but his HP is not high enough, and he doesn't have vision of the try, so he has to consider the possibility of Ambition being there if he were to try to break the freeze. So Cuvée will just be getting a little bit of harass here, but he has to recall really far back, and now the CS lead is starting to pile up for Cuvée, and not the position you want to be in as a Renekton early in the game.
Hey, you could see that Cuvée.
Okay.
Oh, he's stuck in there. Kuro's going to face check this. Doesn't look like anything will come of it. But one thing I wanted to point out as well is that Kive started the Doran shield. We don't see the cull on the Kennen as we have seen many times in lanes like this. And he wants to have that survivability. He wants to make sure he shuts down the Renekton hardcore with that Doran shield.
It's really important for him to have regen in this matchup because as Kennen, you want to be using your auto attacks to harass. And Renekton has a lot of ways to gap close and actually trade back for you. So if he were to have gone with, say, a D-Blade or D-Shield or maybe even a Colt to start with, if he were to take a poor trade, he'd basically give the lane up right away. So by having the Colt, he can ensure that the lead that he has and starts building is a little bit safer than if he were to go with a much more offensive build.
Yeah. Exactly. We covered it, Crumbs. We did it.
Evidently. Accurately.
Figured it out.
Nailed it.
Martin seems to be having a little bit more luck in the top lane as he has hit level 6. He has a lot more pressure. Spirit's coming up here is spotted on a ward. Immediately, Kive will back off.
Just farming happily for all these lanes. Of course, when level 6s are hit all around, then things might get a little bit spicier. But so far, not a whole lot besides the CS lead in the top lane. TP does get burned from Kive, and if he stays up here, it might prompt Marin to burn his own as well. But now that Spirit is level 6, might be thinking about ganking Crown. Unfortunately, his cleanse is right back up.
Yeah, not the longest cooldown on that one. I think it's just about to get that cooldown back. So just in time, right after he gets that blue buff, should be pretty safe to just continue farming as is.
And good news is that Kive is going to be going for that Blade of the Ruin King Ninja Tabi's build. So good stuff from him.
Showing Marin how it's done.
So, I mean, we thought the entire world was showing him how it's done, but maybe he's looking at some wonky build in China for it. And Spirit sneaking around with the control ward. Oh, this could be it. Cleanse at least has to get popped.
Yeah, there's the cleanse. Can Spirit land this? Ambition is going to be in position to help out his mid laner. And once again, they do get that cleanse, though. So will open up some opportunities, perhaps, in the future.
Unfortunate timing, actually, because I think he could have been able to maybe even burn a flash had he not had to ward hop over the control ward to try to close the gap. But the pressure and chunk onto the mid lane that unfortunately also hit Ambition will mean that they can just transition to a red buff steal. So an advantage does come out of it, and now Kive is not tanky enough to survive this by any means. So Marin will push this wave, and if they can deny this cannon minion and really fat wave, this could be disaster in the top lane. Kive has to be careful. Oh, this is really hard gank to botch considering how easy these champions can execute.
There it is, the double flash on in. There's the slicing Maelstrom. Trying to trade a kill here. Kive will flash away. Marin should be able to finish this off, but Kive's on the run. Doesn't have his cooldowns, and that is going to be Kive escaping from the double flash gank of Marin and Spirit. Does not pay off.
And this guy's Spidey sense is off the charts, reads the play right away and retreats, so he puts himself in a position where Spirit has to rush the gank. The wave just wasn't quite there and is able to escape and doesn't give up the kill. And while the CS is lost, the fact that he doesn't die means that it's really not all that bad as he still has that CS advantage. And man, that is really well played by Kive.
Yeah, you were talking about the Spidey senses. We saw, I was looking at Marin's CSing. Sometimes when you're trying to push in a wave, you kind of just...
It gets obvious.
You're like trying to push so hard that you miss a couple, and then you're sitting there watching this guy miss all the CS when he normally doesn't, and you're like, okay, this is weird. And they're trying to set up something.
Exactly, and he has to think about as well as, okay, I don't have teleport. What's the worst thing that could happen? If I were an opposing jungler, where would I do the most damage? And then if you consider, if I die right now, this could be disaster, then you start adding all those things together, how Marin's last hitting, what he could be losing if he potentially dies, where the junglers have been, right? He saw him in the mid lane, he rotated topside, he could be lingering. Ambition hasn't spotted him. Put those all together, makes the right conclusion, and maintains dominance in this lane.
Yeah, definitely a huge play to bring attention to. Nice job by Kive. He has been popping off in a lot of different ways in this entire series. As I said before, he was one of the players for Samsung that he would kind of just be the stable tank in spring, back when it was like Maokai versus Nautilus all the time. But now he's really doing well for himself.
And speaking of popping off, the amount of vision that Samsung have around mid lane, those double control wards, and now Afreeca have to group up to try to clear out. I like that they're grouping for it. So immediately as the wards get laid down, they say, no, we cannot allow this. We need to have some sort of control in mid lane, because if they can keep Crown at a distance, that opens up Kuro to move around the map, look for more heroic entrances anywhere, and those make the difference because they offer dive plays, they offer defensive capabilities, and just the fastest semi-global presence in the map right now.
Trying to set up something here onto Ambition. There's the kick. And waiting for the flash, but Wild Growth will save him for now. The cask will push the rest of Afreeca away. And no kills come out of that
was
engage.
One fancy engage, but the chunk on Ambition means that Spirit can now choose to go for an Ocean Dragon, and there's not going to be much counterplay. However, Ambition is fancying it, and there is TP available on Cuvée, but they will secure with Kalista.
I mean, it's kind of meh for Afreeca. You know, they've got Lee Sin, they've got Marin up top. Neither of these guys have mana. It's kind of just taking the dragon because you can, an opportunistic objective.
Yeah, it's not the craziest dragon, but it does help because at least they're still laning, so there is more value in it than it being past the stage of turrets being taken. But yeah, I think it'll just mostly just benefit Galio, who already has very low mana cost, so it'll probably help out in maybe some extended fights in the later stages in the game. But for now, as you say, let's take it and hope that the roulette is beneficial, and we finally get our first Infernal.
Oh, here we go, the flash on in. Tushin, they actually do miss that. They're trying to continue engaging, though. Here comes Spirit, trying to follow up. There's no damage, though, on any of those members.
Really surprising how the ultimate miss on that one. That actually would have definitely been a kill going Afreeca's way. And
yeah.
First brick, considering that they have a Lee Sin with red buff, might have also, or first blood, might have also meant first brick. So bit of a misplay there. They go for the engage because they burned the Wild Growth to try to save Ambition before. So they had an ultimate advantage, and there was the time to go for it.
Oh, here we go. They're trying to make something happen here on Cuvée. He doesn't have his flash, but we do see that Kuro is spotted on a ward, and Cuvée will lightning rush to safety.
Still trying to put attention topside, so they have to debate where they want to commit for both these teams. There's no flash on Kalista bottom and no flash on Ruler as well. And with the teleports available from both these teams, you have to imagine that bottom lane is going to be the focus, although Spirit once again fancying topside, and there is no vision from Cuvée. Is he going to try to ward hop over the wall to try to go for this, or secure the red? Red just spawned, so great buff control there from Spirit.
Yeah, they definitely need some more vision in this deep red side jungle too. You can see that coming in is Marin, puts one onto the doubles. You can see another ward here at the red buff. So lots of nice control, taking away that red.
And just on top of it, only one red buff has gone to Ambition so far. Their own red buff is up. So keeping the pressure up and the vision means that the plays that Ambition can make aren't really there, but as long as the gold lead isn't suffering and kills aren't going Afreeca's way, Samsung has to be happy with this. If they scale and get to a 5-on-5, I think they'd feel happy with the composition, as it's a style that they basically had all of last year, right up until playoffs and Worlds, where they really ramped up and became a team really capable of dismantling teams early on.
Yeah. Even though we haven't had a kill just yet, and I know you guys are in the chat spamming Resident Sleeper and stuff like that, there has still been a lot of action all over the map. You know, Spirit doing a lot. They try to set up kills. It's just the tension is building for this first blood, and that's really when we're going to see which team is going to get ahead. You can see something brewing down here in bot. Nice flash there onto Ambition. They're going really aggressive. In he jumps, and two members are going to be knocked up. CoreJJ forced the flash away. First blood goes over to Kuro. This is going to be a second kill going over to Kramer as CoreJJ gets a little bit too close to that Kalista.
Great read from Spirit, waiting in the brush for Ambition. You know the plays are going to be coming bot side 24/7. That's what these compositions can do, and so he punishes Ambition, face checking a brush. He did it game 2, does it again in game 3, and this time the punishment's going to be bigger than before. This could result in the first brick going Afreeca's way if Spirit is to assist, but are they going to be able to get it on that first push? I think they should be. Yeah. They're going to be able to secure it by himself. We'll take another look at the replay there. He was basing, but just no chance. And the kick flash, while looks ambitious, because Gragas doesn't have flash, as long as he stays blocking the body slam, there is no chance of him escaping. and it's just an easy 1-2 as Lulu also gets caught without sums.
It's so funny to see Kuro's just participation in that fight. All he does is heroic entrance and pick up first blood and then walks away.
All me,
He's like,
baby.
yeah, I'm doing huge amounts for my team. I push the mid lane and then I walk on in, get the heroic entrance, and that's about it.
It's like the last guy in the group project. He wrote the title. He chose the colors, so he gets all the credit. My God, it looks so beautiful.
Yeah. Puts his own name bigger than the rest.
He's
like
the only
group
dude,
project leader.
only guy that knows
Galio.
calligraphy, so he just looks fancier than everyone else.
I mean, it looks very cool, but
you know that was the punishment I had. In my school, you get punished by having to do calligraphy.
it's not bad. It's pretty cool.
You say so now.
If you learn how to do calligraphy, that's a cool, you know, almost useless talent to have.
It's like you have to write 100 lines that say, I will not call my friends' names again and stuff like that.
Well, we are going to see Afreeca begin onto this Rift Herald, and I said it before, whoever gets that first blood is really going to pop off. Well, they got 2 kills with the first blood and the first turret, and now they're going for the Rift Herald. So Afreeca looking strong again.
This Herald's going to be used definitely onto the mid lane because they want to crack that turret that Crown has been defending just so dearly with his life so far, staying pretty much without roaming it. It isn't an HP that if they can group up somebody else to hit that tower, then it'll go down a Herald, but the teleport comes out to try to secure this objective. Is he going to cancel that? Nope. He's okay with it. He knows he can stay in lane forever and use heroic entrance to assist anywhere else he has to go.
Yeah. So that is brought onto Spirit here. Looking for a kill onto Cuvée. I always feel like if you can get a kill into the Rift Herald, that makes it just so much stronger.
Yeah, but the thing is that for the top lane turret, I really feel like it's a waste versus the matchup that you have. One turret, as long as it's the mid lane versus heavy wave clear, is always just going to be with so much value, but the commitment to the top side means that Samsung can answer with an attempt onto the Baron. Marin does have teleport, and Spirit is collapsing, so Samsung not feeling too comfortable with this. Remember that they're not with the early game composition, so any fight that would happen right now would most likely go Afreeca's way, as they have already completed not just the Blade of the Rune King on Kalista, the Abyssal Scepter onto Galio, but the Black Cleaver onto Redneck, and so they back away wisely and secure the Infernal for themselves. That's 2 dragons going their way. And
yeah, very, very unfortunate for Samsung. You were talking about that late game composition. Infernal Drake would have helped them out immensely. For Victor, for Ashe, even for Cuvée in the trades when he is split pushing, would have been very nice, but not quite able to pick that up.
Yeah, and they just have to respect the hands that they have selected for themselves here. They're in a position where it's just farm, 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 and wait until a stage where all you have to do is group and team fight as a 5-on-5 or 4-on-4 with the top laners MIA, and that will be the fight that they're looking for, because at least they have a front line that can peel for the carries and allow them to deal the damage that they're designed to do. Rotation topside here from the duo lane, and Ashe still in the bottom lane, so Afreeca will get the advantage into this top lane without being spotted, however. Kramer deciding to stay bottom lane, so Afreeca on a timer here. They have to make a move topside, otherwise they will lose that turret to the lonesome Ashe bot lane. Core JJ's here to answer.
Yeah, coming on up. You see Ambition, okay, he was moving away, now he's coming on up.
Just not in a position there to assist, and a good rotation here from Galio will defend that tier 1 to the bottom lane, and nobody in that position to push on mid lane, and so Afreeca just get a freebie with an out rotation on Samsung, and a good way of starting to snowball that advantage.
Yeah, really nicely done. Keep in mind that the Rift Herald is still available here, so there's only one tier 1 turret left over. I think they can easily set up a push in just a minute onto the mid turret and try to get some damage done there.
The big issue here is that Kalista is not your siege carry. Unlike Caitlyn in game 1, she's not going to be able to get any shots against the Ashe and the Victor. And so because there wasn't too much chunk happening to the mid lane, this use of Herald will have to be very calculated for them to secure an objective. If they can get Crown's mana low enough or secure vision elsewhere, but he's a half mana, and it's going to be really tough to use. And now Herald's 3/4 of the way out, so a recall and a use into the mid lane will be in order for Freecs.
Yeah, they're essentially going to be forced into using it there. Spirit makes his way. A bunch of pings going down. I think Samsung should know this is coming as well. As you can see, Kive making his way towards mid, as well as Ambition.
They're responding. They just scouted both Lee Sin and the duo lane, but there is no minion wave. At least Crown isn't here to defend this turret, so this could actually be the move that the Afreeca Freecs are looking for, because the biggest wave clear tool isn't available to defend the tower. For some reason, he's assigned to the top lane against Renekton, so he has kill pressure, it seems, so that's why. But I feel like at this point, when your goal is to stall, it's more important to defend the turret. And wow, it actually gets
sneaky.
transitioned into a tier 2. So
This
trying to get a little bit of a different value out of it.
Didn't seem like Samsung saw this coming, but it is channeled far enough away. Crown, he has no mana. There's the cleanse. In comes Galio. Can they get close enough? There's the stun. And lots committed to up in the top lane, and they don't even get the kill. Meanwhile, it's 3v4 down here in bot lane.
That was a rancid use of Herald. That was so bad. You could have just used it on mid lane. I don't understand that move by them, actually. It was just quite simple to just take down that mid lane turret with the amount of people that they had and the lack of wave clear, but instead they choose to just a worthy sacrifice, I guess, to the tier 2 turret from Samsung, and so they're pretty happy that Herald didn't amount to anything out of this.
Yeah, I mean, they chipped down the bottom tier 2, and if they get Cuvée, this could be pretty nice. The double knock-up and stun for ages. Down goes Cuvée. Nice little party brush there from Afreeca, from Kramer and Tushin. Now they're going to begin pushing bot. And again, the Rift Herald, it looked terrible, and it kind of was, but they're able to convert into potentially a tier 2 bottom lane.
Yeah, now they're going to get a tier 2, so I guess their ability to foresee the future phase check is beyond anything that we can identify. So in the end, the Herald comes to a tier 2 for the Afreeca Freecs. So a little bit of an advantage going their way anyways. And now they're not going to push for this one. The recalls can defend this. It's a bit of an odd turret to commit to this early on. So the rotation to the mid lane might be in order for them, but a recall on Kalista will come out first.
Yeah, so they make it work. We don't really know if that was their intention.
I'm still going to say it sucked. Tier 1 mid lane is worth more than tier 2.
We're going to push in bot lane and do a bit of damage, and then hopefully Cuvée will just begin split pushing there, and we can get the follow-up kill and take out the bottom tier 2. I doubt they were thinking that far in advance, but if they were, props to them. As you said before, taking out the mid tier 1 would have been nicer, but they do get something out of it.
Well, think of it, it's like a good way to think about the map and your champion's positioning is to draw a line between all the turrets and all your champions. And so when the line gets pushed back, then that's kind of the reign that you have control over. And as champions, you want to be able to push your own champions together as far up as possible. So if you think that maybe you're a little bit out of position, check your position with your other champions. If you are ahead of that line, you're probably out of position. And if you're behind that line, then you should move forward. So it's a good habit to look at the minimap and always think about these things, as it lets you understand just how much pressure not only can your champions put, but you have available on the map based on the turrets that you have taken.
Yeah. Something we see a lot of the time is taking out all the tier 1s, and then, as Samsung did in game 2, you deny all the vision in the red side jungle, and you try to bait the Baron fight. But Afreeca's not really going to have that option available to them because the tier 1 is still left up. And unfortunately, Afreeca, even with all this map control, they don't get another good Drake. They had a Cloud Drake, so really not going to help them out too much. They have a bit better engage, and they do have a lot of engage in their composition, but definitely would have preferred something like a Mountain Drake to fight against this Victor. Ooh, Crown getting out of position, forced to flash. Definitely not positive.
He at least gets a teleport, and I know we're criticizing Afreeca's ability to take down this mid-tier 1, but they are still trying to snowball the game. It's 25 minutes in, and against a comp that Samsung has, the later the game goes, they're gonna be in trouble.
So, Ruler happily farming in mid as finally Marin groups up here. And Crown has been up in top lane for a very long time. This is something we saw in spring. For Crown, he identifies like, hey, Victor, I'm going to be extremely strong late game. I'm going to be chunking targets for a huge amount of their health. So let me farm for about 40 minutes. Just don't touch me. I'll sit top lane. You guys deal with everything else. If we can survive until the late game and I have 400 CS, then I'll carry you. And it seems like that's the idea here for him in this game.
And there's value in putting him top because it's a little harder to dive 2 people into the mid lane than it is to dive a solo Victor. So by putting the dual lane mid, which is usually the common thing that you see after a mid lane or bottom lane turret has been taken, that means that you can stall out any pushes into the mid lane. You can keep funneling farm onto your Victor without having to share it with anybody else. And the defense of the mid tier 1, as long as your carries and support have wave clear, becomes difficult, and so the composition would be the only determining factor if you can really dive that comp. Which they can actually. They do have the tools to dive this, but the wave clear means that any dive is just too difficult to deal with because Hurricane and Volley and Glitter Lance mean that you'll never really get the chance to hit that wave onto the turret.
They're just hoping that someone gets out of position. I feel like if Samsung continues playing very defensive and just sits back and lets it happen, just chills and farms for a very long time, I think they're going to be in a really good spot in this game. Ruler is pushing a little bit far forward. There is the flash to avoid the knockup. This is what we were talking about. They're waiting for a mistake. Kalista is going to be stunned up. And finally, Crown coming down here to support right at the right time, actually.
They at least get a flash here from Ruler, so if they want to revisit this lane when their ultimates are back up, they're much more likely to secure an objective. And now that we're reaching that 30-minute mark and you have a Kalista available, Baron is a very real possibility. So really realizing that having to flash early is really important, as a death could mean the disaster for any of these teams.
You can see Afreeca, I wouldn't say they're getting desperate, but they're really trying to put on the pressure. They identify that they need to take out this tier 1, and they see that Victor's not there, so they immediately try to get as much damage as possible. Spirit eating a lot of damage in the meantime from Ruler, trying to fight back. He's looking for a play here, potentially. Nice wards.
Everybody from Samsung is reacting, though. They understand that this could be what Afreeca is looking for. Good and clear on the vision there, making sure that Spirit can't find the angle, and as long as they stay grouped up and they're not surprised by any flank, it'll be much easier to deal with these fights as they continue to scale. You already have the Void Staff and completed item on Victor, the completed, oh, what's the name of the item?
The Void Staff?
No, his own item, the one that he gets that nobody else has.
I'm not sure, to be
core
honest.
Power, his core thing.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I'm not a Victor player myself.
I'm just embarrassed of myself every time that happens.
It happens.
I can tell it to you in Korean.
Yeah, that's the problem. We play in the Korean solo queue and everything's in Korean, so. Well, either way, does finish that up, and man, 3 kills at 30 minutes, 1 kill for 10 minutes. This definitely feels like a Samsung slash like Spring Jin-Air game.
Yeah, Samsung meets Jin-Air.
Yeah, or that 68-minute BBQ versus Jin-Air game we had last split.
My God.
Nothing happened until like 55 minutes, and then things just exploded. Finally.
Oh, just endless foreplay. Enough. Enough. I'm all ready to go.
Yeah. Eventually, it just gets to be too much. And, I mean, this is what it looks like. They just keep pushing down mid. They can't take this tier 1. And again, we go back to that Rift Herald. What if they just had that mid-tier 1 taken away from about 10 minutes ago?
Would be a lot easier to control this red side jungle if mid-tier 1 was down. That's what they're trying to do. They say, all right, you know what, mid-tier 1 is going to be way too tough. Let's try to control the Baron side and see what we can accomplish this time. But because the turret is down, Samsung is just in such a good position to respond to any of this. They're so close to Baron that realistically anything's not going to work. But they're going to try to just two-man it with Kalista, but this attempt's not going to fool Samsung here. It gets scouted out, and Ambition might be in trouble, but the Q does miss. So he's perfectly fine.
Yeah, they do get the flash out of him, which means that it'll make it a lot harder for him to go in for a steal and flash away to safety or get the insta-flash in. Meanwhile, Cuvée doing a nice job pushing into bot, forcing out the teleport from Marin. Cuvée still has his. Of course, Kuro still with the double teleport that they are running. They do have that available. And finally, it seems like they get an opportunity to take out this tier 1 turret.
Exactly. They move Samsung around the red side jungle just long enough to get the first instance into the mid lane. They crash the wave, and because Victor is also not there to clear the wave before it crashes, they can secure the turret easily. And now they'll get a blue buff steal and probably a dragon here. And what is Samsung going to answer with? we saw them last time around try to go for that crazy desperation Baron, but they're nowhere near in that position this time around. So instead, just a tier 1 trade going over for Crown, and he's getting really strong now, level 17, and a late game victory is nothing to scoff at.
This is what we were talking about. He has bought himself, or Samsung rather, has bought Crown a ton of time to just farm up. He's sitting at the most CS in the game. He's 0-0-0, but still very, very fed at this point.
And the interesting thing about these fights is now that for Afreeca to win these fights, it's going to be on almost exclusively the way that they play. Their champions aren't really the strongest anymore, whereas for Samsung, they have champions on their advantage, so they have to play the fights more defensively. Staying alive is going to be more valuable for them than just bursting out anybody from the Freecs so far. And when you see these two different clashes of styles, it really makes for quite interesting fights that we have just been denied for so long in this 30-minute. Do we want a 30-minute siesta? It's a siesta, that's what we'll say.
Oh boy, that's actually really good, the siesta. It's, yeah, it's pretty much been that. Just sitting back. We do have the Elder Drake spawning eventually, so that'll make some plays over there, hopefully.
Unless it gets traded for Baron, and then...
Come on, don't take my hope away from me, Crumbs.
All right. Hope's all we've got, man. Hope is always necessary.
Yep. We're getting to almost 1 kill per 11 minutes.
Let's not bring that stat up again.
Hey, Kalista actually...
Like, it would be super exciting if at least objectives were being traded, but it's 5 turrets being taken, so that's pretty much a tower every 6 minutes as well. So it's also quite slow in that regard. Snail pace. Actually, I was thinking about this the other day. You know the term glacier slow, right? You've heard that before?
Yeah.
That term is going to become less and less relevant. As glaciers continue to melt,
glaciers,
they'll be faster and faster, so no longer will we have glacier slow. We'll have to move to tectonic plate slow.
Yeah, well, you guys know the term thanks Obama. Well, that'll quickly turn into thanks Trump.
Hey, let's not get political here, man. We're in a different country.
That's true. We're out here on our own island.
We have solace.
Everybody is affected by the glaciers. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have some action here?
One turret.
Oh, Kuro's trying to stop it. It's not gonna happen. And actually, with the on-hit cannon, it can get very obnoxious.
That really didn't seem too obnoxious.
Well, mostly it was just the shield that was ready, but he's gonna easily regen. I mean, he has Warmogs at this point.
He's got his Gargoyle Stone Plate completed.
Warden's Mail. I mean, he's just not taking damage. Okay, they're looking potentially for an engage. Oh, I got too excited.
Our expectations must be lowered in order to keep the excitement.
They're just playing with our heart now. Hawkshot comes out. No Baron is happening. Don't worry, Samsung.
Kennen has group, so at least we have a 5-on-5 stare down, but Crown will return to the top side looking for more farm. And once he completes that Death Cap and the Infinity Edge comes out from Ruler, then that's when they can really just start bringing the hurt to Afreeca Freecs. But in the meantime, they're feeling feisty, looking for a Baron rush, but a steal would not be in order for Samsung. They definitely would have to fight this, not looking to take that timing on the Baron or a Death Cap or an IE.
There's the stun on Takuro.
The TP, though.
Yeah, of course he has no damage. In comes Marin. He's going to land the stun onto Ambition. There's the knockup. Again, Gragas is very tanky, but in goes, looks like Tushin, actually. He gets away alive, but Victor going to be able to burst down Spirit and make him totally unavailable in that fight. Another kill going over to Ambition. Kuro, all by his lonesome, will eventually be taken out. Marin trying his damnedest to take out Ambition, but they just cannot. The stun is going to be followed up there. Nicely done, Samsung. With a great response, they take out 3.
Just all too easy there at this point. The composition just so hard for them to run straight in the line, and Marin doesn't get the flank. They commit to try to go into the Gragas, and the only saving grace could have possibly been if Spirit kicked Crown into the team, and they somehow killed him right away. But that insect kick was completely botched. He actually flashed forward and kicked Crown even deeper into the safety of the jungle. So No chance for Afreeca to take the fight, and now Samsung just in complete control of this game, and no more hope for Afreeca as there's no TP. And take another look right here.
Yeah.
Look at Spirit. Hits the Q on Tamarian, but oh, he sees Crown. Oh.
That's gotta hurt. And he puts himself in so much danger to just get 1v1 versus Crown. That's just the beginning of the end of this fight.
Kalista wasn't even there. Like, you can't go that deep when you have an AD carry that relies on people diving to you. And just the lack of snowball that happened from Afreeca means that all Samsung have to do is keep staying together, and the fight just become impossible for the Freecs to win.
I feel bad for the Afreeca fans because this might be the second time that they get so close to taking out a huge team. First it was KT, then it was Samsung, and now it's just turning into a bit of a meme. It's like they take the first game and it's almost a perfect game.
Yeah.
Against KT, it was a perfect game.
I told you not to get too excited. It could have happened again, and it's happening once again.
It's definitely disappointing.
And now Deathcap and Infinity Edge are completed, so it's going to be even tougher. The split push, nobody can deal with Kennen. He's got Phantom Dancer completed, so you can forget about Renekton or Galio dealing with that, and just have to stay together, and it just becomes all too easy here. Galio will try to answer, so at least he does have some wave clear, but against a Baroned up minion, most likely not.
We're taking a look at Cuvée. He's on 4 items now. His split push is going to be really annoying to deal with. You can see that Galio has a
They're trying to gank him.
Yeah, they're trying to get in here. They do land the stun during the lightning rush, but
they don't even have damage. They don't have the ability to take them down with PD, Lifesteal, and the Ninja Tabais. This comp just only has Kalista as damage, so just too much commitment to the late game. And I gotta say, I think the really smart thing from Samsung here was that Caitlyn ban.
Yeah. Came down to that. Here's the teleport in. They're going to collide hardcore onto Crown. He will be taken out. And Cuvée commits to the teleport into 3 members. Uh-oh. Able to get a double kill here onto Kramer's Kalista. As Afreeca, they find a hole in the armor.
Yeah, Crown getting too carried away with what he's been doing so far, just last hitting nonstop. And this is actually a huge move for the Freecs, because now that's an Elder Dragon that's up. 2 carries are down, and that's 4 dragons on their way. That means that this is going to be a super strong Elder Dragon, and if they can use this right, the game could have just slipped away from Samsung's hand just from an over-greediness for some more minion wave. Like, that's not worth it. That tier 2 wasn't worth it. They had to stay together, and now Afreeca back in the driver's seat. This is all they need for damage. When you have extreme true damage burn, it doesn't matter if your composition doesn't have carries. Everybody becomes a carry now.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw this a bunch of times in spring. It's definitely one of Crown's biggest weaknesses. It seems like he hasn't really gotten over it. And as you said, perhaps we counter-jinxed it here. Maybe Afreeca actually will take the game off of that mistake.
Well, that's already 1/4 onto this Elder Dragon, and there is still a lot of wave clear on Samsung, so they would have to go for a crazy dive. That really seems to be the only way.
They have the tools.
They have the tools to do so. They need to be grouped up, but
I think they just got to go for it, you know?
It's really tough, though. Like, they can't escort the minion wave to crash onto a turret, and so when you're dealing with a dive without minion waves, it just becomes so tough to pull off, and something that you rarely practice, and a move that is almost never necessary to do into a game. And because there are no objectives to fight for anymore, Samsung can just be very content in waiting this one out.
Yeah, and you can see that's exactly what's happening. Afreeca, it seems like just getting the 2 kills and the Elder Drake just gets them back into the game. And again, we talked about it at the beginning of the game, Samsung's composition is fantastic for the late game. And so even though it was a bit of a mistake, I feel like Samsung's position is still pretty decent.
Yeah, Samsung is perfectly fine here. They're just going to go deeper into the late game where it does benefit the carries, but they still have to beware Kalista. If she's capable of dealing damage into a fight
4-0
while not getting bopped, she can carry these team fights, right? Kalista does have a lot of AoE damage, but as long as she avoids the damage from Victor and Ashe, she should be in a fine position. Remember that the fight that the Freecs lost to was out of a poor engage, as well as Kalista not being there to follow up. So now they're thinking about the dive perhaps, but there's just no chances to escort this minion wave.
They're going to try. They've got half of it left. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
It's so hard to push into this comp.
especially at this stage in the game. 40 minutes in, even though the gold is even, you know that Samsung feel comfortable taking this fight. They just have to wait out the Elder, which is almost already out, actually, so not a big deal.
So it looks like this game is going to go a bit later than we expected. I mean, we're already sitting here at 40 minutes. This is definitely one of the longer games we've cast so far in Summer.
Well, we have had 11 of them so far, 11 matches, so lots of games that go for, but lots of stomps as well. Lots of very one-sided matches, and as teams figure out the patch, it becomes Ambition. Not again!
Is it going to be Ambition?
Oh, he dodges.
Boy. That wasn't really a dodge. I think that was a miss by Tushin, as he was expecting Ambition to go a little bit far forward. But the flash is used.
Half glass full there.
Yeah. Ambition, you know, he got caught early on in the game in game 2.
Really looking for those Pokemon out there in those brushes. Otherwise, I don't see why he would be looking to go into so many brushes head on.
And he's got to go into the tall grass.
But this could be the fight that Afreeca wants, so Crown isn't here.
Okay, he's
coming in from red side.
Kuro's going to be stunned down, though, so they do disable him for quite a while. And the cask will not land.
The TP from Renekton, though.
Coming on in from behind, and there's the heroic entrance going to knock up 3, but there's no follow-up. They're chasing Cuvée on the left side, but they can't get him down. Kuro, oh, misses the redemption. Now trying to go on deep, but Crown and Ruler in the back have so much protection. They're chipping away, and finally they take out that big Renekton tank. That's going to be one tank going down. There's the second. Kuro looks to get away with his life, but...
Such a disjointed fight. Kramer just dancing around on the outskirts. Do I go left? Do I go right? None is the right answer, and as such, that he will not contribute anything to the fight because of the poor engage going in. The tank's just soaking so much damage without any follow-up, but Samsung just gets a freebie here, capable of taking down this mid inhibitor, and they're going to try to push for the game. There is not enough wave clear here, it seems.
Well, I think this might just be it. They're going to be pushing in onto this turret, and the barrel is going to go in. Kramer's the only hope. He gets knocked back. Nice cleanse flash. He's still alive, but can he actually 1v5 essentially? That's the question. Ruler, he's taking a bit of damage from the turret. Kramer going to go 1v1. Can he actually do it? The answer is no. Not with that support, and oh boy. Cuvée is going to take out Spirit there. Perhaps their last hope is Samsung. They're pushing on in. Tushin makes it back. Oh man, he is just going to be going down. Maru trying to re-engage here. There's the teleport. All they got to do is attack that Nexus. They're trying their hardest. It's not going to happen. There's the win going over to Samsung in a very long 2-1 victory.
Oh, a game that Afreeca, they knew what the game plan was, but they just did not execute. Too passive in the early game results in not enough advantages. A really poor use of the Herald that you have to wonder, what could have happened if they took down that mid turret early on? Could they have perhaps burst down a Baron early on and snowballed the game at a 20-minute mark? Well, we'll never really find out, and as such, Samsung gets to stall out, get their composition to the point where they want to, and secure themselves an easy late game win with a superior late game draft.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you highlight the Rift Herald once again, because what could have happened? I mean, Marin up in the top lane on that Renekton, he wasn't getting super fed like he did in game 1, but he was doing all right. He was keeping up. They did have an opportunity in the mid game, but they just couldn't make it happen. And Samsung held on for long enough. A very standard, turbulent, sorry to use that word, but turbulent Samsung game. It's very, it's Samsung 100% of the way. And that's what we like to see out of them. They get the win at the end of it all.
I love their game 1. This was such a great read there from Cuvée. Like, this could have also been a game-winning play. This was potentially just snowballing move from the Freecs that Cuvée reads, and just really good stuff from Samsung overall. They had a lot of good moments, and this was another great. Like, this series, while it was slow, it had a lot of plays where teams were just reading what each other were doing, and after a while, you have to wonder if that played into the confidence of the future moves that were made, where one tries to make a move, it gets read, the other one does the same, it gets matched immediately, and so that does something to your confidence, where it's like, maybe if I do something, do they see it coming right away? The psychological element in League of Legends is nothing to be undervalued.
Yeah. Nice play there by Afreeca trying to make that bottom Rift Herald work. They do get the bottom tier 2, but here we go again. This failed kick from Spirit, and
The Kalista ultimate missed as well.
yeah, just a very disjointed fight again.
Look at Kalista. Like, what can she really provide in this fight? She can't get close to Victor. She's slowed. She's every champion outranges her in terms of at least an ability, and so the pick.
You know, Caitlyn would have been perfect in this comp, man.
I mean, maybe you go with the likes of a late hyper carry. You know, they're not the craziest right now. Only a couple of people can really play them out, but well, a decent attempt at closing out.
That was a nice try. You could see the very low damage numbers on the side of Afreeca. They really couldn't get much going, even though it was a very long game where they were in the lead for most of it. And the Ashe damage, as no one could even touch Ruler, had so much room in the back. Cuvée did a nice job split pushing as well.
And Ashe was kind of undermined here, as she was capable of really melting so many of the tanks, just unable to be 1v1 by the Kalista with the Ninja Tabis as her build with Lulu in the backup. Just so much power out of this pick that you have to wonder why the Kalista was locked in and not another attempt. And maybe the champion pool of Kramer has to come into question here. If Ashe and Caitlyn go down, is really Kalista the third
next
tier,
one?
even though the Thresh is banned?
Well, you were mentioning something like a hyper carry, Twitch or Cog. It would have been hard to really. He had a lot of protection, but either way, it's really just speculation at this point. We are going to be jumping straight into the MVP interview, so let's go to that.
Yeah, this is the MVP interview for Cuvée. And so at first he was kind of worried they might lose the game, but all the teammates were sure that they can win the late game, so they just trying to cheer up. And you said you like chicken, like your favorite food is chicken, so do you like your new nickname, the God of Chicken? So he said he likes eating a lot, so any nicknames are fine. And who do you think will be the last MVP for the set 3? So he said every players were good, but maybe it can be Crown, or we can check it out on the screen.
Well, the MVP of the last game was Crown. So just to throw that up there, sitting at 4-1-2, he still had 75% kill contribution, and he picks up his 4th MVP.
This guy is just MVP material all over. 3 Victor games in a row, and that already, the fact that he can play Victor and see success with him is already enough to say that he's a player of a different caliber than most, and as such, plays the team fights out just so well. Even when the situation in game 1 where he traded and he was seemingly going to die, he just died. But we'll go back to the interview and joined by Crown once again.
So this is the MVP for the last set, Crown. So he said he's not really sure why he's the MVP for the last set, but all the 10 players might think the Ruler will be the last set MVP. So what was the play of the game for today? He said the pick and bans was good, and also just in-game went very fluently, so that made us play really well. So Crown is at the first place of the MVP points with 400 MVP points. Well, until the last game, yeah, he thought he deserved the MVP, but for today's match, he's not really sure. He thinks he was kind of lucky. And Cuvée thinks, well, he protected the mid tower quite well, so that's how we got the MVP points. Well, your performance was amazing, so upcoming matches won't be quite worrying, so what do you think about it? Well, but he kind of wants to make 2-0 games, so they will try harder. And it was rainy today, but a lot of fans came here to cheer you, so last message for your fans. Thank you for coming in this gloomy weather, and we always thank you for your love and support. he's still not sure why he's here for the MVP interview, but he's really thank you for all the fans, and he always appreciates all the love and support.
So there you do have it, the interview with Kive and Crown. Crown, I said it on Twitter, I'm like, is this guy going to get another MVP? He was the highest MVP for spring. He had the most points, and he's well on his way once again.
And the cool thing about MVP and trying to fight for MVP is that being MVP here in the LCK means at the end of the split, you get a nice fat stack of moolah for being at the top of the table. And so Samsung and himself will be top of the table 3-0 now, +4 on themselves. And Longzhu and SK Telecom, I'd say, are the teams that you'd be hot on their tails, and those two will be playing tomorrow in a really exciting match.
Yeah, definitely go ahead and check that out tomorrow. We do have another match coming up after the one we just had. It was a bit of a longer one, but we will be jumping into ROX versus KT after about a half-hour break, guys. So make sure you're staying around for that. And yeah, Samsung, it was a bit of a close one, especially after getting rocked by Afreeca in game one. Everybody was questioning, oh, are they just going to get destroyed? Well, Afreeca, once again, they kind of disappoint.
They seems like a one-pump chump then from them being able to really get that first game down.
Well said, well said.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, like, just so much hope for them, but they just can't seem. And the draft, man, like, what is the Kalista? But you would obviously point towards the bottom side of the map as not the team that you'd expect to carry.
Yeah, so kind of disappointing from them. Hopefully they can bring it back. But guys, we're going to go into that commercial break. We'll be back in about a half hour with ROX versus KT. Welcome back, guys, to LCK Summer 2017. A great shot of downtown Gangnam here in the afternoon as we enter our second match of the night. It's going to be the ROX Tigers up against KT. And if you were thinking about 2016, well, this would be a pretty nice matchup to have between two top teams. But the ROX Tigers so far struggling here in 2017 with the new lineup.
Yeah, the struggles have been there. They almost took down Samsung as they took down game 1, but it seemed like Blitzcrank was really the secret to their sauce, and after that got banned out, they really didn't have a whole lot left in their tank. And KT, on the other hand, a team that we thought would come out with a vengeance, really just struggled so much, got obliterated by Longju week 1, finally found their stride a little bit in their previous match, but this time around, we can kind of expect this team to ramp up, and I'd say it has to come off the back of Pawn really showing up on the bottom lane, being able to apply a lot more pressure than we had expected, and a lot of plays revolving around the bottom lane. And I think I have to give some of the reasons for KT's struggles to the meta. The fact that before they're playing so comfortably with all these carries left, right, and center, and right now it's a lot tougher to get away with it. Unless you're SKT and have a crazy strategy against a bit of a weaker opponent, getting away with that kind of composition is going to make a lot of trouble if you are, I don't know, just take it away. It's hard to play that comp.
Definitely,
Save me.
it's hard to play that comp for sure. But you were talking about Pawn. He's got us to show up today, but we actually have some stats today, and bans received against KT, 42% of them are against the mid lane. So it's obvious that they're trying to target Pawn. They're trying to shut him down hardcore because, as we saw against Longju, when this guy does not show up, when he plays a Fizz and gets Ash arrowed and taken out before he can even react, that's when KT just falls apart.
Yeah.
And another person to call out a little bit as well is in the previous games we saw, I think it was on Saturday, Smeb was actually making mistakes here and there, wasn't looking as solid as he used to. So these guys, I hope it didn't get too much into their head that they got O2'd by Longju. That's just one series. They got 8 more to go now, and they're still the superstar team that they used to be.
Yeah, they're disjointed, a little bit too crazy going for kills, but they have shown that they can keep up. They kept the composure against Afreeca Freecs last week, similar to Samsung, where they got almost perfect gamed in game 1. They stayed together and they were able to really bounce back. And so a team that can get some wins after a perfect game is a semblance of resilience, and you can expect that out of such an experienced lineup. That this time around they're up against a team that doesn't really have quite as much experience. The ROX Tigers, not the shiniest star, or the most brightly shining star.
A very plain-coated Tiger, not too flashy, kind of, They had some flashy components. You think about Mickey, who always shows up on these carries. Well, I say always shows up, but he always picks carries and then tries to carry and sometimes fails, as we've been seeing a lot recently.
Kind of like Pawn, where
he
goes off, it's like, wow, okay, I can see it. And then when he goes like the opposite, it just
when he goes on.
Yeah.
What is the opposite of going off? When he turns on.
Yeah.
That also sounds like he's doing great.
Well, when he does do that, it actually hurts the team. So similar to Pawn, one of those players that can be quite polarizing in his performances, but we will go straight into Champion Select. And Tigers on the blue side has been favoring most teams so far, and the Kennen targeting out Smeb. Let's make sure that we don't get to see that pick. And that's an AD Kennen ban, not like AD carry. I mean AD carry in the physical top lane. None of this AP shenanigans, and the Jarvan locked away. Make sure that Linderang does not get his hands on that.
Yeah, Linderang, he's won 1 game so far with the team, and it was on Jarvan. So taking that away, Linderang, he looks pretty good on the champ. Just want to make sure you target that, because I feel like if you can take away some of these big picks for ROX, I feel like they're going to fall like a house of cards, man. That's really the way I'm feeling. I think KT is eventually going to pull it together, and today might be the day. This is definitely one of the weaker teams here in LCK, and definitely favoring them coming into this one.
They can fall like a house of cards, but then how strong is the gust of KT? Because they can either be a cool summer breeze or just a complete hurricane, and we just don't know what to expect so far. Obviously, the season has just started, and teams are trying to figure things out, but for a team whose expectations not only are incredibly high from the fans, but from themselves, they just have not lived up to them.
Yeah. So taking a look at the bans, Kennen, Gragas, Zoc coming out here. Zoc. Zach, been playing too much on the Korean server. Elise, Syndra, Jarvan on that side. Galio is also another big contested pick.
But Lee Sin is available, and are ROX really willing to trade this? So they're most likely looking for an Olaf or a Graves out of them, but you can expect the Lee Sin being locked away from KT, and maybe just a classic Lee Sin Ashe special here. Lots of engage, utility, strong early game jungler, and at this point, I think that the teams are really starting to get a hold of at least the first half of the draft for what they're going to select.
Yeah. What do you think about this Galio for the Tigers? Do you think Mickey will finally join the others and pick that up? Because so far he's played 5 picks, and none of them are Galio. He's played Syndra, Jace, Orianna, Cassiopeia, Taliyah. He's got 1 win on Syndra.
I think Mickey's probably allergic to Galio in the mid lane. Without the ability of having kill pressure, you just don't want to see that pick go on to him, especially because ROX do rely on him at times to carry. And so if you put him on a Galio and he ends up having one of the performances where it's like, okay, he's actually doing really well. Can he do it? Will we be able to make Mickey our ROX up? Actually, he's Galio. No, he won't.
Please no. Please no. I think a lot of fans are calling for that too. And we are going to see Mighty Bear. He's not going to be Spidey Bear this time because Elise is banned. He will still be Smitey Bear perhaps if he does steal another Baron. He's going to be picking up that Graves. And then a Braum pick there for number 3 for the ROX Tigers.
So already the engage out of ROX being kind of apparent. Orianna might be going for Pawn's Way, and he did see a lot of success with this pick. One of the most standard mid laners will have pretty good matchups into everything now that Syndra has been locked away, and so far just going back to a really standard composition from KT, which is what you want to see from a team that is struggling to get its footing. Just go with a composition that doesn't have any wonky things. We don't want to see some fizzes again. Just go with something standard so that the play is really what's showing up. And the VAR is being locked away, some AD carry targets. You can expect the AD be locked away as a first rotation from KT and saving that counter pick for Smeb in their second 2 picks, or last 2 picks.
So let's see what else is banned out here. Tigers taking a little bit of time. Lots of Smeb fans out there. Oh, Crumbs.
Whoa, what does it
say?
Fighting! Yeah,
she's shaking it too much. What does it say?
Yeah, fighting.
Vegas? She said she was cheering.
No,
for
you
Vegas?
Don't talk about Vegas. Listen,
something like that.
I never did anything in Vegas. All right.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
What happens in Vegas, stay in Vegas. I didn't expect it to follow me all the way here to Seoul, man.
Hey, it was in Korean. She was trying to save the foreign fans. I let them in on it. Sorry, Crumbs. Either way, we are going to see the 280 bans from the side of KT, really trying to target Songyun here, interestingly enough.
Yeah, so AD carry is locked away. You can possibly see an Ashe here being the first pick from Deft. I really hope that's a pick, and so the Caitlyn would most likely be what comes out of ROX next, but what are they feeling for their bans here? It has to be towards top or AD carry, and it will be that Kled locked away. We did see how good Cuvée was on it, so if you can consider that Smeb can have a performance that exciting on it, then it makes sense for the pick to be banned, as not a whole lot of people have practice with it.
Look at that, they picked the Kalista up right away, so not an Ashe pick. They are going to go with that Kalista Thresh in the bot lane, becoming more popular. Taking away Varus and Xayah, don't want to face against that. But it looks like ROX just wants to pick up the Caitlyn.
And this time around, at least it has combination with the best laner for Kalista, the Thresh. Just such an ability to disengage and making it nearly impossible to begin, considering that not only do you not have an Ashe to set things up, not only does your jungler not bring CC, you have a skill shot reliant support to lock down Kalista Thresh, who have Lantern and Fate's Call to disengage. So you can expect a lot of non-action happening into the bottom lane in terms of ganks from the ROX Tigers. And so this final pick, yep, the Ahri, that's exactly what they need. They need to transition to something that can put pressure and have the ability to kill somebody out that's not in the bottom lane. So I love the Ahri pick here, and it makes sense for the Kled and the Fiora. I'm just saying that we don't want to deal with these physical top laners in the top side, and with Kennen locked away, maybe a Renekton, or it's going to be the Rumble.
Yeah, another pick that Smeb can play quite well. And it's funny to see Mickey on his 6th unique champion in the mid lane. I think he must have played the most unique champions out of any player so far in LCK. I mean, Max might be one of those guys as well, but I think he played a couple of games of Thresh, a couple of games of Blitzcrank.
At some point, you wonder if he's just doing it to kind of patted onto his statistics as, yeah, you know what, maybe we're not going to win, but I am the mid laner with the most mid lane champions played. And it's going to be the Shen, actually, for Smeb this time around. So lots of defensive action in the bottom save that can also be used quite aggressively as well. There it is.
You were talking about the calligraphy, bringing it out for deft.
It's quite beautiful there, actually.
With a marker. That's
with a llama to boast.
Calligraphy llama.
The Kali Llama.
You guys have seen it all here at LCK. I can't wait to see this RE versus Orianna mid lane matchup. This isn't 7-11, so the RE didn't get nerfed just yet. And generally it does come down to the skill matchup, I'd have to say. It'll depend on where the junglers are as well. You can see Mighty Bear is going to be on this Graves.
Yeah, Lee Sin on Orianna's side is definitely in their favor. You pretty much always want the better jungler when any of these matchups, and that's why they say the jungler is such a crucial role, just because it influences everybody else just so much. And when you have Dragon's Rage as an ability, you can pretty much win every 2v2 as long as you can outplay.
Yeah. The other part of this is that they have Smeb on the Shen this time, so if Ahri wants to go deep, no doubt Shen will be there to help out the Orianna. But either way, guys, those are the compositions that you see on your screen as we jump into game number 1 right now between ROX Tigers and KT Rolster. Both fan groups showing up pretty big today.
Yeah.
Shout out to them.
Popstar Ahri could not be more relevant as we see her be played in Korea. I believe that's a white chroma on her.
Yeah.
It's really important that they have chromas for this skin, otherwise it just would not fit the theme of dancing groups.
Yep, they got to make sure it looks as much like Girls' Generation as possible, as she does do the dance, I believe. And we also have Darkstar Orianna in the mid lane for Pawn. Showing that off.
I believe that's also Darkstar Thresh, so lots of darkness coming out from KT this time around. What does it all mean, though?
Even Callista is kind of like a dark champion. You could see that skin that she's got on as well. And the glowing eyes just glaring into your soul. Very evil looking.
Yeah, and she has yet to use her bind already. Not sure why she's just using a white. Here, past the level 1, once the scouting has been utilized, has yet to pierce Mata's heart.
So, not the best leash with the Shen for the Lee Sin, but he's going to stick around and hit a bunch of those Raptors. You can see a nice little leash from Linderong there for Mighty Bear on his Raptors.
Oh, wait, no, they have binded. My bad.
You're just not evil, Crumbs. That's why you can't see it.
I'm flattered. In the meantime, junglers will be starting in the Raptor camp, moving towards the red side, and so they'll most likely just end up mimicking each other. Not a whole lot of kill pressure in the top side of the map, so you can really just expect these guys to make their ways towards the bottom side of the map. And you have to imagine that this will favor KT as they are red side, and so Lee Sin will finish bottom, whereas Mighty Bear will finish in the top side, but instead he chooses to alternate his route with just a red side clear into a recall that will net him that longsword, control ward, and the early vision can really mitigate a lot of the early moves that Lee Sin might be trying to make.
Does even throw down a ward, does Mighty Bear in his own jungle, wants to be as safe as possible.
That's a little bit too safe, actually. I think that might be giving a little bit too much credit, but he has to respect the fact that Pawn is pushing just very aggressively into this middle lane, and so because of that, the ward is a little bit warranted. However, I think we just met our wishes as we have the first start of an Infernal Drake tonight, and yep.
The cannon, man. So
just use your abilities on it. Just use the abilities. It's so worthwhile.
Burn all your mana. Just do it. Don't question it. Well, just push him back. Mickey actually very happy to take the trade, even into the Thunderlords, to get one auto. Not sure about that one, but...
The worst trade deal in the history of trade deals here.
Yeah. I wonder what it's like to be a pro gamer. You might have some insight into this, but like when the camera is on you, you have to assume the observer is watching your lane at all times. And then when you mess up like that, it's like, oh,
you
the
always
cringe.
assume that the observer is always on you. It's very seldomly that they don't catch something stupid that you do. I mean, maybe that just
must be the way it feels.
career, but yeah, I guess that's the way it feels. You know what? There's a reason why I'm not doing it anymore.
Couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure was too much. But we have Mighty Bear making his way topside. He's clearing the Scuttle Crab, and so is Score. So maybe they're thinking that something could be happening, considering that Lindaranks has no mana. So he's going to try to shove this wave out, and he could be in danger here without any mana. Oh, Lee Sin did get scouted, but he did not respect it.
Oh, he's going to flash here. There's the flash taunt. That's the easiest follow-up as ever. He's going to flash in to Score. There's the first blood. Meanwhile, Pawn is going on a little vacation into the enemy jungle.
The Raptors! Oh, he's going to be able to turn?
He's trying to speed up here. He's going to shield, but it doesn't look like he has enough mana. Mighty Bear is on the chase. Will Pawn actually survive?
There's the Lantern. There, he's going to get Lanterned out. He's going to be okay.
Oh, the Flash Lantern, and he survives. Nice team play from KT. And again, the bot lane was pushed in, so the bot lane of ROX could not respond in time, and that's why Mata gets there earlier.
And a poor communication there from ROX. You would have hoped that maybe Graze was helping out the Gallia to push out. Instead, they try to go for the gank onto the mid lane, but seemingly we don't really get to see what happened, but it looks like Pawn managed to just outplay the 1v2 as he's able to really turn Mickey and have him run for the hills and get surrounded by 6 little Raptors.
Poor Raptors didn't want any part in that.
Here we go. Yeah, so he's extended. Oh, he flashes over the wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's just the great escape.
Oh, look
boy.
at that. The Raptors. The chicken farm.
The missed orb, though, is like, it's giving me a migraine as an RA player. I'm sure Mickey would 1v1 me easy peasy with one hand, but like, that's gotta hurt. Missing that one. Definitely could have had the damage to follow up, and this means that Pawn gets out of here with the Lantern.
Great roam there from Mata, using pressure into the bottom lane, and they don't miss anything out of that just because the wave was already crashing, so Death is still capable of keeping a tiny little CS lead.
Yeah, so just the first blood going over to KT. Small little CS leads across the board for everyone on KT. Except the jungles, but as you said last time we cast, it's kind of hard to look at the jungle CS count and really see where these guys are at.
Now there at least is no flash onto Pawn, so Mickey does have the opportunity of going for a kill at level 6. The only issue is that they most likely would need either Mighty Bear to beat level 6 himself in order to burst him past Smeb's shield, or to just bring a third man into the mix. But the vision from KT respects this, and as such, they clear out the ward and have double controls on the bot side of the river. They have a green on the top side, and it's going to be really tough to get that. Here comes Stand United.
Oh, there it is. Can they burst through the shield? It doesn't look like it. The taunt onto Graves. Mighty Bear getting really low. Pawn as well. In comes Linderong from the top lane, trying to make this a 1-for-1. Very, very close, but the Lantern from Mata coming all the way from bot lane is going to save Smeb's life. And that means just one kill for KT, and everyone on KT survives.
Oh, Mata is just denying everything for ROX Tigers, and they just feel like they're so close, but that's just what you have to consider when you're dealing with a Thresh.
This guy, he is so on fire. The last time we saw him play, too, he was creating those plays to allow them to come back in the series, and, man, he's playing so well here in LCK Summer.
7 minutes in, and he's already part of the 2 biggest plays. We'll take another look right there, dashing over the wall. You know that he doesn't have flash, but it's not enough. Through the Stand United, the burst is down, and there's just not enough there. And there's also the shield from Score. Everybody's in this party.
Mickey actually may have gotten Pawn there had he hit the Q, by the way.
Yeah.
Smeb with the escape, thanks to Mata.
Little nuances there. I think the Spirit's Refuge actually allowed to block one of the final shots that might have taken him out. So good use of that there from Smeb.
So everything looking pretty dandy so far for KT. Fine and dandy.
Yeah, El Jungler that Mata is used to playing with.
Even without them, they're feeling dandy.
Who now out of all places, is playing in North American Challenger Series. So, not...
It's funny how things change.
Funny is definitely the word.
Wow.
You got Pawn roaming around river.
This looks like the spring top lanes where it's just like, we don't really need to see this.
I think it's just Galio though. That's what he does. He just denies everything that you have, and now
He just
ROX
denies
looking for a
fun,
lane
man.
swap. They're swapping out the lane, so they recognize that they just don't want to be in this anymore. They're trying to make something proactive happen. So I like the move so far, but will they be able to pick Smeb up without anybody here to proc it? Just be patient. They could have. He probably could have had them had they waited. So instead, they're trying to go for a turret trade.
The race is on, and with the red buff on
Yeah.
Mighty Bear, I think they should be able to get this top turret first.
Yeah, I think they have it.
Bigger wave down in bot, but
Yeah.
more people on the red buff in top will offer that first blood turret to the Tigers.
Good proactive move by them there. But instead
Infernal.
for the first brick, the Infernal, as you mentioned it, that's a really good trade, though, considering that you have Callista and Orianna that, as your main damage threats with so much protection, will surely be able to make a lot of use out of this one. But Mighty Bear,
He showed himself on the ward accidentally. I think he might have been able to get away with this had he not shown him. Meanwhile, Mickey going to trade ult for ult here, but everybody on KT is on the chase. Mighty Bear, he spots this and will just back off, not
You're
able to
right.
take the Rift Herald.
he shows, and then KT makes a beeline for that direction, and as such, he has to respond, has to back off, and a trade that could have gone the way of ROX just ends up being not quite so favorable, while KT doesn't get the red steel, the blue steel right away. But
All the newest sounds coming to you guys here on the Spo TV broadcast from Crumbs.
that's a Spanish word. That's in Spanish.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. It just spills.
There you go.
But what? Okay, he's going in. The carries are in the back here, though.
Will it come in? Nope. Shen will actually pick that up, and we are going to have a forced fight. Nice collateral damage. That's going to be 2 kills going over to the ROX Tigers.
Pawn's in trouble now, though.
We do not have the Spirit Rush from Mickey because he had to use it earlier on.
And one thing that we learned about Herald, that we learned when it first came out, is that if you ever commit 5 people to it, probably not a good idea. It's almost always an objective that relies on pressure for it to be taken, as opposed to something that you want to be starting a fight on, because you can't really tank it and turn around, especially this early on into the game. And as such, ROX got a nice little advantage there. They're able to mitigate what seemingly was a game that could have escaped their hands. Now they're back in it in terms of kills, and only a 400 gold advantage on the way of KT, which is that first couple of kills.
Yeah, so they do even up that gold, but we'll see what KT can get from the Rift Heralds, and, you know, they do have that Infernal Drake, so. We do have a Cloud Drake coming up next. How disappointing.
But the Cloud Drake is going to help in terms of dodging Charm. That's where the value will come
There you
from.
go.
Look on the bright side for it and such. The other bright side is that Deft has already finished his Blade of the Ruined King, so they can just go back down here to the bottom lane, and they know that they can take on any 2v2, seemingly any 3v3, and then when you have Stand United on top of it all, they feel like they're on top of the world here, because Callista spiking is just so dangerous.
I want to point something out. I was looking at the stats we have here. Mighty Bear is actually 4-0 on Graves so far. I think those are stats coming from Spring because, as far as I know, we haven't seen him yet in Summer.
That is a much stronger Graves than it is now, however.
For sure. But still, seems like he has a pretty good mastery of the champion.
It makes me hopeful. However, one lame thing that happened to Graves is that while you can auto-cancel your Q, you can no longer combo your ultimate with it.
Yeah.
Which is disappointing, so the Herald will get used, right? Oh, you missed it! He missed that. Like, it's... What's there to say at that point?
Well, exactly what you did say, Crumbs.
Just pointing out the obvious. He missed.
And, well, That Rift Herald usage again, I mean, it gets the one hit.
They just discard it like it's nothing.
It's like, yeah, I guess we're just going to do it. They don't even look for picks. They're not trying to rotate. They're not trying to trick ROX. They're like, hey, we're all grouping up and we're just going to use it, and it's going to get a little bit of damage, and that's it.
Nobody has any love for Herald, it seems. They just treat it like a one-time use. There's so much there's so much potential in the relationship with Herald, but with Heraldine, but they just...
Poor Heraldine, man. Just throwing her to the Wolves. Or to the Foxes.
That would have actually been better, maybe. More use out of that one than just that little chunk. Because you know they're not going to revisit mid lane for any siege anytime soon because they have Kalista. And Graves has no qualms about using his collateral damage to really wave clear this turret. Because you really understand just how valuable mid lane turret is at this point. The most important lane in the game. Keeping it alive means that you can stall out if you're in a dangerous position, or you can play even more aggressive. And you know, you could write essays about how good mid lane turret is.
It's pretty good. That's what they say.
Chapter 4.
Yeah.
More uses for mid lane.
I prefer the just one sentence. It's good. It pretty much sums up things. But yeah, I mean, you can see that they're hanging around here. Thresh and Kalista, they're just farming the wave essentially. Nobody else is really trying to make any big moves towards the objective until now.
Yeah, the big move is trading the outers into the bottom lane. Galio has to retreat here, but Score already has the inside number on this, so he might be going down here. Nice flash there. Make sure that he doesn't get insect into the Orianna, and I respect it. They're just able to go for a turret trade, and I like it. Oh, that's a bit of a risky engage. There is Fate's call in. Stand United.
Yep, that's Mickey for you. Either it's going to work out big time or it's going to fail big time. And, well, had he hit the charm, maybe.
There's Stand United. There's Stand United. You just don't go for that.
That's very true.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, like KT specifically drafted the Shen to prevent this from happening so that you can mitigate the pressure that Ari can go for. And
I guess he felt like I can just chip away and then get away, but not going against Kalista Thresh, unfortunately. And as you said, definitely a mistake.
Oh, damn it, Mickey. We're so hopeful. We always give him the benefit of the doubt, but just when you give a little bit, he just takes it all back.
Well, definitely not doing too well so far. One big glaring mistake. We talked about embarrassment in front of the observer. Well, that was the only action on the map, so everybody watching right now just saw that. Poor guy.
I think he's past that phase at this point. However,
used to it.
The non-embarrassing thing is the macro from ROX. I really am pretty happy to see the rotation that allowed them to get that first brick. They move to the bottom side to secure that turret. Galio recognizes his danger, just flashes away, makes sure that there's no chance of giving up too unnecessary of kills. So the rest of ROX is really just doing a lot of work here, keeping up with KT and not allowing the laning advantages that they seemingly would have gotten had the laning phase continued. And they're able to just accelerate the game, keep the objectives going, and they're going to just get this Cloud Dragon, a dragon that the KT Rolster have never really cared too much about, and typically use these dragons that don't have a whole lot of value in order to bait for picks and for kills. And we're going to take another look at Mickey here, going for another standard Mickey mode.
Yeah, you're right. Even if the charm hits, there's no way.
Lantern.
With the Stand United, the Lantern.
There's heal.
Yeah. Just a straight-up mistake for sure. Kind of unfortunate. They were doing quite well up until then. And again, it's just, well, it was the kill and the teleport, which definitely hurts. As you can see, the teleport of Linderong is still down. And the ignite of Mickey, apparently. But not working out. Looks like KT wants to group up as 4 now in the mid lane. They do have Shen in the main.
But Linderong can just pop his ultimate, and he most likely will do it once again here just to wave clear. And there it is. Just too easy to defend this turret. And good hook.
Ooh, forcing that flash out. But here comes Mickey. He's looking for the charm. Gonna miss it. Almost hitting Deft. And Linderong for the follow-up with the heroic entrance, but nothing happens.
To no avail there, and this siege is not going to result in a whole lot now that Caitlyn is here, but the trap line is now starting to be laid back into a better position as opposed to just being in the middle of the lane. So KT really not in the greatest move here for them. Staying in the mid lane now that Pawn has no mana means that they are susceptible to some sort of engage that would not favor them, as they don't have the tools to answer back.
What do you think about the static shiv here on the Caitlyn? I mean, well, we're going to get another replay of this fight where essentially nothing happens. Galio comes in to try to help out Mickey and make that engage very nice. Had they hit the charm, maybe that works, but not really. But what about the static shiv on Caitlyn? Definitely helps with pushing back the waves that KT's trying to push in.
It does. I think it's a bit of a safer wave clear, I'd say, than the Hurricane, and I think that's probably what he's going for. When you hit the static, the charged auto attack, you clear a little bit faster than the Hurricane, which does rely on just more auto attacks in position. So, do I like it? No. Do I see what it does?
You say
yes.
like only positive things, and then you're like, no, it's bad.
That's how you give compliments. You got to go with a compliment sandwich. You start good, good, bad, good. Otherwise, then people just forget about it. But all the effort to defend the turret just goes down after just a very easy push of 2 people. So ROX just being quite undecisive in what they really want to be doing. So far, they gave up their mid-tier 1, and now what can KT do with this advantage? Because that turret's quite meaningful here, and they have many tools. Post 20 minutes, Kalista can obviously take a Baron, and this team is no stranger to going for the biggest objectives very early on.
You can see they're totally denying vision in the river, at least. The Scuttle Crab was 4 rocks, thankfully taken by them.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to 2-man this or solo it or just try to take it very quickly, but if they get some kills early on, they're going to fight for it. You're Stand United. That can come in too.
Yeah, the teleport coming on in from Linderong. Let's see if he can get an engage. Not going to happen. Stand United not burned here as Smeb continues to push, and there's no answer here because Linderong did teleport out, so there will be pressure in the bot lane for KT.
Good move there. They don't even commit the teleport or the Stand United, as you bring up, and so it frees up Smeb to do a little bit more. And now the next time they try this engage, they'll have a tremendous advantage onto it. So I like the composure here, especially from Smeb. You know, you never know whose call this is, but because of the angle in which the engage was, in that KT would have to just keep running in a straight line, the engage would have been really difficult for them to turn it effectively. And a fight lost there that's over post 20 minutes can result in a Baron that could just easily tip the game in a way that you don't want to happen this early on, considering that you've been playing relatively clean so far.
Taking a look at the gold numbers here, you can see the mid and the AD positions, or even the top lane, definitely pretty heavily in favor of KT. Not too many kills in this game, just 2 to 3, but about, well, 30 CS up in the top lane and almost 50, or actually more than 50 in the mid lane, and about 30 in the bot lane.
Pawn's killing it, going with the throwback Morello's into Luden's build. The mobility is going to do a whole lot when you're dealing with the Ahri. You can dodge out of the charms and lots of the abilities that ROX will try to throw at you when there's such long range. And if you can just keep the distance a little bit better, Orianna's safety, not only does it increase tremendously, but a safe Orianna is one that kills teams.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Stand United, Mata jumping into 4. Here comes the heroic entrance. Mata and Smeb kind of all alone. Finally, the backline begins hitting onto that Linderong. Mata will be saved. Smeb on the run now. Scorer will try to kick them all out, and it looks like, oh, that was so close. Mata survives with about 25 health.
But I gotta say, Mickey's like the least attractive Ahri here. Not hitting any charms. Nobody has any of her tricks. Tries to go for deft again, but misses. Is able to at least catch Score at the tail end of that one, burning his Dragon's Rage and Flash, but Pawn has Cleanse and Flash, so might not be in too much trouble here.
Okay, forcing out the TP. We'll see if he can actually get out alive, and he will be forced to flash away. They're trying to re-engage here as Pawn has to stay, trying to get that kill. There it is. Ace in the hole will pick up the kill.
That was really unnecessary. Felt like he could have gotten away out of that one, but ROX punished well. They saw him there. They try to go for him, and trading summoners on your support for flash onto the mid lane there is always going to be worth it. So good moves there from ROX Tigers. We'll take another look here. That's Mata being bold for you. He goes in, has Courage of the Colossus, but the shockwave gets blown right away. And Mickey does a nice job of dodging that one, but when he hits this, here's the charm that he actually hits onto Score there. Good little charm there. At least gets a flash, but oof, that could have been it. That could have been at least something to to write home about for ROX.
But still, we're still waiting for this Ahri to show up with some big charms.
And the thing is, I think KT get outscaled at this point. The Caitlyn's damage is going to be really high come later stages in the game, and even though obviously Orianna and Kalista can do a whole lot to melt through a lineup, the tools to get to the backline of Caitlyn, past the Braum, past the Galio, just aren't really there. It's going to be up to Score to go for a crazy kick, and you can't really count on Mata going for a hook that's going to hit at Caitlyn in the later stages in the game. So as long as ROX continue to farm and play the map out well as they have been doing and keep the goal lead at a minimal distance, then I think they're happy with this game.
Yeah, especially if it does go extremely late and Songyun's eventually able to pick up a QSS, well, then you're going to need more than even just a hook, and good positioning should save them come very late game. As obviously if you pick up the QSS, you're delaying some of your more damagey items. We do have an Infernal up next, but that won't be for a while.
Mighty Bear getting a little aggressive, but no follow-up there from anybody. Braum's Wall going to be able to easily get them out of that situation, but Score, Smeb maybe fancying a flank from here. We'll just return to the bottom lane, and he's got a nice CS lead. They're not able to make the most out of the TP advantage that they received early on. I think the kill on Pawns kind of slowed things down, but if Smeb can continue to split push and they can draw Galio away from the bottom lane, a tier 2 would be in order for KT.
They see Score here. He doesn't know that's going to be potentially a kill. Stand United comes on in. At least they get the Stand United.
Really smart move there from Mickey. Just gets the charm, blows the Stand United, and refuses to commit. Just, you know what? I got all I could get. Let's back off now. But a Baron start here from ROX Tigers now that Score has been chunked out. And it's going down relatively quickly. It does get spotted out. Where is Galio and Ahri, though? There is no Spirit Rush, so this could be a fight that KT can win.
Definitely can, but look at that line of traps. The teleport from behind, though, is going to be rough to deal with.
They're committing to finish.
They're committing to the finish. Can they actually pick this up? The flash on in. This will go over to the ROX Tigers. Meanwhile, though, Mickey getting caught out. Will he actually go down? The answer is no. Looks like maybe Mighty Bear will be biting the dust here. Looks like only Linderong for now. Perhaps Mighty Bear. He's still trying to kite. Score will catch up. But that'll be losing 2 kills, but they get the Baron.
2 for 0 is very worth it. And Mickey, even though he criticized, oh, he's getting picked all the time, what are these dumb moves that he's making, gets the pick onto the jungler. And even though he doesn't kill him, he forces the recall. And because ROX had the position onto the Baron already, they can easily secure it. And a really smart call that's just so time sensitive that if they had started that Baron just a couple of seconds late, Score could have been in a position to steal. The fight could not have gone their way. So just really good awareness from ROX to understand the timing windows that they have. And we'll look at the replay right there. They know that they have to finish. And even though Braum is really low and Thresh flashes in and hits the hook onto the Ahri, it just doesn't matter. The objective had been secured so far. They say retreat. We got what we came here for. And Galio's just a casualty of war.
He's okay. He'll come back to life. And yeah, it was definitely a good heroic entrance there to save Mickey on the Ahri. I think he knocked up 2 or 3 members, very nicely timed by Linderong. So there are moments in ROX's play where you can definitely see, you know, slivers of, I won't call it genius, but smartness perhaps, right? Just a smart play and a lot of these different small moves that sometimes would go ignored in League of Legends, but puts them in a decent spot. They're behind on gold, but only by a little bit, and they have this Baron to follow up and begin pushing.
Yeah, it was a really good move by them, but also when you're a jungler post 20 minutes, you basically never have to go to the bottom side of the map. I think that Score was maybe looking for trying to pick somebody to team up with Smeb. Shen and Lee have lots of damage when you consider that there's a Hydra and a Black Cleaver onto them, but that move just isn't worthwhile when you give up control of the Baron side when teams have the damage to take it down.
Also, when you're just chilling in a brush and you don't really know if there's a ward, you don't have your sweeper up, you're just sitting there like, I hope they don't have a ward against a picking kind of mid in this Ahri. Either way, coming on in here, the Banshee's Veil on Mickey will be taken down by Score. Oh, trying to go heavy here onto Key. They force the flash out, but no shockwave.
Caitlyn's here to fight, though. Nice dodge.
Really nice dodges here, and scores a little bit ahead of
Oh, he doesn't
everyone
get
else.
it.
There's the stun. Stand United, but they burn him down. That's going to be the kill. And look at Linderong. He delays everybody else, and he's super tanky. Doesn't take any damage. That's a really nice pick onto score here by ROX.
And ROX just making the most out of this Baron, looking for any advantage they can get, running them around the Dragon. And what is Score doing at this point? He just needs to be staying with the team. And every time that he dies, this composition is so reliant on being together and looking for picks that when he goes down, the entire rest of the team just can't do anything about it. And now they're facing potentially losing an inhibitor turret in under 30 minutes here.
Yeah, the Baron still has 25 seconds left. Will they look to make use of it here on this last wave? It looks like the answer is no because of this Infernal Drake. It's coming up. They put on a bit of pressure. They know it's 5v4. Linderong's got his TP. He can come in if KT wants to force a fight. So it looks like this Infernal should go over to the ROX Tigers.
A nice blue buff steal as well as a start onto the Dragon, but Score isn't just here yet. Linderong does have teleport, and there is a ward in the blue buff for him to TP to if they want to. Here it comes.
Yeah, TP up above towards mid lane, but that is going to be the blue buff. And uh-oh, Pawn, he is going to take that the Lantern here. And you can see Kalista back in the back. A really nice shockwave is going to get 2 kills here for KT. Now Key on the run. Mighty Bear trying to do damage. He takes out Pawn. Really nice moves there on the Graves, making the most of a bad situation. But yeah, that's 3 kills taken there against the ROX Tigers. KT only losing Pawn.
That was so close. The kick from Score really saving the fight. They got collapsed on a 5-on-3, but the kick saves it, and then Pawn flashes in, tries to get the Graves, but he just crits him and immediately pops him with the collateral damage. So a good turnaround from KT, still showing signs of life, especially from Score with a great kick. And here it comes again. Look at the teleport. It looks like this is a great fight there for the ROX Tigers. The hook misses, so you know it's on cooldown. They're about to turn onto this, but look at the bottom side of the map. Smeb and Score with the great taunt into a fantastic kick.
The shockwave too. It's just everything lining up, and fantastic angle to come on in. You could see Mighty Bear with the crits and
that was
collateral damage. You were talking about the scaling. Graves, he'll get there eventually too.
It's that Phantom Dancer. It does so much work. One of the strongest items in the game right now. When you try to 1v1 somebody that has that, you're almost always going to be at a disadvantage. Well, actually, you always will be at a disadvantage. It sucks. No
99.99% of the time. But yeah, it was a bit of a tumultuous mid-game that we had there, but as it stands,
you're all up on that word tonight.
Oh, I know. It's just flowing out of me right now. But the Tigers, they get their own Infernal Drake, so they even up that. And, you know, they've got a nice late-game comp, as you were mentioning before. And they're still only about 2K behind. So we do have a close game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they're really putting in work here. A much more impressive showing. I thought that, you know, we could see a bit of a more one-sided matchup, considering the early game that was just seemingly so well read from Mata that the ROX just bounced back really well. And now all you have to worry about is how well is KT going to outplay these fights, because you can't really count on that crazy shockwave kick combo every single time.
It's kind of an unfortunate positioning from ROX. You were talking about how you can't really count on that, but I feel like at the end of the day, when you put these two teams head to head, the ROX Tigers are going to be the team that get themselves into that kind of a rock and a hard place situation more often than KT.
A rocks and a hard place. You had it was so there.
The ROX is in between the rock and the hard place. Doesn't really add up, Crumbs. I'm not sure.
Listen, anytime we try to involve math into it, we're always going to be at a disadvantage. That's the real Phantom Dancer.
That's the first thing you hear when you go to casting school, as all of us have, of course.
It's written on the walls. No,
don't do math.
Math is not allowed.
It's not your job. Leave that to the statisticians. Wow, the flash hook miss.
Isn't it? You know what? Let's move
away
from
not statisticians?
I'm not going to. No comment. I don't want to be right or wrong.
All right. I see. Taking the safe path.
Yeah.
That's admirable of you.
In the meantime, the flash did get, but is there follow-up here?
Oh,
the ultimate gets blown. He does have flash, QSS, and heal.
So he does use that, and in goes the Shen. Shield coming on in here. has not used that heal all, but yet is not able to use it actually. It looks like it's still on cooldown, and Mighty Bear is going to get caught as well. And again, ROX Tigers do get caught in a really disadvantageous position. That's 3 members of them going down. Very unfortunate.
They make a beeline for the Caitlyn, and she just doesn't have the tools to deal with the Guardian Angel on Lee Sin that's building damage, the Shen that also has damage, and all their summoners up, and she has yet to complete an armor penetration item. She went for the QSS to be a little bit safer, but there's really not a target to protect herself from right now. Are you really worried about getting hooked at this stage in the game? If so, probably reassess a couple of other things and such. She will go down, and ooh, that's the advantage that KT really wanted. Now that they have Baron, and if they can count on making those plays around Caitlyn every single time, there's just not going to be enough damage at a distance to really win the fights for ROX Tigers.
So, as I was saying, the prediction here from Valdez, Songyun, he gets caught out here in a bad spot. Key is not able to protect him, and as you were saying, they pretty much blow everything to get on top of Songyun, and really the rest of the team wasn't there to follow up with any damage. You could see Mickey is out of position. Linderong wasn't able to get in range to heroic entrance, and everything just goes down the drain for the ROX Tigers.
Really good making up for previous mistakes there from Score, dodging out of the initial Braum Q and then following up with Smeb. So really nice synergy to see there between these two relatively new teammates that previously for many years were just rivals.
Come on, here Smeb's just going to try to zone them out. Another shockwave used onto this Braum. Pawn really dislikes the Santa Claus, but he does take him out in the end, so definitely will be worth it. Smeb just gonna TP on back, no doubt. Let's see if he actually goes for it. There it is.
There is Fate's Call available still, so Motto is gonna be safe.
Yeah, and here's Smeb with the home guard, getting onto Songyun once again. Score is going to be taunted up here by Linderong, but there's no follow-up. It looks like Tigers is just a little bit too far behind. Score going on in, very low on health, but still able to zone them all out.
It's just not enough damage onto this lineup so far. They need the armor penetration items, and because Shen is so fed and he has the Gargoyle Stone Plate, you just saw how much damage this Caitlyn can deal. Until she really completes that Lord Dominix, it's just not going to happen. And I really have to question this build so far from the Caitlyn. Not only did she not have the Hurricane, does she not have Berserker Greaves. Not too sure why there's a Ninja Tabi, considering there's only a Kalista who should never really be in range to attack Caitlyn and or the Lee Sin. I mean, I get maybe Shen on top of her, but normally you would just put the emphasis on your positioning as opposed to your build as your way of staying alive.
Here we go, gonna force out that heroic entrance. Pawn takes a ton of damage, but still alive in this fight. Stand United will come in, and a really nice shockwave there onto Songyun, followed up by the taunt, follow up by Score, doing enough damage to take him out. Now Mickey on the run, Linderong in a bad spot, not able to take out any of these members. Typical Galio, survives forever, doesn't do much, and man, this is just KT cleaning up house after all the other mistakes from ROX.
Wow,
Ooh,
nice Q.
He hits it into the charm. Scory does have his Guardian Angel. Looks like he doesn't want to take the chance.
Well, we can tell just why Songyun was going with a purely defensive build. That's his positioning really just was not the most proud moment there. And now KT just going to easily close this one out in under 40 minutes. Only 5 kills going ROX's way.
Yeah, so there you have it. KT eventually able to pull this one together. Looking to pad their KDA stats here as they do take out the Braum. And there you go. Nexus falls 1-0 KT Rolster.
Pretty good game from them so far. The early game was really good, but a little bit of iffy moments there, especially Score getting caught out when they gave up that Baron. But overall, it's a progress that you want to see from the team that's supposedly making a beeline for the finals against SKT in this summer split. So a good progress from them, and really, especially on Mata. Mata has been truly impeccable this game, even though a couple of odd moments, the roams, the ability to enable his teammates and just save so many people were instrumental in them getting into a position that they're able to just clean house in under 40 minutes.
Yeah, definitely was a superstar performance from Mata. There were a couple of rough moments, but I think it was just his confidence overflowing where he's like, no, we got this, we got to go in. Perhaps he's shot calling again.
Oh, you
And,
know he's shocked.
Yeah, he's got to be. And you can see the looks of disappointment there on the faces of ROX Tigers. They had some moments where they shone a bit, you know, but not quite as brightly, or as bright, rather, as KT.
Yeah, stars shining in the smogged up city. And
Don't make fun of Seoul like that,
I'm
Crumbs.
talking about
You've
Los
been here for like a
Angeles.
week.
I'm talking about Los Angeles, man. That's what I'm talking about. You know, some
right.
kids will grow up thinking that the sky is actually not black at night and then it's gray. You know how sad that is?
That is actually kind of sad.
Yeah, that's actually really sad.
LA's not the only city, but here's Linderong making a bit of a mistakey.
Trying to push the wave without any mana on the return route from score. Probably going to see the fight onto the mid lane here. This is where the Stand United comes out, and everybody's going to join onto this. You have Lee Sin coming, save spawn with the final Q. Yeah, the Q would have made the difference. And here comes Mata, saves Smeb.
Saves the day. And score gets out too, because Mickey's too low to follow up any damage at that point.
This is a good little reaction move there from ROX when KT try to get greedy and go for the Herald. Then they collapse and they're able to get a couple of kills. And even though the Herald doesn't go their way, it's still the move that they needed to stay relevant into this game. They got a whole lot out of it. And overall, I was impressed with the macro from these guys. Except, do we have to really? Oh.
Ugh.
You know better than this. He learned, actually, especially on the pick onto score, not to follow through when the Stand United is out.
You can see his mechanics are usually on point. Really nice dodge on the taunt there from Smeb, and then the follow-up charm onto score. So there are moments, again, where he shows up big, but sometimes he makes a mistake. That's kind of the story of Mickey. Pawn, he's not without mistakes himself, gets caught out there. Either way, the result that comes on through. KT Rolster takes game number 1 in 37 minutes.
Really good performance. It's the ramp up that you want to see, and you can still understand that the cap for this team is unbelievably high, right? Your first kind of really powerhousing all-star team that assembled out of nowhere, surprising everybody, and 21,000 damage for Deft on this Kalista, just being able to melt down all the tanks in the world, everybody that's short range, that relies on trying to get into position, but not the greatest thing for ROX this time around.
Yeah, we'll see if they can shore up their play jumping into game number 2 after just a short commercial break, guys. So we'll see you in just about 8 minutes with game number 2. Welcome back, guys. 7 seconds ahead of schedule, just as Spo always is. We're back here at the Nexon Arena. It's me, Valdez, with Crumbs, and we're in the midst of a KT versus ROX series that was a little bit rocky in the beginning. KT eventually able to take out game 1, though.
Yeah, but ROX made some moves that are a little bit uncharacteristic. Some really nice macro, understanding when they fell behind, and the MVP will be going to Smeb. Oh, well.
What?
Oh, well. I thought Mata was going to get it, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Like, Mata did save Smeb here in the end as well. I figured he was going to get it, but, you know, to each their own. He did have a pretty good game. He had a great game as well, right? Some of the game-winning taunts and kicks, so good ultimate usage from him as well. So the MVP going his way, and starting to really rank up those MVP points as we have seen him do before in the past.
Yeah, I believe that was his first MVP, so he's gotten on the board here. It is still pretty early on in LCK Summer. You guys are joining us pretty early on, so we'll see those points rack up eventually. As you guys can see, it's 1-0 for KT Rolster so far.
Yep. What are you looking at?
Just like looking at that CG, because the ROX Tigers logo is on the left and the number 1 is on the left, so that can definitely get very confusing. So I wanted to say it again. KT has won game number 1.
And they did win with a pretty decisive team fighting fashion. A lot of the team fights were really well played by them that allowed them to stay in this, and that's why these players are regarded in such a high...
Linderong is... And then he glares into the camera, really unhappy, it seems.
Just get carried away there on that one.
Anyway, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the team fighting. They really made it out through their mechanics, I feel like. Especially that pick onto Sangyun where Score and Smeb teamed up, take down the Caitlyn, and were able to snowball the game back in their control after that.
So let's hop into game number 2, pick and ban. You can see that first ban for KT for both of these games has been Jarvan.
You notice that the ROX Tiger, at least the coach outfit, kind of looks like Tony the Tiger with the stripes, right?
It actually does.
Look like these sugar frosties.
This guy's been eating too many frosted flakes. They're turning into tigers.
Well, they're gonna need a little extra boost if they plan on taking down KT.
They need to switch to Wheaties, man, in order to actually get back into this series.
Yeah, well, the Jace as well denied with the Jarvan, so I always gonna hit on this one. The Jace is a triple flex here in Korea. It's a mid, top, and jungle pick. I know that sounds crazy, but yes, Jace jungle.
Where is it that we saw Jace jungle? Was that in promotions?
Not even in promotion. It was in the Challenger series from Ever 8. So Malrang was playing that and pretty much just bopping CJ with it.
Oh, thank God. Okay, we have Galio banned.
Hallelujah.
I am so happy right now, guys. You don't even know. I'm just, yeah. I really have not been enjoying this Galio so far.
First pick Lee or first pick Kennen? Maybe even Thresh, actually, from Mata. He had a pretty great series. It really seems to be fitting the KT style, and it is the most heavily contested support so far. So it would not be surprising if they decide to give it to the main shot caller for this team.
There's definitely a lot of choices, as you were pointing out. So they go down to the wire, and you are correct. It will be Thresh as the first pick for Mata. Makes sense. I mean, he had such a star game on it in game number 1.
Now, you have to wonder, do ROX care about Kalista Thresh again? You have to think about it, and denying a Kalista out of nowhere, not the wisest move when you're not pairing it with Thresh yourself, and KT always has the option of just securing their bottom lane early on, but instead they will just take away the Orianna and testing Pawn's hand here. He has seen a lot of success on him. What else can he do now that there is no Galio, there is no Orianna, and I believe the last pick we saw out of him before that was the Gaffiz. I'm looking through the notes. Where are my stats?
My favorite champion, Gaffiz.
Oh, it was Corki and Talia. Yeah, there is plenty.
Yeah. So Mickey, this is the first time he's going to be repeat playing a champion. This will be a second game on Orianna. He's played 6 different champions, and as you said, just take that away from Pawn. Mighty Bear is going to give another shot at Graves. He had a pretty good game on the Graves, you have to say. He was 4-0 before this series. Again, that was on a stronger Graves, but definitely seems to be one of his most practiced champions. Not deciding to go with the Lee Sin. They give that over to Score once again.
Not too keen on that one, really. The Lee Sin pick is just so darn strong right now.
Do it, Pawn, please.
Going with the salty run back, could it be? Yep. Just saying, you know what? I'm going to beat you.
Look at Pawn's face.
Into Ari. Look at that smile. When's the last time we've seen Pawn smile? This is a man.
You know, he's like mixing up his masteries.
Dude, when this guy won Worlds, he didn't even smile. He's like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. All right. And now we can actually see a smirk on his face, and it seems like we know what sinister ideas he has. What makes Pawn smile is trying to win the reverse matchup of something.
It just seems so obvious, right? Especially with the, I'll give it a mediocre performance. There are a lot more other words that I could have used for Mickey's Ari play there in that first game.
Oh, I thought you were saying his smile was mediocre.
No,
I was like, man, that's
Ari's play. Mickey's play on Ari. But Pawn, you know, he's going into this one. He's like, I'm going to show you how to play Ari, okay? Against Oriana.
But now, do ROX take away the Shen and say, let's make this a fair fight, mano a mano, even all around? Probably not. But he does have the Ignite this time around on Pawn, and I think that Pawn and Score could probably do a little bit more work with the Ari Lee Sin than we would have expected last time around with the Ari and Graves. Not the greatest combination there, as Lee Sin is the best junglers right now. The physical damage helps your laners just build whatever you want, especially when you target this top lane pool without Jarvan, Jace, Fiora, Kennen, leaving really just Renekton as your next physical dealer topsided. Maybe Shen, but he's more of a tank.
Look at that Caitlyn ban. It seemed to be very good in the, what was the last series? It was Samsung against Afreeca.
It just happened.
Yeah, I know. This always happens where the next day I'm like, wait, what did I cast? When you cast so much stuff, it eventually comes to it.
It all blurs together.
Yeah. The life of a caster. So rough.
You do have a shirt that says caster.
I do, actually. I wore that today.
Yeah.
Since 2005, although that's not the truth. Look at that Snap Kalista pick.
Yeah, it is a Denial Kalista, and it will be paired with a Braum, so it does offer some kill pressure, but it's not as flashy of a lane as Kalista Thresh. So we are going to be denied the Fate's Call into Lantern plays or into hooks that we saw last time around from Mata and Def, and instead we will be getting the Varus, so even more pick potential, and just going with a full-on just the ability to find individual targets from this composition is insane. You've got Charm, you've got Hook, you've got Kick, you've got Chains of Corruption, and yep, you're gonna have an equalizer to add on top of it to just make that team fighting that much stronger. No, why does he do this all the time? He did it last time too. Well, it's gonna be the Kled. Another pick champion.
Yeah. It's cool. I mean,
yes, he actually is doing the run back. It's gonna be, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about the hover. Yep, not doing it.
ROX is definitely one of these teams that likes to troll as well. So we gotta wait until the timer actually fades here. Okay, they are going with the Shen. So makes sense. You have so much pick on your team. Get that Stand United.
But the thing is, ROX's ability to start a fight is close to none. How do you legitimately start a fight with your 4-man unit? You've got Shen split pushing in the side lanes. You have Braum Q, which requires range to hit it, whereas you have 2 short-range AD carries. Shockwave is really the only thing you have. So KT just gonna be the ones being the aggressors on this time around, whereas ROX have to play almost purely defensive onto these plays, and they have to play a way where they pressure the map, they play the macro, and really start fights in a way akin to SKT. And we all know how poorly it works when you try to take the SKT playbook into your own.
That's been finely crafted, written over many years, many centuries by Coma. Can't just recreate that in one night.
He doesn't need, he can share it with the world as far as anyone knows. It's unaccessible. The knowledge is only available to them.
Oftentimes seems that way, but pretty interesting draft we had coming in here. Lots of pick from the side of KT, the Kled will have some nice pressure in the side lane with that charge, as we saw out of Samsung from QVA playing nicely on that.
And in the meantime, ROX will have to be playing really well in this laning phase for them to start getting the ball rolling. If they get ahead, then it becomes pretty much very easy with any composition that you have. But if you're behind, Bait's call would really be the hardest way they can start a fight. But it's quite difficult when you're dealing with the mobility of a Lee Sin, an Ahri, and the Thresh Lantern to top things off.
For sure. I mean, they do have a bunch of different targets to put the ball on. You do have that Shen to taunt on in. You do have the Braum if he is thrown in by the Kalista. You have a couple of different options, but we'll see if they can actually make it work. As we said in Game 1, ROX Tigers, they oftentimes have decent composition, decent macro play, but then when it comes down to execution in the team fights, sometimes the positioning is not there, the mechanics are not there, and they definitely need to shore that up. So you can look at a composition in its shell for ROX, but I want to see them take this composition and actually do something with it. So guys, we're going to jump into game number 2 right now between KT and the ROX Tigers.
My God, it's like the voice comes from nowhere. I can't see it.
I couldn't find her that time. The follow through for the KT chants is definitely stronger. Although the cheerleader tries to hype him up and go super loud. The ROX cheerleader is actually really loud, which is very necessary for that position.
It really makes a difference. Well, junglers will just be staring into each other's eyes here as a standard 5-point formation happening, although
how romantic.
They are looking for maybe a cheeky level 1, but KT knows all too well not to fight against Braum Kalista level 1, especially in a face-checking moment.
Looks like Score's gonna start red here. We have seen some Raptor starts at times, and notice how he sneaks around. So you can see that the Tigers are they saw that there's a ward there, KT did, so they know that hey, maybe we can sneak around, take red instead. So maybe they're not sure if I went to blue, started at some kind of weird pattern. They came over there and actually gave one Raptor to Kled for Smeb up in the top lane. We'll give him level 2 on the first wave.
And this red could mean that he goes for an... What? He does all this work to dodge... Okay, he still manages to dodge around the ward. But they're not going to take any cheeky invades onto this. He's just going to try to make sure that ROX does not know where his route is, and that will make it a little bit tougher for ROX to lane, as they're not going to be able to know where Lee Sin starts, where he's going to end, and as such, they have to play with a little bit more respect as opposed to knowing exactly where he would be.
Getting a look down here in the bot lane, it looks like Deft and Mata have a bit more pressure. They're pushing harder, so they will at level 2 first. We won't see any crazy plays from the bot lane of the ROX Tigers.
And even though they can push up this well, the jungler is going to be a Graves, and the only setup is that Braum. Not that instant CC that you see out of that Thresh, and as such, they can play with a little bit more confidence, knowing that if a Graves gank is to show up, you can probably just Lantern out of the situation, and you can get away scot-free.
I like that the Observer is showing us the mid lane a lot. We talked about the reverse matchup. Pawn was on the Orianna in game 1 and Mickey on the Ahri in game 1. You guys are joining us late.
Yeah, and even though he is pushed up into the mid lane, Mighty Bear does not fancy an invade at this time around. He instead just gets a Scuttle Crab and doesn't fancy a gank into the bottom lane either, not knowing where Lee Sin is, and that's the power of that start and that dodge around that Score did. You just don't know. What if he started blue and finished into the bottom side? What if he's waiting in that brush bottom lane? And those are the things that you have to consider when you go for a gank, and if the answer is maybe, you almost always have to say, I'm not going to go for it because the risk is just too high.
You got to be sure, especially early on in the game. And, oh, they're going to land the stun. Lantern will save Deft's life. But a nice bit of damage put onto this Varus early on. But again, Doran Shields will make it so that Def will be back at full health in just a bit, and we'll be totally fine.
D shield plus an extra 300 HP there from the 2 potions. He's okay. He's got
fire.
He's got Skarl. What a name.
Skarl. He's immortal, right? Skarl?
Is he?
He doesn't die, he just runs away when he gets scared.
That doesn't sound like a good way of being immortal, actually.
Well, then you come back when you've regained your confidence.
That just sounds like being a coward.
No, I mean, we didn't, you know, we were just saying that he was immortal, not,
I mean, is
not a coward.
Is he immortal like a lobster?
He's not a brave immortal, he's just immortal.
Lobsters are immortal.
What?
Yeah, they can live forever.
Like can't.
A lot of animals can live forever, actually.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. As long as they keep eating, they die because they keep eating, and then you can like infinity grow, but you just can't find food that's enough to satisfy your seemingly endless growing size. I know a lot about animal facts, man. Trust me on this one.
I don't want to subscribe to lobster facts here, Crumbs, but
well,
that does sound very interesting.
My favorite superhero is Lobster Johnson, but a gank will be going topside.
Who's Lobster Johnson?
He's a fictional hero from the Hellboy universe. Mighty Bear does find score. Ooh, half HP.
That was a really nice setup for the Graves. Can they actually convert this into a kill, though? It looks like Ari will get there first with the charm. And still on the chase is Mighty Bear. There's the dash forward. Blasting plant to save pawn. There's the flash from Mighty Bear. And just barely, Score will survive, and he does conserve that flash.
Cool play there from Mighty Bear, and Score. Ooh, I don't know if I want to give him the benefit of the doubt for knowing how much HP he was going to survive with, because that was awfully close, but able to run away with the use of that Scuttle Crab, proccing that extra speed that really allows him to get away. But a turn on Mighty Bear. Shen's not in that position. Stand United.
Stand United. There's the taunt coming in. Smeb hopping off that Skarl. This could be first blood if they can find some damage. The flash follow-up from Linderong as he's making up for some mistakes that he made in game 1. Does pick up the first blood.
Some overconfidence there from Smeb, thinking that he can take out Mighty Bear, but just like ROX, they fell prey to the Shen just coming out of nowhere. And these teams seem to be forgetting that Stand United has to always be accounted for unless it just has been used. And as such, a first blood goes the way of Shen. And that's really useful because now they have a teleport advantage that Kled cannot follow through. And if they can proc that one more time, that's an advantage that ROX can start growing and amassing a lead that is just so necessary on this composition that lacks heavy engaged tools.
Deft going for a walk into the river.
Ari is moving down. There is TP onto Linderang, though, if an engage were to happen.
Deft and Modest still level 5. No Chain of Corruption to come out and force an engage or anything like that.
In the meantime, just some happily farming. Linderang will try to get some control back into this lane by pushing out. You can see that he's looking to go for that Tiamat, and it's important that he keep the lane pushed so that when he TPs out, he doesn't lose minions or turret experience. And that's why you see the pushing power on Shen be really just so heavily valued as opposed to what we used to see before, which was maybe a Bami Cinder, which turned into a Sunfire that did get nerfed, or sometimes even a Spectre's Cowl that you see into some AP matchups.
Score has hit level 6, as has Mighty Bear, so we could see some potential ganks as both of the junglers have red now. And you can see that Key and Mighty Bear, they were coming in here. If they could proc that stun, Mighty Bear no doubt has the burst damage to follow up for a kill.
Be able to find Mata here, actually, and there is...
Oh, he's going straight
no
for
teleport.
it.
What?
Oh, what?
How?
What?
This guy's got map hacks.
Who is this guy?
That was so good.
Said no one ever, as everybody knows exactly who Mata is.
Well, he reads the situation very well, throws out the lantern, and you just see that your AD carries farming alone, that there's no action happening elsewhere on the map, and they respond properly. They're looking to go for a score, but he's just too slippery right now. But they are able to clear out some of the vision in the red side jungle that ROX was able to place.
I mean, it's good tries from ROX. With the Infernal Drake up, if they can get a pick onto pretty much anyone, it would have been nice to try to go for that Infernal Drake as a follow-up, especially with Shen up in the top lane. But nothing happening. KT too smart. Shockwave comes out, but it's not really going to do enough damage. Mickey does have blue, so should be able to get that back in due time.
I want to bring back what you were saying. It's a good try, and I agree. When you see these teams that are kind of struggling for wins, what you want to see out of them is just proactivity, and looking for moves against one of the better teams is something that is always going to be valuable. And Mickey getting collapsed on. There's Stand United available.
The charm hits, and well, everything is coming out of KT, and everything hits. Stand United does not save him. The charge actually came in from Smeb, it looks like, but
used the charge to try to burn past the shield, but Lee Sin and Ari just have way too much damage for Orianna to deal, and getting a little bit greedy, trying to clear out the wave without any other vision. As soon as he gets collapsed on, you know he's dead.
Pawn just chuckling to himself a little bit, saying, haha, my Ari's better. And Score, he's still looking for more. The kick was actually used, and Smeb baiting almost a little bit too much. I think they want that taunt.
Yeah, but without any vision, the junglers aren't there. You know that he should not go for this move because there's nobody else on the map. So if a gank were to happen topside here, the opportunity cost for KT would be 0. So they would always want to go for it. And as such, he sees that, you know what, not such a great idea, but ROX going with the same move that they did last game, going with a lane swap topside, trying to go for that first brick. There is no answer bottom lane, and while Deft can return and go topside with Mata, Mata is moving down towards the bottom side of the map, so this definitely will be surprising KT at this time.
Yeah, look at the way they're playing it too. They're waiting in the brush. Linderong is pushing. I think they want to just hide this for as long as possible, although he is recalling. Looks like Sangyun might be as well.
Yeah, there's too many pings onto the wave. The minions just aren't really there, so a commitment to the turret might not be enough. Smeb does have flash.
Oh boy, they're committing hard onto this Kled. Can they actually pick it up? The flash away, and they will pick up the kill onto Smeb, so nicely done.
And nobody there to answer anything in return. They're just now going to move towards that bottom lane turret. So ROX will definitely have the advantage to secure that first brick before anybody else. We might see Score try to answer an Infernal, so very reminiscent of Game 1, and so we can expect Mighty Bear to maybe look for that Rift Herald right about now. He is going to go for it. But will Score answer with Infernal? Really would hope so.
He's doing Raptors, man.
Got to get those chickens, man. Protein's the name of the game.
He's been watching too many BBQ games. He wants to fry the game right now. That's all he cares about. Okay, finally they make their move towards the Infernal Drake. But this time, as you were saying, it looks like the Rift Herald should be given over to ROX.
They failed to secure it last time as he stepped over a ward, and they took a little bit too long. So definitely learning from the mistakes from Game 1 and applying it over here. And now that the Herald has been secured, look at how much HP is done to this mid lane turret. A good Herald use onto the mid lane would mean that a tier 1 can go down for KT, and that could open up the map in the way that ROX want to, considering that they've been playing macro pretty well this series so far. Or so far this series. Pardon my English.
It's all good. We see KT grouping up here in mid. They want to push back a little bit, as not many members of Tigers are here right now.
Is he gonna ult it again? No, excuse me.
Score coming on in here. Nice little moves there as KT forces Tigers, the ROX Tigers, to respond to the mid push. He just slips on in and steals a buff.
And a good buff steal, some good buff control means that he can stay out on the map longer. The red buff regen, always fun to work with. And he is pretty strong right now. He will be going for that Ninja Tabi when you're dealing with Kalista and Graves. It's almost a sin not to go for it at that time, considering just how much damage those two guys can deal to any tank. Ari, in the meantime, fancying something, but you always have to remember the Shen factor here, where his ability to save anybody now is a little bit enhanced or encouraged, to say the least, as the shield does grow in strength the lower that the intended target is. Oh, this could be it. He's probably going to throw our Lantern into the brush here for Smeb, for Mata. He's playing pretty far back.
Looking for it. There are some pings as they might want to. Yep, here we go. Sangyun gonna. Okay. Just not going to go for it, it seems.
They really read the play, and you wonder, why does KT read the play? How are they seemingly able to sense whatever ROX is doing? Well, take a look at the other two laners. Graves is nowhere to be found, and Orianna is not in the mid lane, and you always get suspicious when people are Mia, and your senses go up and think, okay, something fishy is about to happen somewhere, and I don't want to fall victim to it, and as such, they respond properly, and maybe if the play would have happened with Mighty Bear looking to invade while Orianna's pushing into the mid lane, then Mata would not have played so defensively. But the Herald does get popped here, and without any wave clear as Ari's here, this can be that mid-tier 1 going ROX's way, and it definitely will be.
Yeah, nice positioning there to just abuse KT's positioning. Put that down, they do take the mid-tier 1, and it even fights for a little bit against some of those KT players. So definitely a better usage this time around compared to game 1.
I think that that's really what we can just hope for, a Rift Herald at this point. I think that as teams get better in how to use it, they'll also get better in how to defend against it. And the only big value that I think you can get out of it is going for that, cracking that mid-tier 1, taking any advantages that your laner might have acquired and allowing it to convert to a mid-tier 1 very quickly and open up the map nicely. And this means that Ari can't play this up for quite some time, and as such, it gives some breathing room to Orianna to just farm up, hit to that late game, but a 3-man push to the top side might be Linderang's demise.
Oh, I thought he saw the Ahri there, but it seems not. Will flash away as Pawn actually will not be able to hit that charm.
No response from ROX, though. They are 2-man into the mid lane. Kalista's still pushing bottom lane. They might be fancying that tier 1, but Kled is basing and will be going bot lane to answer. You'd hope that Mighty Bear would be joining Key here and going for this tier 1 bottom lane, but it seems like they might just push the wave and call it quits as Kalista wards, returns to the bottom lane, pushes another wave, and most likely just a recall.
See that Smeb is actually going to go top to answer the Shen push for now. And Mata and Def, they're coming up here as a big move by ROX. 4 members heading down towards bot. And of course, always consider that Shen is basically with them with the Stand United. So hoping to potentially dive this turret. Looks like KT, they have some idea. They're playing very far back.
There is no minion wave to commit to this tower, and there are plenty of TP wards for ROX Tigers, and they have pretty much immaculate vision across river and on the other side of the red side jungle with triple control and triple green. But as a result of this crazy commitment for the tier 1 bottom, they give up the tier 1 mid. Not worthwhile by any means.
This has taken a while too. The Chain of Corruption comes out to delay. They actually hook Mickey, not willing to take the 3v4. And they will just let the turret die.
But they drop the tier 1, so not such a worthwhile trade for them. That mid-tier 1 will come into play for this next dragon in the next coming minute. And Pawn responds topside, and if KT can transition and turn a tier 1 bottom loss into 2 turrets for themselves, then this is really good for them. And Pawn chooses not to. They value this dragon a little bit too much as it is an Infernal, and basing in under a minute is already cutting it close.
That was kind of an awkward play from the Tigers, as you were saying. I mean, I feel like all 4 of them had already committed to it, and they were down bot, so it was kind of hard to send Mickey all the way back into mid to try to answer the push. So they had already made the decision. They kind of had to go with it. But at the end of it all, we do see that the Tigers are still ahead about 2,000 gold, 1.5. And looks like Mata was the first one to get towards that dragon and clear up a bunch of the vision. So while that river was mostly ROX favored up until now, Mata able to save that. And they're going deep onto Mata. They will get the knock up.
Pretty far there.
Yeah, and oh boy, look at that burst damage on the Sangyun. Can they actually get into the back line? The Lantern saves Spawn. Mata turning up mid once again. And now everybody's in the bot lane.
They get plenty of flashes. They get Matas and Smebs, which are some of the biggest engages as Scores is already down. But now that Sangyun doesn't have flash, he will just try to lifesteal out of this Scuttle Crab, but it's just not going to be quite enough just yet. Ahri's nowhere to be found, so this dragon will certainly go ROX's way. Got a little nervous about that one, actually, but there is the Rend to secure it, and the smite does come through at the same time.
That's pretty good for the Tigers. They do pick up a matching Infernal Drake. Let's take a look at the replay as they go super deep on Tamada.
Yeah, there's just no chance of a follow-up here, so instead they commit the Stand United to make sure there's somebody in range, and luckily for Sangyun, Score is not there to follow up right away, and
also the proto build missed.
Yeah. Score's Smeb's TP just a little bit off there as he has to burn the flash, not wanting to be caught in the middle of 3 people, especially with that much damage and crowd control.
Sangyun and Key make their way up into the top lane once again. Pawn is in the brush. Score also hanging around, as is Mighty Bear. Doesn't look like KT wants any part in this engage, though. Do have Baron about to spawn here in 3 minutes, or 3 seconds, rather.
And it's a stage of the game where you see dual lane be grouped up as much as possible with your jungler, while your solo lanes can respond a little bit faster than anybody else. And you have Kled that can collapse with his ultimate, and likewise for Shen and Ahri and Orianna, which are more mobile than most mid laners, as they have they have 2 speed boosts actually.
Uh-oh, Pawn in a bit of trouble there. They do proc that stun. Can the burst damage come out from Mighty Bear? Yes, it will. That is a nice little kill. They pick themselves up in the top lane.
And this Fates call just doing so much work for ROX Tigers, picking multiple kills for themselves. He will get Scarl back, though, pretty soon. So a couple more autos onto the Shen. Will proc him and give him a little bit of bravery to stay into the mix.
Scarl's back. Everybody rejoices.
To clear out some vision around Baron. Oh, wait a minute. Are they going to commit to this right now? They haven't done their due diligences with vision.
The TP comes out from Linderong, too, so they were committing hardcore into this. Do they want to take a fight? Linderong is pretty low. Again, they're going to try to take out Mata. Looks like this time they will be successful.
They really want to kill him, and a flash on your support for a kill on, flash on your mid laner for a kill on your support is a bit of a risky choice there. It'll all come down to how Mickey chooses to play the next couple of minutes.
It's a Mickey special.
Yeah, well,
the flash to kill a support.
If they can pull it off right, then it'll be worthwhile. But if they put themselves in a position to fight, and his position is not immaculate, and he just gets taken down for not having flash, then it just won't be worth it. So they will start it here. They'll try to turn it, but the flash shockwave, not really necessary considering Glacial Fissure was going out and there was no flash left onto the Thresh.
Looks like they get the flash from Deft too. I think he was trying to get both of those members, so Deft is able to flash out. So at the end of it all, it seems to be worth it.
I missed that then.
I missed that as well.
If they get the Deft flash, then that's a little bit better.
For sure. So it does end up being worthy for the ROX Tigers. They don't really turn it into anything too much just yet. Actually, KT still has a lot of wards around that Baron.
And they're not crazy strong enough right now to tank this without the Shen being there. So they would definitely have to commit a Stand United or get a fight. So I think so far they just want to have control of the area just because it's a good area to have control of. You can punish a mistake and get the biggest lead, but also you want to deny KT the ability to enter this place because KT is a pick composition. And if they don't have vision around the objective that they want to get picks of, then the composition just ends up falling later and later into the game, and they most likely will have troubles dealing with a 5-man death ball that ROX will want to do later on.
You can see that they leave that ward up. That's denied by the control ward of ROX. They don't want to give away their position, but it seems like Score is able to poke his head in and check it out anyway.
They don't have to worry too much about Baron being taken, even though the division is denied. As long as Sangyun stays on the map, you know they don't have enough damage to take down anything else, or at least be in a position where securing a Baron with Rend would not be available, and you always have the option of the Smite Steal that way.
Bit of a invade here from the ROX Tigers. Look at Pawn's positioning. He has the Banshee Veil and the Spirit Rush. Can he escape this? Will the ROX Tigers even commit? Doesn't look like it.
I think they're maybe looking for Mata, perhaps, but there's double control wards, one on the left side of blue jungle, one in the blue itself. The middle lane just got replaced, or the ward in the middle of the river just got replaced by Mata, so lots of vision there. And the Rang will just taunt away happily.
Lots of tension right now. It feels later than it actually is. I mean, we're only 24 minutes into the game, but both of these teams have kind of just settled into, okay, the top laners go bot, the wave clearers can go top, push in that wave, try to put on some pressure there and in mid, and they kind of just duke it out. They fight for vision and look for those picks.
And the reason for this lull is just because the engage is so much on score. Does not get the stun proc, but the engage tools are almost exclusively onto KT. Right now, when they're getting engaged, and it's from reckless face checks happening from KT Rolster. They usually have to start off with the Fate's Call, with the Braum ultimate, which they're pretty big commitment ultimates, but because they're so hard to follow up on with the comp that ROX have, they just result in flashes or people getting lanterned out, or not a whole lot. And because KT feels like they are a little bit more behind than they really are, uncapable.
Mickey in a bit of trouble, will shockwave, but there's the hook follow-up. Nicely done by Smeb to commit to that kill. They're going deep for Linderong too. They may be diving 2 turrets at this point. That's a double kill for Smeb on this Kled. And a really nice kill opened up. They will try to re-engage here 3v5. Not sure about this one. Mighty Bear has to do a bit of charge damage. Really good kick there onto the Braum. That's going to be a 3rd kill, as finally they trade back one, the ROX Tigers do. Score trading his life for another one. That will mean a lot of pressure here in the mid lane for KT.
Nice charm.
Why was Graves running the other way after the charm? Either way, he looks like he will be going down for the trade, as Sangyun is actually pretty dangerous, has double buff right now. There's a double kill. Can he actually follow up with the chase? He's trying, but not sure if he can get into range.
And that pick really salvages the fight there for ROX Tigers. Otherwise, they would have lost that tier 2 in the mid lane. And Kalista getting strong is going to be really dangerous. These are all skill shot champions from the ROX Tigers, dealing with the most slippery AD carry of them all. And they're going to take this time to start up that Baron, but Mighty Bear is not alive, so the Rend is going to be used to secure this objective, which can be detrimental for them, considering that she's not going to be able to turn or commit to Baron, commit to Baron.
One of the going deep. It seems foolish, but he's buying time for Score to get there. And what will ROX do? Will they commit? Will they try to take out Score? He is on top of Score. Here comes Spawn. Score's coming on in. They will get it with the Rend. And Smeb comes in all alone. Lots of low members for the ROX Tigers, but it looks like they will pick up another kill onto that Score. KT trying just way too hard to get on in there. And that will be another one going down. Mighty Bear able to pick off another kill. So 2 members of KT go down, and the ROX Tigers get Baron buff.
And Seonghan, what a hero has he been in this game so far. Having a great use of Fate's Call with the rotation, topside picks, left, right, and center, and really salvaging the game on that dive into the mid lane. A pick that the ROX that Smeb looked for. So, oh, come on, Mickey. Man, every time
I feel like we've been saying that a lot today. Oh,
yeah.
Boy.
Well, let's just forget about him, and we'll keep praising Sangyun here for saving that fight in the mid-tier 2 and securing that Baron. 4-0-3, he has yet to shop. Most likely we'll be going for that Phantom Dancer here, and we'll take another look at that replay here. This is really good stuff by Smeb, just recognizing that Orianna is out of position and a 4-man collapse onto her. They just go all out for it, commit to the Shen as well, but this replay is just going to go on very long as they just keep trying to dive turrets left, right, and center, but Sangyun, the real hero here. The Fate's Call commits onto Smeb, procs Carl off, but they try to re-engage, and I think he tried to go on to Kalista, but she very intelligently flashes away, doesn't get hit by the insect, and keeping your carries alive is really the #1 game of the game when you're Braum and Shen. There it is, the Rend to secure the final kill, but Deft is taking turret aggro, and you can't really fight Kalista one-on-one when you're a Varus at this stage.
I feel like they could have just backed off and gotten that tier 2, but KT, they were feeling it. They were feeling it. A little bit of underestimation onto this fed Kalista.
And now that's a completed Phantom Dancer and the QSS, so you can forget about Charm and you can forget about the Chains of Corruption taking her down.
Nice use of the Proto Belt to dodge the Braum. But a very dangerous Kalista at this moment in time.
It's going to be on to Score here to try to hit Kalista and kick her into the team. His flash is going to come up pretty soon. They will be happy to just drop this tier 2 as the wave is almost dead. Only 4 minions left now. Make that 3. Look at the position.
Ooh, what? The Chain of Corruption hits Mickey, but Mata cannot follow up. The Stand United does get used, though, and in comes a little bit awkwardly just bouncing off the Braum shield.
Ari's looking for a flank, so at least they understand the way that these champions have to be played for KT. They got to look for the flank onto the Ari, but Sang-Yun without flash is just going to be just so strong.
They're pushing the turret right now, and it doesn't look like... Okay, KT might get key, but is it worth it in the end? They'll trade supports here. Losing that turret, they missed the charm onto Sang-Yun. That would have been gigantic.
Yeah, and they committed the kick to it as well, so the inhibitor will go down, and now they have to hesitate. Do they want to take this fight now that their main damage abilities are down?
Well, he gets the charm, but the immediate QSS, really great mechanical play there out of Sang-Yun, able to pick up another kill onto Smeb. It's the Pawn Show now. Can he actually go 1v4 here? Score's doing red, meanwhile. Oh, no. Poor guy. Oh, Pawnee's going to run into the Shen. And the taunt will miss. This is the great escape of the Ari right now.
The Spirit Rush is down.
Sang-Yun on the chase. In comes Mickey. Looks like he's going to take the blasting plan away. Here comes Mighty Bear. And that should be the end of this poor pop star's life. Down she does go.
She was just a one-hit wonder at this point. Not really doing a whole lot for her career. And this is the start of that fight again. I think they're going to be able to pop Thresh right from the start. Good flash there from Death, but in the backside, it's Lee Sin, it's Ari looking for the Kalista, but remember, she still has QSS on her. So even if that charm were to have hit, the lifesteal that she can pack probably would have been enough for her to commit and turn onto the Lee Sin and maybe even kill the Ari.
Oh boy, Mata gets caught again here up towards the Baron. And there's not much to take at this moment in time. We are getting later in the game, but still only 35 seconds on the death timer for Mata. Just means they might get some lane pressure after grabbing that kill.
And that lane pressure means that there's not going to be any vision for KT to try to look for any flanks. So it's actually a pretty important pick now that there are no wards that are going to be able to flank against the ROX Tigers. And if you can't flank a composition that needs to be hit from multiple angles, it becomes so easy for them to defend when you have Orianna, when you have Braum to just stand and deliver his presence, and you just can't do anything against it. Even though Kalista is not a Siege champion, they're very comfortable knowing that the fight will be coming just straight on.
This looks like the easiest thing in the world for the ROX Tigers at this point in time. Essentially going 5v4. Smeb trying to come from behind. Mata does get the engage, but oh, where did Death go? I didn't even see that guy disappear.
That's a magic trick right there. Yeah, I actually died immediately.
Oh, this Kalista's getting out of hand, man. Forcing the charge there for Smeb. Pawn can't even stay to wave clear. And it is very fast, very quickly looking like we are going to be going into this game 3 as the ROX Tigers take 3 inhibitors and continue to push on.
Looking for a game now, and there's not a whole lot they can do. How do you jump onto this Kalista when everything you have is a skill shot and you lost the early game? And the answer is you don't, and as such, she will just be trying to push for the game here. Lee Sin trying to cut off the wave, maybe looking for a Dragon's Rage onto her, but without Death there to follow up, just might not have enough.
Will we have the miracle stop? The answer is no. We'll have Kalista blowing up the entire team along with the help of Orianna. That's going to be game number 2 going over to the ROX Tigers, and we will have another game 3 tonight.
What a treat there. The Kalista finally making a surgence into the meta, a pick that we just wanted to see so badly when we had been mistreated to all the utility AD carries that just never offered much excitement, but now we have one of the most exciting carries, and just so well played. ROX with the lane swaps to the top side again, multiple Fate call, just being incredibly proactive and looking for ways to get advantages onto the map, and really good signs of life for a team that you would have expected to not be doing a whole lot. And yeah, there's that cheeky smile. He knows what he's been doing. He's been kicking ass.
Good stuff out of the spot lane, especially out of the Kalista. Finishes up 6-0-6. Pretty good.
No deaths,
Pretty
perfect
good.
game. A rare sight to see. And KT back to the drawing board. Maybe the Kalista pick should have been taken early on, or the draft was a little bit too tunnel vision on getting past the early stages of the game. They have to remember that if it wasn't for the Lantern plays from Mata in that first game, they would have actually started at a disadvantage.
Yeah, very true. You can see the face of Mickey as he actually does stand up to the R. He has one death, but that's about it. This is the first blood going over to Lindorong, trading flash for flash. Picks up the kill.
And it all started from Mighty Bear's invade and catch onto the Lee Sin. This is going to be that lane swap, the Fate's call, the move that they made game 1 that didn't let them get a kill, but ended up getting them have first brick, allowed them to not only get the kill this time around, but be in a position for the first brick. And here's another use of that Fate's call from over the tri-brush. Just great comboing there with the Blade of the Ruined King and the Graves to follow up. There's just no escaping.
Nice little flash play. They get the flash at a depth here. Pick up the kill on Tamada. Don't turn it into much. This was a nice engage that eventually went wrong. They pick up Mickey and dive 2 turrets for Lindorong. And this is when Kalista just really, really shines, when you're going a little bit too deep.
Exactly. She's a champion that needs people to dive into you so that she can dodge. To play aggressively on her is to be in that position where you pretty much won the game already. And a great flash there from Sang-Yin to make sure that he doesn't get kicked into the team, as that could have been disaster. And they get so carried away by the charm from Pawn that they continue on the chase against Lindorong, but the turret tanking from Def, and I believe he goes down right at the end to just that piercing arrow. And I'm not sure what that was. That a turret shot? I think he just, the way that the new turret aggro works back, he takes that turret shot back and ends up getting taken out.
So here's the result. ROX Tigers win, about 14,000 gold ahead. One extra Cloud Drake, but really there's the story. The Kalista damage way up at the top.
And the Lee Sin damage, I don't think I've seen a Lee Sin damage quite that low in a while. 3.5k. Keeping up with Thresh's damage, a champion that
at least did less than Braum.
Braum did more damage than Lee. Not really sure how, but that's what we get in return. And KT, some trouble still. The draft maybe back to the drawing board, but we will be getting some Game 3 action that we have been missing today.
Yeah, so guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Game 3, the decider between the ROX Tigers and KT Rolster. Welcome back, everybody, to more LCK Summer here at SPO TV. We're in the midst of ROX Tigers versus KT Rolster. ROX able to put on a performance. Songyun on the Kalista going 6-0-6. They tie it up.
Killer game from him, but KT fans still a little bit something to wish for, and that's going to be Songyun with the Kalista performance. No deaths, but his play was more than just the kills. It was the map rotations. It was the use of Fate's Call to proactively make things happen for this team, and it really spearheaded the charge. And even on the defense, he was able to really put up a good fight here with the seemingly game-winning defense of the Tier 2 dive that was inspired by Mickey getting caught out of position. So
it was actually Mickey's 4D chess that he was playing. He set it up for Songyun.
Watch this, Songyun. I'm going to give you the most intricate play you have ever been a part of, and as a result, you're going to get 100 points of MVP. But what a teammate.
Yeah. What a guy. Anyway, guys, it is tied up 1-1. And Songyun, he got his Kalista in that game. I think it was just the setup, as you were saying, man. You know, the Frosted Flakes really powering them up. They don't need no Wheaties, but I don't know. I wouldn't feel like you would have to ban Kalista going into Game 3. I feel like it was really just right place, right time, good positioning, decent play out of Songyun. I don't think he's like this superstar Kalista player or anything like that, but definitely something to look for is, will KT contest the Kalista pick this time around?
Exactly. The Kalista is a champion that really relies on the composition that she's up against. If you're up against divers that can easily try to hit you with skill shots, such as the exact composition that KT had, then it becomes a breeze. But if you have a Kalista versus a composition that will keep you at a distance and kite you and can CC you from afar, such as what we saw in Samsung in Game 1, then Kalista just becomes completely useless.
Well, here we go. Ban phase for game number 3. We're beginning to figure out what are the more common bans. You know, we've seen Elise get banned. Of course, Zach is pretty much perma-banned, except for that one game that he totally took control of. Elise is getting banned more often than picked now. They don't even let that go through anymore.
Yeah, she actually has the same pick and ban rate as Zach, which is 100%. However, because of the previous times that people let the champion go through, her win rate just went through the roof, and people are starting to realize that Elise is just a little bit too obnoxious to deal with, just a little bit too much burst, the utility that you bring in the early game, and wow, a Braum ban coming out from KT, making sure that he doesn't get that pick. 2 games in a row he had it, and making sure that he does not have this pick this time around. And Thresh now will have a bit of a different matchup now that there is no Braum to deal with and such. The pairing for Kalista, the next kind of tier of pairing that you'd expect would be with maybe a Tahm Kench, but that's a bit of a rare one that we haven't seen in quite some time.
Are we going to see first pick Orianna here? The Orianna mid sometimes used as a blind pick, but to take it ahead of other options, such as that Thresh you were talking about, really hoping that Mickey gets on that once again.
And it's just putting Pawn in the position where he might not be set up for success. The 2 picks that he had success with, the Gallium, the Orianna, just aren't here anymore. So what else is next? The Ahri just really doesn't seem to be the flavor for KT today, and they will have to dig deeper into the champion pool for something that he is a little bit more comfortable this time around. We know that Pawn can play pretty much a million champions, but what can he play well right now is a question that we have been asking ourselves for a lot of years now.
That question's been around since dinosaurs were around, man. So it looks like finally KT is beginning to respect Mighty Bear's Graves. They're going to take that away here, at least hovering it. There it is, the lock, and even with Lee Sin left up, they decide to take it. That
seems odd. Even I don't think that Mighty Bear's success on Graves is really anything to be trying to deny. And maybe it might just be that Scores Lee Sin just wasn't really feeling it. It's not at the level that you need it to be at this stage in the game. Just a little bit too many times where he's getting caught out of position, and they're not going to give KT the chance to ban out AD carries in the second phase, and so they will secure their carries already. And now that they've went for a very protect your carries composition with Caitlyn and Orianna in such long range, what's next for ROX is just a lot of peel and a lot of protection for their lineup, and maybe a Gragas would be in order, or possibly a Shen once again.
Definitely a couple of picks you're looking towards here. And an Ivern.
Oh.
If you want more protection, more shields, along with that Orianna, Songyun had a pretty fantastic game on that Kalista. They're grabbing him the Caitlyn this time around. Let's play support the Songyun.
It's a risky pick, although KT have the opportunity to just pick winning lanes. They can save the top lane for the counter pick and ensure that they have pushing matchups all over. And if they do that, that means that they will be able to invade that Ivern, the nerfed Ivern. And Jarvan will have pushing power into pretty much most matchups. And if they pull this off, this means that Ivern can fall behind significantly and will have a very difficult time. I like the Jarvan pick here. You know that Lindarang has played it before. You know it's the most popular combo, or the hottest combo right now in LCK and pretty much around the world. The Jarvan-Orianna combo, once Longzhu debuted it, seems like everybody wants a piece of it.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, KT, they banned it for the first 2 games, and they pick it up for game 3. Definitely a hotly contested pick. They're going to start banning out some top laners. Shen played in both of these first 2 games. Will be the first ban for KT.
Kalista. All right, let's make sure that Def does not get his hands on that pick. And it's just saying we don't want to risk the early game happening. Go with the Vars. Make sure that you're looking for some later stages in the game, because if ROX get to the late game, when you have Caitlyn, Ori, and Ivern, you don't even need to see what else this lineup is going to consist of, because you already know that it's going to be just very difficult to deal with. And KT just saying you're not going to have the early game. We're not going to allow you to have any power in this top lane matchup. They need to control the laning phase. They need to get ahead early, shut down Ivern, and close out quickly. Otherwise, they will find themselves outscaled just so quickly.
Very true. Still looking towards a ban here for the Tigers. It will be another ADC. I was thinking maybe a mid pick towards the pawn, but
just asking for Def to play Ashe, really. Just saying, you're going to play Ashe today. We want you to have this champion, and it makes sense. Even though it has a good laning phase into the Caitlyn, there really is, like, what option are you going to go for? Would you go Twitch? I don't think so. Wow.
Pawn, he's getting inspired by Crown's play earlier today on the Victor. He'll pick up the Victor for himself. Wants to play just a safe farming lane.
Okay,
just
so
chill
at
back.
least this time around, KT have wave clear. They can slow down any potential pushes. While the pressure might not be there from the mid lane, at least they have a semblance of strength come the later stages in the game. Now, what I'm really curious about is...
Oh, that's locked in. The Blitzcrank.
Yeah. Nice. Blitzcrank is the hot commodity now in the LCK. A pick that you wouldn't have expected to make its way into the meta, has already, and with tremendous success, being banned out by a lot of the teams that seemingly can't really deal with it, as the ability to just turn games with this pick is just so good and effortless. One hook, one pick, you basically have pressure for a couple of minutes, and it can really turn the tides. And what are they thinking about saving for depth? Are you really gonna save last pick Ashe? I'm not too sure about that. Maybe a hyper carry, a Jinx possibly, a Twitch maybe, and it's gonna be Sivir into Blitz.
Okay. Well, you spell shield that hook all day long.
But you are leaning against Kings.
We haven't seen Sivir in quite a while here, Crumbs. I can't, like, I think it was in spring the last time we saw it.
Sivir, she used to have such a throne of power where nobody could contest her late game ability. You just run her with a bunch of tanks this time around, and it's going to be an interesting composition as we run this one this time around. Obviously, she can protect herself from the Ivern hooks, maybe even the Gragas engage, and the Ivern root. There's so much that Spell Shield can protect, but that's all fun and games when you think about it on paper. In reality, there's a reason why Sivir is not in the meta.
Yeah, I was thinking about if they weren't going to go for a hyper carry or just pick up the Ashe and deal with Blitzcrank, maybe the Ezreal to deal with the Blitzcrank. We've seen Deft on it before, but
True.
I mean, we just haven't seen Ezreal in so long, and it seems like perhaps Deft isn't practicing it, but is he really practicing Sivir? That's the real question. I guess that's a big test for him down in bot lane.
I think he probably is just as proficient on Sivir as he ever was. It's just a matter of the range that Sivir has right now. Obviously, the Doran shield is going to help Sivir significantly now. Before, with D-Blade Harass, it was nearly impossible to lane this matchup. But now that not only can she have the Warlords, you have your D-Shield, you've got your extra 2 potions, and Mata on Thresh, out of all things, can probably make this laning phase relatively easy.
3 games of Thresh for Mata. Can he pull it together? Can he pull his team together and grab KT another win? Let's find out in game number 3. Well, here we go. And
no level 1 shenanigans from the ROX Tigers, not trying to do anything crazy. KT expecting something, but ROX saying we don't need to utilize the cheese this time around. We can just play it cool, don't risk it in the early game, have confidence in the ability to get picks and get to later stages in the game when the mid-game shields come around between Orianna and Ivern.
Yeah, you guys who are joining late, you might see the Sivir for Deft and asking, well, what happened in the ban phase? Well, a bunch of ADCs got banned out, and they needed something to deal with the Blitzcrank. But I don't know. I'm still a little bit skeptical. I want Deft to prove it to me and prove to all the viewers out there that, hey, this Sivir is going to work out. Because going into the game, he had that kind of smirk on his face that Pawn had when he picked the Ahri into the Orianna in Game 2. And we saw what happened in Game 2. I mean, it's not like he got crushed or anything like that. He even picked up a kill, but at the end of it, it didn't seem like the best pick for the situation.
Yeah, and I want to elaborate a little further on that, because typically when you see the Sivir compositions, you have Gragas, Maokai, Rengar, Alistar, all these champions that could just run straight at you and deal not only pretty significant amounts of damage, but CC the hell out of you. But this time around, if you think about it on that 5-on-5 scenario, there's really not a whole lot of crowd control that can follow up any Sivir engage. You just have Jarvan jumping in, who most likely his flag would not hit, or even if it does, would just hit a minimal amount of people, but there's no follow-up from the jungle. Thresh realistically wouldn't be able to follow up onto very important targets in a 5-on-5 scenario, and Pawn is just damage alongside Graves. So there's reasons why Sivir in this composition really just says, we just don't want to get hooked from Blitz.
Really respecting that Blitz pick. Question is, did they respect it too much? We'll have to wait and see to find out the answer towards that. Looks like already Key putting some wards down in the river, or just checking.
Nice little route there from Mighty Baron. Will be making his way back to the top side, and meanwhile Score choosing to just farm. Not trying to get too fancy early on. There's not much crazy setup if a gank is to go through. It's only really Mata. Should be enough for a flash or a heal to get them out of any situation.
All eyes on the bot lane once again. No big secret. When you got Blitzcrank against Thresh, there's action that's bound to happen.
It's the red light district down here with both of these hookers.
Oh, man.
I just couldn't help myself.
You had to go for it, I understand.
I had to do it.
It was good. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Hopefully the hookers did as well. But we're taking a look at the top lane as well. You can see Smeb is kind of running out of mana there, and Score's setting up for a ganker onto Mickey. Mickey, he's very aggressive and coming in here. There's the flash. Still have a bit of damage to come out, but not enough.
And look at how that gank worked. As soon as Score positions himself, Mata's already roaming. He's ready to respond. Is he needed to maybe save somebody with a lantern or perhaps assist in the gank? He just in a great position, but oh, he just burned his Q.
Oh, and look at this. Up comes Score, too. So Mighty Baron and Linderong are trying to go onto this, but not a lot of mana. Score is going to follow up. There is the root, but are they going to be able to turn onto Linderong? This is very, very close. One more hit in the flash. Dash there by the Gragas will save him. And, well, making the best of a not-so-good situation is Linderong to save his teammate.
Just not enough damage between the Ivern and Gragas, the two picks that you really expect only to bring utility and peel for the rest of the lineup. incapable of taking down the Jarvan, on top of the fact that you have to deal with such a fat minion wave and no mana for Linderang to really follow through on that. So Smeb just not feeling too in danger and waits for score, and as a result, they walk away with a 2-for-1 trade of flashes.
It's hilarious to see how little damage this Caitlyn does to the Sivir when both of the ADCs have Doran shield.
And you know they're going to go Ninja Tabbies. Here's Ivern.
Yeah. Here's Ivern. Can they make it work? There's the hook on Tomato. The flash will hit. Can they land the root? It will land, and it looks like perhaps First Blood going over to Songyun in the bot lane, and that's exactly what they wanted.
And the reason why this gank works, why Mata was unable to calculate what the hell was going on, is the purchase from Mighty Bear. Mobility boots, first item. You just don't expect those long legs to make it to the bottom lane just so quickly, so he bases right away, goes straight in a beeline into the bottom lane, and surprises Thresh right on the wave as they think they have the engage with the minions, but turns out Ivern's got the surprise for them.
Yeah, I'm glad you point out those Moby boots. I mean, no way they could have expected this. What a purchase, and opening up First Blood for your Caitlyn that you need to be fed for the late game, that is gigantic for the ROX Tigers.
Yes, and she's able to also get a BS sword as her first purchase, and that's going to make the laning phase just so much easier for her. The last hitting makes it a piece of cake, and accelerating your carries when you're running a protect your carry composition is just a dream come true.
Yeah, so from here on out, a really good start for the Tigers. They can just sit and farm. It's really going to be up to KT to make the moves, and with a first Dragon Cloud Drake, kind of interesting. I mean, it definitely helps both teams deal with the two supports that can hook. We have a bit of a fight coming down here. Linderog will
nice dodge.
Yeah, nice dodge there. But neither player dies.
Lots of vision to the red side jungle for ROX Tigers, though. They managed to sneak in. They have a full quadrant down here, but they still don't have the tri-brush. So a hook here could result in a follow-up root collar. Graves is in position to answer, but Mata's not giving them the time of day, not getting in range to get hooked.
They're trying to sneak in the Ivern into the bot lane, but here's Score on the Graves waiting nearby. It looks like he's backing off now. Some pings go down. I think they might have seen the Ivern.
Oh, the spell shield just got blown, but the vision means that they wonder where Ivern is. They know the top side of the map isn't really available. That playing to the top side doesn't amount to much. Ivern and Gragas still don't have enough damage to take down Smeb. And
ooh, Mickey might be solo killed in mid. It will be Pawn showing up big on the Victor to take that solo kill.
Not only does he get the solo kill, but the CS lead is going to continue to grow. I miss his face. What was the expression?
That zoom, man, that's it.
What was the expression?
Total blankness, as if he were staring into the void, man. That's what you expect out of Pawn. Grab the lantern.
He got the red buff, and man, this laning phase just got 2 times more difficult. This is the power of Ivern. I'm going to take another look at the replay, but he's already half HP. Most likely just chunked off from lasers. Nice flash.
Yeah. There's no flash on Mickey, and Pawn can easily dodge the shockwave. Just a little bit of overconfidence from Mickey once again. Bit of a mistake in the mid lane.
And those moments of overconfidence just come on that final wave that you want to push. If I just squeeze this wave out, if I can just push it and recall, it'll be the greatest recall timing ever. But as such, it's the best moment to punish, and Pawn does so expertly, and 12 CS up, a kill on himself, and at least Mickey will now have his flash coming back up, and that can be his saving grace for quite some time. But ROX Tigers going with the exact same move once again, and if Smeb fall for this one more time, I mean, do you learn from the same mistake twice, 3 times? When is enough?
Well, it seems like he's backing off really far as...
No, they see it coming. They know.
Yeah. I mean, Deft and Mata already pushing there, but it's 4v2 once again. ROX really hoping to get the first turret, and it looks like they should.
I think Graves is trying to answer, but he does have red buff. one.
I think it's still going to go to the ROX. Yep, there we go. Mickey, meanwhile, he does have that flash, but the follow-up from Smeb, they want this kill big time. Shockwave will come out. There's the Cataclysm. He can't click the plants. He can't get in range to get on the other side. Nice follow-up there. They give the kill as well over to Pawn. A 2-0 victor, leading in CS in this game.
But KT's now pushing for 2 turrets in the bottom lane. Instead, they opt out. They see their recalls coming through, and instead they will just try to answer with taking some doubles in as a result for their troubles. But there is
what?
doubles for your troubles.
You did it.
Doubles for, I'm rhyming today. But that's a good flash there. Instead of choosing to combo in, doesn't have the Cataclysm, so he just goes in right away with the instant flash Q to ensure the armor shred. Now the lane assignment, still with the duel into the top side, fancying that Rift Herald now, but KT does answer with the duel lane top as well.
Will they get there in time to contest this? Daisy hard at work, helping kill her sister, the Rift Herald. And here comes Mata. They will spot this.
There is TP available on Smeb.
They get a read on the health. Here comes Score over the wall. Pawn will be hooked, but no one to follow up any damage. Score trying to burst down Mighty Bear. He is all alone. He'll be forced to flash in, and Linderong is going to TP into 5 members. They knock Mata into the team. Nice catch. Wow. Really brave to go in there against all those members and take them out. Smeb now on the run. No flag and drag. Some AoE damage from Score. Somehow Key survives, and that'll be a 2nd kill going over to the ROX Tigers.
ROX turns it so well, but there is just no coordination from KT. They're all disjointed. As soon as they commit onto Pawn, he burns his ultimate onto the Blitzcrank, and now without Jarvan being in a position to do anything in return, it just becomes easy pickings for what seemingly was a Linderang TPing in one of the worst TPs of all time. Turns it miraculously.
Yeah. Wow, that hook just barely missed Songy.
Here it comes a TP. 5 people.
He flashes away. He's like, Linderong, you're on your own. But
Pops him into the team, and then dashes forward. That is sick. That is a great play.
That's fantastic, Raga's play. To keep your control under all that pressure against 5 members, the perfect cask. You knock all 4 members away from you, and the 1 member towards your team, and then you give yourself enough room so you can also get to that member that you knocked to your team.
The perfect drunk play. What seemingly was, hold my beer, and does it.
Oh, yeah.
You'd never want to try that in a million years again.
Worked out. That's all that matters.
He missed the cannon.
We're results-based here at Spot TV.
He missed the cannon wave.
Oh, yeah, he did. Well, he's low on mana. He couldn't use any of his skills, as you advised earlier on, Crumbs.
Oh, well. Well, that's 40-something odd gold. Not going into their pocket. And in the meantime, the lane assignment continues to be dual lanes topside for ROX Tigers, defending their own turret, as there's no longer a turret into the bottom lane to fight for. And the Dragons, while the first one was that Cloud, the second will be an Ocean Drake. And not a whole lot of value out of this one, so we expect to see a lot more fighting in other areas of the map.
What happened to the days of Marin getting lucky with 3 Mountain Drakes on split push cannon? Now we just have Cloud Drake and Ocean Drake? What is this?
Perhaps the RNG has been tweaked.
Secretly.
Change my numbers, please.
Well, if they were tweaked, nobody told us about it. Maybe just some bad luck.
Here's Ivern, though, hasn't joined his dual lane, and without the vision for KT to jump on this Caitlyn, they have to succumb to the laning phase, and Blitzcrank can just roam around freely. Here they are. They're grouping together, trying to secure that vision, and Linderang with red buff. Probably fancying a fight with Smeb if he so allows it.
Here's Daisy.
And here is Daisy number 2.
Her older sister coming on in. You got to respect your older sister here in Korea. And they're going to be going deep on this one. All the brush is set up. Key always threatening in the front. He dares you to get close. Chaos Storm comes in. The cask. That wasn't the cask. Some AoE damage comes in.
Jarvan.
Oh, Jarvan from behind. He's getting extremely low. Big shockwave to keep everybody else away. Huge hook on the Mata. Can they follow up with some damage? The answer is no. Mighty Bear will also go down. Songyun thankfully gets away with his life. Linderong, can he be the hero again? Oh, Pawn actually catches up to Songyun. does not survive, and it looks like Linderong will also go down. 4 deaths on the side of Tigers to 0 from KT.
They got baited by Herald trying to commit to the turret. No minions left on it, and immediately they forget about Jarvan being able to collapse from the mid lane. A great shockwave, but they forget that Chaos Storm just does so much damage, and KT turn it around. We'll take another look at the fight here. It was a great zone there from Keem, ensuring that the laser does not hit the wave, but they're tanking a Chaos Storm. That's not a good idea.
Oh, man. Even the redemption, it's like, okay, Jarvan doesn't hit anyone, but he gets right on top of you. Cataclysm's 2 members. Mata even gets 3 members into the Cataclysm, and everybody else on KT has so much protection and can do enough damage. And look at this.
Nice flash laser onto him, and that's the advantage that KT needed. Even though they lost to tier 1 mid lane, they're perfectly happy with that trade, as now Pawn sits at 4-0-2. And whoa. That's not what you want to see when you're dealing with a Victor, reminiscent of Crown's Victor earlier today, and we all know how that ended, with just a ton of damage coming out of that pick.
Yeah, you give a Victor 1 kill, he'll ask for 2 kills, and then 4 kills. He's got 100% kill participation too.
May I have more kills?
Can I have a second serving, please? Victor is very proper, of course. When you're wearing a cape like that, you've got to be proper.
What happened to capes? Oh, what year?
You mean the fashion choice of capes? What happened to them?
Yes, that's exactly
Nothing
what
happened. You can wear capes to work if you want, Crumbs. I won't say anything.
Would you wear a cape with me?
Yeah, sure. We can be the superhero casting duo.
Well, apparently Wonder Woman's like the biggest
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
Does she wear a cape?
I think so.
Well, there you go.
I don't know. I'm not the biggest superhero guy, as we found out last split, but perhaps we'll have to go check out that movie. Victor, Pawn here, showing up, trying to be the superhero for his team. And, you know, he's trying to make up for some of those games that he's kind of not done so well in the past.
Well, he has been a superhero at times. He does make a lot of performances that keep him at the top of mid laners, but the lack of consistency make the team so difficult to just be rallied behind every time, considering the woes that they seemingly have, that you just don't expect that of a team that has these top players.
Yeah. Who knew we would be in the midst of an intense 3-game series between KT and the ROX Tigers in 2017? But KT, they're definitely struggling.
I remember I was actually in IEM Katowice earlier this year, where the ROX Tigers played, and I think they dropped the game against G2, or there was a team that they had like a 20,000, like just a tremendous advantage. They threw it away, and I think the consensus was that it wasn't even worth it to watch games where ROX were going to be playing at that point, just because of how atrocious the quality was. Obviously, as soon as they went back to Korea, their play just improved tremendously, and you saw some semblances of, okay, there's something to really care about here, and we're seeing that today. I'm really impressed with what they've been showing so far, especially with the decisions around the draft and around the lane swaps with the dual lane. So this team has definitely been putting in the work in the offseason. So I think that while KT has had their woes, ROX has definitely been improving, in a team that, while we would make fun of them a little bit for taking games against KT, a team that you wouldn't expect that to happen, they have been improving substantially and have deserved the wins and the fight that they've been putting up against KT here.
They definitely have. I mean, even on Saturday, they were able to take 1 game against Samsung, again, off the back of the Blitzcrank. And, ROX starts the Dragon, but loses confidence in their position, decides to disengage as Linderong gets separated. And that will be just an Ocean Drake going over to KT. Next one is Cloud.
And I actually really love this move by ROX by giving up that Dragon. So many times we see teams commit to fighting a 20-minute Ocean Drake that is pretty much worthless. If you're not in a position, if you don't feel comfortable taking that fight, which they shouldn't have, because Linderong was in the pit, zoned out, a pick that is so important for the disruption in this lineup, just don't take the fight. It's not going to be the end of the world. It's just an Ocean Drake at this time around.
Linderong He thought he was safer than he was. Turns out there's 4 members of KT over here, but look at this. Mata goes down. That might be Jarvan too. That is 2 kills, and I suppose a nice bait from Linderong. Meanwhile, Mickey's on the chase. No spell shield. That's going to be a double kill given over to Songyun on the Caitlyn. And uh-oh, KT's worst nightmare in the bot lane happens again.
And he was definitely safer than he was. Linderang once again outplaying Mata, uses the cast to throw him into the turret, stuns him under there, and then Blitzcrank gets the final hook onto the manaless Jarvan. And they turn this around and get so many kills going their way. We'll take another look here. They're really trying to commit for Linderang here. Blocks the knockup, but the cask is really the cool thing here. Great ultimate.
Wow. Nearly perfect. And Mata just eats too much damage. And you could see that also Smeb went a little bit too low there.
And we don't get to see in the replay, but the Orianna just auto-attacking Sivir to death, following up with the ace in the hole. That she did have flash, she did have heal, so flashing over the wall, definitely an opportunity that would have most likely just prompted Mickey to follow through with his own flash. So it makes sense why he would save it.
Oh, we got a little play here. Oh, wow. Mata able to catch him out with that scanner.
Just reads the game so well.
I almost feel like he was just checking for wards in that one position because it's a really common ward when you're looking for picks as Blitzcrank, but just the edge of it saw the brush, so they saw the Blitzcrank even without the ward.
It's true. He could have been doing all of that, but now he will not be able to find them again.
Oh, do they have the follow-up? Lots of damage coming out as he's on a trap. Down will go Mata. Key is going to be engaged upon here as the TP is faster from Smeb.
Here's Ori.
Will they engage? Kind of an awkward spot for ROX, but they do get the root. Some nice damage coming out here from Pawn and the Cataclysm with the Chaos Storm. Linderong eating a little bit too much. Smeb tankier than you would believe. Nice shockwave. They're able to get both Pawn and score, but no follow-up as Mickey and Songyun just on the run.
Yeah, the carries are still alive for KT, so they're still comfortable taking the fight as damage is the name of the game. They did not lose anybody of value, to be honest. Mata has kind of been dying a little bit too much, so it's not a big deal to keep taking the fight when your 0-4 Thresh did go down, but you have your 5-0 Victor still alive. And the trap placement here from Songyun is really the cool thing here, forcing the instant crits, and while they commit to trying to kill Blitzcrank, there's just no way to follow up for Caitlyn here. She can't really cut across as Sivir does have the red buff, so she has to go on the safe way. And if she's not there, then the fight just becomes pretty straightforward for KT.
I feel like, you know, we're pretty far down the replay here, but I feel like he could have almost hooked score in the beginning of that. I think he saw score. I mean, if you have the trap, that's really the only way to get him. But another hook here onto Mata. Mighty Bear getting extremely low. Shockwave goes down. Mata survives this time. Mickey a little bit too far forward as the follow-up. Missing that plant. Doesn't matter. That's 3 kills going over to KT.
3 kills, and that's going to be the Baron. And what do they have against Mata? Why do they keep trying to kill him and nobody else? He's 0-4. The value isn't really there. And as a result, an overzealous approach from ROX results in 3 people going down and the Baron. And now the game that seemed to be in their control is just slipping away as Victor is now 6-0.
6-0-5. And let's see this hook once again. So you can see Mighty Bear gets in a bit of trouble. Mata's the easy hook there. They try to do burst damage, but it's only Mickey and Key. Songyun not really in position for most of that fight.
No, it was a sick flash combo there from Smeb to knock up the Orianna and ensure that she would go down for the poor positioning, but just burning the solo shockwave onto your 0-4 support, not truly ideal when you've reached a point in the game where you really need to be just saving your abilities to protect each other and think about the bigger picture as opposed to just going for the one pick on the least important member on this KT lineup.
Well, Mata has picked up a kill, so
his value has gone up.
There we go. Now it makes sense.
Invest in Mata kills. The stock has gone up.
They were just a little bit too forward thinking. They were expecting Mata to get kills, but a little bit too early with that.
Too forward thinking. That's what I'd say. That's what I'll say in my job interview. What's your biggest? I'm too forward thinking.
I'm too progressive. I'm so sorry.
My biggest flaw is that I'm a perfectionist.
Oh man. Well, you might be able to say that about some other members, such as Mata with his 2 forward-thinking skills. His predictions in a lot of these games have been really on point, but I wouldn't necessarily say that about ROX. But they're trying to come back.
And this comeback has to come at the face of wave clear. So Orianna is the biggest source of it, but to defend 2 lanes at once is a little bit greedy, considering that you have a Lichbane here on pawn that can just be procced so easily. They just commit a couple of waves into the mid lane. It should be a tier 2 going down.
Eventually. We do have the static Shiv on the Caitlyn once again. Essence Reaver on the side of Deft.
Looking for a pick from Key, but he does need damage dealers there. Otherwise, a hook would not do anything similar to that last fight. So CC has to come at the cost of the damage. And as such, they can't be looking for any plays right now because Orianna and Caitlyn just aren't there. And that's one of the flaws of these compositions that have 2 carries. If your carries aren't there, everybody else doesn't really do anything. And so the team that is against them can always play really aggressively because they know that they're not going to be in danger. If you just get CC'd but there's no damage there, then you're basically just getting a free ride to kill the opponent.
And as you were saying, you can't have those carries everywhere when you're dealing with Victor, Graves, even Jarvan, but also the Sivir with their pushing power. It's like, well, tough luck, kids. As KT makes their way into top lane. We got 4 members over here. Smeb still hanging around mid. And that will be another tier 2. Just falling like a house of cards.
I was
looking for something else, but nothing else came, so I just,
I know what your favorite TV show is at this point.
Man, I haven't even finished that series.
I haven't even watched it.
It's pretty good.
I think I had enough political television after watching 24.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't finish that one either.
I think they have like 24, newest 24 all over the world. That just, it gets messy.
Is Chloe still in the show?
Oh, don't even talk to me about Chloe.
Poor Chloe, man. I don't know what happened to her, but it doesn't sound good according to Crumbs.
No, I'm saying don't even talk to me because I don't actually know what happened to Chloe.
Oh, all right. You made it seem very morbid. You're like,
No,
oh, you don't want to talk about that. That's really sad.
No, I'm just saying because I don't know.
So a huge objective in the Cloud Drake and another Ocean Drake coming up here for KT.
But the Baron has faded. They at least converted into 2 tier 2 turrets, so it is something. Now they need to focus on cracking down this tier 2 mid lane. So in order to do that, they will have to control 2 lanes and try to look for some sort of out-rotation play now that Caitlyn is in the top side. They have decided to go for the red side jungle this time around, but because Jarvan based, they're not in the greatest position to make a move onto this tower.
What can they do? They're still hanging around. And Mickey's got enough. And you can see, as you were talking about, they're just going to back off. No pressure just yet.
In the attempt onto taking this, they quickly realize that now that they do not have Baron, it's going to be much tougher to go for it. And so they'll likely have to go into the Baron side and start setting up camp over there, as that'll be the only way that they can really get the ROX Tigers out of the base and potentially in a position where they can lose a team fight. And no, they just will not even try to. There's that out rotation. The Sivir comes through. Nobody from ROX Tigers there to defend.
They're just letting all their tier 2s fall. It's almost like they're saying, okay, we have gotten too far behind to actually contest any of these outer turrets. So let's just hope we can survive until 40, 50 minutes. But it's going to be really hard to do. The amount of pushing power that KT has, at least they don't have any Mountain Drakes. Luckily for the Tigers.
That's true. At least they don't have that, but the builds are coming in hot for them as 3 item spikes are coming all around. You see Jarvan with the completed stone plate. Super tanky. Then you've got Graves with the Maw, so Orianna and the rest of the tank lineup is not really going to be able to take him down. And then you have Pawn, who's the biggest carry right now. He's got his voice staff, the Lichbane, and starting to build towards that death cap, which when that spike comes through, the lack of magic resistance onto 4 members of ROX Tigers is going to be paid dearly in the form of a Chaos Storm.
Let's hope they don't tank it as a team this time around.
Oh, such high, such high. Well, maybe you're asking for too much.
Yeah. Well, ROX, as we said before, they've shown some glimpses that as a team, they're not so bad. They're definitely showing up a little bit better. I feel like their play has improved overall comparing to spring. So you got to be happy that they're making progress at least.
Yeah, it truly has. But right now, they need to start making some very quick progress around denying this vision in the blue side, because KT have the ability to rush it down. So they're moving swiftly into the jungle, trying to clear out some of the control wards that were pretty offensively. And now the blue ward gets propped. TP gets pinged from Smev. So very clearly, KT looking to try to turn this fight around when they start that Baron. So keep your eyes out for this teleport, and pretty darn far away.
Wow, TPing all the way on the right side. We'll have that home guard coming on in. The Baron will go to KT. Lada taking a bit of damage. ROX doesn't want to join up. There's that Chaos Storm. Key already down to half health. Smev kind of jumping in, not choosing to Cataclysm anyone until now. Gets on top of Mickey. There's 4 members in the Cataclysm. No follow-up really from KT as Mata's on the left side. Deft is nowhere to be seen. And where's the Victor? Where's Pawn? Oh, he's in the mid lane by himself.
Escorting the wave, but that was potentially a huge win for KT. It just didn't work out from the miss combo.
They might get Smep here. The hook misses though in the redemption. Score in a bit of a weird spot and not able to take out Song. You look at that huge headshot crit. Pong getting extremely low. No one's actually died yet. It looks like finally maybe Linderong. Well, the answer is no. And look at this Songin, who's going man mode. Can he actually do it? Takes out one. There's a second. He's running after Score and after Deft. Can he actually chase him? Look at Pawn 2 is extremely low. Looks like it's just going to be 2 kills. But Songin, he saves his team once again.
So close. And here comes the home guard teleport, but it does get procced.
Oh, so close. At least they do get Pawn's flash. Trading that for the teleport.
And luckily, they only lose 2 members for that, but KT playing with fire, they have to respect the fact that Sangyun is just so strong. He's 6'1" as well. He's really strong, and once he completes that Bloodthirster, he's not going to be able to get popped by these carries just so easily. And a long-range Caitlyn that has these front lines to protect her means that she can take down teams very quickly, considering that we're already reaching that late game mark. Even though it's 30 minutes, late game's all about the builds and levels, and she's level 15 with only really 1 item necessary left for her, because all she has to do is get rid of Victor and Sivir, and the rest is history.
Very true. We've seen this many times out of KT where they're in the lead, they are very far ahead even. I mean, it's 11,000 gold ahead right now for KT, but still somehow through overconfidence or just, you know, lack of teamwork or communication or something, maybe a combination of all that, they seem to get into these positions that can look very dangerous.
Well, it's getting carried away because League of Legends is, you know, that it's almost like a fencing game where you make 1 stab, the other guy gets a chance to make a stab at you, and when you go for 1 stab 1 time, which is that Baron, you secure your hit, you got to pull back. You got to reset, reassess what you acquired, and then try again. And here it is, that try again, no Fashinori.
Well, they get that Mickey inside there. That is a huge pick. The cast not able to save him. Sangyun all the way on the left side is just running, not even going to participate. That's a double kill going over to Score. Nice collapse that time from KT.
Recognizing the people that can be taken down, and they do so just so effortlessly. Orianna, without anybody to get her out of the Cataclysm, is just a sitting duck, and as such, KT will be pushing for this 2 inhibitors at the same time, and there's really nothing that ROX can do about it without one of their main carries.
Goodbye, turret. Pawn taking a little bit of damage, but that's 1 inhibitor. Will they be able to take another one down? Just 10 seconds until Mickey and Key do respawn.
Well, surely they should be able to do so. They still have empowered recall. Base it, go straight to the top side, and that 14,000 gold lead just seems a little bit too much right about now.
Yeah, it's looking that way. I mean, there's only There comes a point where it really is just numbers, right? As fed as Songyun is, I think unless KT make a big mistake, it's going to be incredibly hard for him to carry.
Yeah, because so the numbers are on him. And in the meantime, we'll take another look at the replay. Just so easy to combo onto Orianna. Spell Shield's the ultimate, but the Chaos Storm, the laser damage just easily dismantle the Orianna that has no resistances. And when you take down the main carry, Ivern and Gragas don't do a whole lot. And while we talk about the late game and the builds going on for ROX Tigers, it's really just Caitlyn that's the only hope. Take a look at the difference between mid laners. That's pretty much a completed build from Pawn, whereas Mickey has Leandries, Morella Nomicon, and the Banshee's Veil. That's outclassed if I could have in every way possible, really. Just not enough damage from the magic resist coming through. And it's going to be Protect Songyun, but he doesn't even have the armor penetration item, so it just has to be a really crazy overcommitment from KT for him to turn this around now.
Well, here comes the big defense. Looks like Deft has already eaten a little bit of damage. And KT, instead of just going straight for the top turret, they want to pressure the Nexus just a bit. 4 members in the mid lane, just hanging around. No big engage just yet. Kind of leaving Deft alone to push top. When you're going against that wave clear with the static Shiv, maybe this is the right answer.
They're trying to pressure with Sivir, and she will most likely be joining the team soon.
Ooh. Oh, man. Smeb forced to splash away from the hook.
Here comes Sivir joining the team. They commit to 2, but the wave clear, pretty apparent there from ROX Tigers. Enough body blocking and crowd control to make sure that the minion wave does not start knocking on those Nexus turrets right away. And
it's so crazy that KT ahead 14,000 gold, they still have to play it so carefully. One hook goes astray, gets Deft or Pawn, and they blow him up, and well, we could see KT backing off and an extension to this game.
Exactly. It's really tough when you're dealing with these crazy late game carries. You always have to respect the fact that a Caitlyn can kill your team if you overcommit. And Orianna, even though she's behind, the CC on the Shockwave is always something that you have to be aware of. And when you have short range ADs such as Graves and Sivir without a crazy engage on your support, then you always have to keep it in mind. And as such, they'll just play it safe, and most likely will just be looking towards that Baron as the final objective that they need to really crack down this base. So ROX Tiger get another chance at life here. If they can play this Baron fight out well, they could come back.
Yeah, I do like the play out of KT though, when you are this far ahead and your carries are extremely fed. Not necessarily the Sivir, she's doing pretty well, but also even the Graves, but obviously Pawn on the Victor.
But disappointment has already struck, as Caitlyn's not going with an armor penetration build. She's going to be going with that magic resistance. Does not want to get one shot by Pawn. And while I can respect that, when you're this far behind,
you got to take a risk.
What are you really going to be doing against a Frozen Heart, Gargoyle, Stoneplate Jarvan without armor penetration?
You're not even going to be scratching the armor.
Yeah. You're polishing it for him. You're sanding his armor. Like, let me make you even prettier, Jarvan.
Jarvan, obviously the prettiest champion in League of Legends.
He is a prince, right?
That is true. Your adjectives begin to make sense to me, Crumbs.
It's about time.
It took a little bit of explaining. 3 casts in. I'm beginning to understand.
Well,
Deft.
Not enough crits there. In Demacia, I assume, is the most affluent country in Runeterra.
Deft. Be careful, buddy.
He's got that BT, so he's back to full HP and a heartbeat.
I guess it's only scary for me, the pleb. Deft, he's got it under control. And we're seeing the same push that we saw last time, except this time it's got Baron. It's going to be harder for Songyun to clear these waves.
But top lane still is defended by those 5 traps, and Sivir's range is really being her downfall in terms of sieging. So the play has to be a bit different. And this is why the comps you see on Sivir rely on such a heavy amount of hard engage, that when these moments happen, you can always go for a dive. And because they don't have it, this lull happens where the waves just continue to be farmed out. And even though the inhibitor will go down, they were dealing with an inhibitor down previously, so it's not such a big deal, as farm will continue to go the way of ROX and not so much in KT's favor.
Yeah, look at the mid lane too. It's taking a while for KT to get this out. And actually, they get the pull here onto Score. He is going to try to dash away, but the huge cast will force that flash away. They just can't even get the GA off of him. Here comes Smeb on in. And nobody will die just yet. So much defense on this ROX lineup. They're still going in. Linderong, oh boy, is forced to flash away. Key trying to be the hero, trying to hook someone. And you can see Songyun has a lot of room here, trying to take down Smeb. You were talking about that armor penetration, barely scratching him, and Key will go down.
With the Stone Plate active, I believe that was a 200 damage crit coming out onto the Jarvan.
Oh,
Not really
boy.
the number you expect to be labeled as a critical strike, but in the meantime, he will be trying to wave clear, but Sivir just hammering away on the Nexus.
Yeah, they're going to work here. That's going to be one Nexus turret going down. Can KT commit and get the win? Linderong also seemingly doesn't seem to die. And that's going to be it. Game 3 will go to KT finally after 40 minutes.
Oh, and there's just so much to hope for KT. Yeah, just a game that seemingly was decided by ROX's mistakes and not by KT's assertiveness, and not too much to hope for here. You really want to see this team succeed. There's so much to hope for, but they just seem to be missing something to get them back into the shape that they were just dominating previously in the LCK.
And you could see, even though KT does win, the look on Smeb's face kind of tells it all. It's like, oh, relief almost, and a bit of frustration. Tiredness, fatigue. It's like that took so long for them to finally take them out. And over the course of 3 games, they finally do it, but that's not the dominant KT that we're used to seeing.
Exactly. You have to imagine that in the gaming house, they practice, all right, who do we have this week? We've got the ROX Tigers. They have to be thinking in the back of their heads, respect every opponent, but the chances of them winning would be higher than, say, they're up against SKT or Samsung. So the nerve is most likely not there. And when they meet their opponents and see the struggles that they're dealing with, then you have to imagine that some panic ensues and, wow, are we really not capable of closing out the way that we have been doing so for a previous split before? And the answer was no.
Yeah. Well, this was the big fight that really opened it up for KT. The Rift Herald push with the Ivern. Rift Herald was just whispering in Ivern's ear, hey, go down mid. I promise I'll give you 1 turret. You guys will be fine. You can set up the brushes for safety. No, the answer was no.
Ivern having too much of that of that forest herb there, listening to Herald's whispers.
Oh, man. Rift Herald's the the Forest Whisperer coming back to bite ROX in the butt. And ROX, they put up a nice counter. You know, they tried to hold on for extremely long. Some of their plays were very nice. It's kind of just a pity at the end of it all. As bad as the faces of KT looked after their win, the faces of ROX too after they lost were just like, oh, we held on for so long, but we couldn't do it.
So close.
So close.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're getting there. So signs of improvement there to be hopeful. And it just really shows that right now the LCK is anybody can seemingly take anybody down. And
True.
The level of play, it still sees a lot of hiccups, but for the most part, the macro seems to really be there. The teams understand where to go, what the right moves seem to be making. It's the execution that and the wonky mistakes that seem to be struggling.
So let's take a look at the results. See how this game did go down. KT at the end of it all was 17,000 gold ahead. The carry comp here from the ROX Tigers. At moments it looked like it was doing quite well, but KT I think was just a little bit too far ahead. The super fed Victor Pawn showing up big today.
Yeah, and it was a protect the carries composition, but there was really only one. Mickey did not show up in that last game. Ever since that solo kill into the mid lane, just way too far behind for being considered a threat. Victor just completely outclassing them, especially after that fight where they got 4 kills for Victor.
So guys, we are going to go straight into the interview right away.
Hi, this is your translator, and we have Smeb for the first MVP interview. So how do you feel about today's victory? Said we wanted to show better performance, but we're not that satisfied, so we want to try better. Especially, we lost one set, and also there wasn't a lot of engagement that we thought of, so we have to do better next time. So who do you think will be the MVP for the third set? I think Pawn, who played Victor in the mid lane, will be the MVP. He hopes Pawn can get the points.
So guys, we're going to go ahead and announce the MVP for game number 3. From KT, it was obviously Pawn, 93% kill contribution, 6-0-8, the big carry for KT.
Well deserved. Really just ever since that first blood had an advantage and did not let go. No death for him. A pretty great game overall. Ever since he got the tools to carry, he definitely showed up and did just that.
So guys, we're going to throw it back to the interview right now.
So this is Pawn for the third set MVP. So did you expect that you're going to be the MVP? Yeah, I kind of thought that I will be the MVP. So what was like the play of the game moment of today's match? The moment that I solo killed Oriana was the best moment. So next match is versus MVP. And during the last spring split, it was kind of tough to have a match versus MVP. So are you confident with this time? Yeah, we both lost against MVP in the first and second round of spring. So we hope that we can win in summer season. So last match for your fans. Well, we didn't make 2-0, so they will try better and prepare better to make 2-0 games. He thinks their performance are not really that good recently, so he knows that his fans are worrying a lot, but we're trying really hard to get improvements, so just thank you for waiting for us, and we all appreciate all the love and support. And this is the end of the interview. Thank you.
So there you have it. You could hear from both Smeb and Pawn kind of saying, I know you guys are probably worrying about us, talking to the fans, but we're trying really hard. We're trying to get back on track, and at least they do take the win today. Again, results-based here, and they are sitting at 2-1 right now.
2 wins is still sitting at third place, so even though we are relatively early on, it's still enough so that when you're struggling, you do want those wins early on, and it does help. It's a long season, and even though you don't feel quite so confident in your play, the fact that you can start getting your wins early in the turbulent times means that when you start getting back on track, you'll be in a better position for success.
Yeah, for sure, and you compare that to ROX Tigers right now, the bottom of the league, 0-3, and you look at, Ever8 and Jinair. Both of these teams that are coming from promotions, they both have a win, but the ROX Tigers don't. Well, we'll have to hope that the ROX Tigers do come back and actually take some wins here. They get very close many times. I mean, they almost did it against Samsung. They took one win. They almost did it against KT. Even the 2 games that they lost today were very close, down to the wire, long games. But at the end, I still feel like the better team did win in KT.
Yes.
By being able to take that 2-1.
And we call them the better team because they really are, and we just see it because their expectations are just so incredibly high. I mean, you have expectations that you could argue of the best team in the world, and so when they don't meet them, then the criticism is obviously harsh.
Yeah, definitely is, and very excited, guys, for tomorrow. Actually, I do want to shout this out. Over at OGN, we are going to have Longju versus SKT as the second matchup of the night. I think it's Ever8 versus Jinair for the first one, which is also pretty exciting. Both of those teams are looking quite strong. Definitely check out both of those matches. We had a long day today. It was very fun, Crumbs, as always. Any final thoughts?
No.
All right, I get it, you know. You're getting used to the casting schedule here as we do go late into the night. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you once again for watching, guys. We'll see you next time on Sunday for more SPO TV, but definitely check in tomorrow for more LCK over at OGN. We'll see you guys next time.
Look as good as the day I met you. I forget just why I left you. I was insane.